Just getting February PPI data coming through here at 8:30. Looks like in line for the most part with expectations. Core comes out 0.3 to the upside for February. The consensus 0.2 for that reading, 0.6 for the month-over-month reading versus a 0.3 consensus and forecast. So definitely a miss on the month-over-month. Core down here, 2%, exactly in line with expectations. That was the one I was looking at year-over-year for February. PPI year-over-year for February, 1.6 versus 0.9 print there. So that's definitely higher than expected across the board. Retail sales year-over-year just coming through higher as well, 1.5% versus a 1% expectations. We also got jobless claims data, also the wrong direction, 1.8 million on the continuing claims versus 1.9 million expected there, 209,000 on the week-over-week number versus 219. So across the board, ton of strength. Bottom line, still in the overall economy, that's not going to be good for futures. Yeah, downside we go. We're still positive on the day for the overall market. That's WW after that huge move yesterday. But futures on my other screen here, downside we go. Both still positive, though, for the NASDAQ and the S&P to kick things off. It's Thursday, March 14th, 2024. Trader TV Live starts now. A bit of a move downside continuing, actually a little bit of follow through coming through now for the NASDAQ. Again, across the board, these numbers coming in the wrong direction this morning. PPI month over month for February, 0.6 versus a 0.3% uptick expected there. That's not good. Initial jobless claims, 209,000 versus 219 expected there, so that's not good. I mean, it's good because there's less people filing, but not good for the overall economy and the market. As far as the Fed is concerned, 1.8 million on the continuing number versus 1.9. A whole bunch of data just out there, 1.6% on the PPI year over year versus a 0.9% print there. That's a huge miss. Retail sales year over year, 1.5% versus 1%. Here we go again.
Yeah, here we go again. I mean, I don't know exactly what to make of these numbers because PPI is becoming less and less important as of late. But yeah, this is not a good sign with respect to where the Fed was wanting to go. We always talk about this. The area for CPI between 3% to 2% seems to be the toughest. And I guess PPI no different in that respect as well.
Yeah, I mean, the market, I was talking with Frank a couple of weeks ago about this. The market seems to be comfortable in this area. You know, we're at all-time highs for stocks here. So there's the NASDAQ right now back to basically aftermarket levels. So trying to stay positive, but only just 0.2 right now. The S&P, same story, back downside, but not a huge move here, guys, off these numbers.
Yeah, but I thought we didn't care about inflation or any kind of price increases. Come on. Who cares? You're supposed to rally anyways. That's what the market has generally been doing. We'll see what happens.
Doesn't go the other way.
Yeah, we'll sort of see what happens today. I mean, it's like you said, it's not that big of a move. We were up 0.5%. Now we're up like 0.2%. So most of the things that I was looking at that are green have stayed green. We'll have Apple got some good news, Foxconn with a positive outlook, so I think that's going to be back in play after looking a little bit weak yesterday. On the flip side of things, you saw at the end of the day cratering on Tesla and Rivian. The EV names are still going to be under pressure. They're shorts until they're not. We've got to be able to stick to that. And it was a bit of a late rally in some of the chips. And earnings, maybe not the one everybody expected to be looking good. It's Robinhood. That's the best I'm going to do for a rhyme with Robinhood. And good, hood, everything is good under the hood for Robinhood. How about that? That sounds a little bit better. 10% to the upside is Robinhood, 7-point-something% short float. This should be a good name for active trading today. It's done $1 million. But wow, I remember we had that poll. I want to say it was 2 or 3 months ago.
Yeah, I don't want to bring this up.
Well, no, whatever, right? Like
we were all the same.
No,
way.
It is what it is. We had this poll maybe 2 months ago. It was in February.
I think anyway. It was, right around.
I think it was right around here, and it was: would you rather buy shares of Robinhood or SoFi? And I thought it was okay, fine. Like most people chose SoFi in the poll. But at that moment, like, it doesn't matter what shows in the poll. Like, my money's in SoFi. And Robinhood, from that moment, has gone up $8. So that's like 70-something%. And SoFi, wait for it. Oh, that's still a Robinhood chart.
No, don't.
And
don't.
SoFi, well, I mean, come on. It's just reality.
And
SoFi.
What's wrong with SoFi?
Well, the good news for SoFi is it hasn't lost support. But the bad news would be, in that same time period, SoFi is now down approximately, let's call it 3 or 4%. So suffice to say that Robinhood has done better than SoFi in that time period, and it's not even close.
I'm gonna use I don't know if Nimit's in the chat or not, but there was somebody that messaged me on Twitter a couple days after me and you were talking about that, and they said, all right, they switched from SoFi to Robinhood. And I was like, oh, okay, good luck kind of thing. And then they messaged me, I guess a month or so ago, and says, yeah, great advice. I'm so glad that, we talked about that and switched over to Robinhood, but I didn't do that. So, but anyways, yeah, welcome to the jungle one more time here. I actually have Apple, Tesla as well, looking at those two names. We'll look at a few other risers today. We had Lithium America I saw up pretty nice. And then, unfortunately, I don't know what I'm supposed to be paying for that Fisker reservation now for the Ocean that Randy had.
What reservation?
Exactly. I don't think they're delivering any sort of an Ocean if you had a deposit on there. It's down to 18 damn cents right now. If anybody's down with YOLOing anything, I mean, Fisker at some point, we always say this. Sharif says it more often than not, but like not financial advice here. But like Fisker down here at 18 cents, it has the 30% short float. I'll be looking long today. Bounced off 16 cents here, 17 cents. Could be something. Let's let it open up and make sure that it doesn't absolutely crack here. So could halt. Devastating news here for Fisker, as remember we talked about it before. They were having going concern issues. I think it was up here at 79 or 80 cents. And then, since then, we haven't been able to get out of the way, right? And so sometimes when we say when there's smoke, there's fire, I mean, that smoke was, I think it was right into here, where it was 70 or 80 cents. It might have even been up here. I'll have to go back and find, and that wasn't in January. So it must have just been back here. About a month ago, they had going concerns. They talked about liquidity issues and not being able to possibly continue. At least they were honest with us. And now down here for Fisker, down to 18 cents. So this was a name that I think, again, complete destruction in the EV space. Right, you guys can all hate on, everybody can hate on any stock they want. Tesla might be not performing that well, but some of these other EV names continue to be kicked down the road. And then Rivian had a chance to go there as well, and it's right back to where we're long. We're long here at 11.25. It went up to 14 or so. We were going to, we talked about getting out. If it got to 15, where we saw some support, we missed it by about $1. Still holding the bag on Rivian. Let's see what happens here in the EV space. But yeah, that PPI number, Neil, got us down. It's still positive on the day.
Futures
I don't know. We got this guy Bear over here. I don't know. The two trading ideas I have right now is Tesla short, Apple long, Google long. So we're kind of on it, and then Fisker long. What do you
I have
think?
something either direction. Like I like Apple. Google has been strong since it bounced the 50 period. 5 days, positive days in a row for them. The EVs have been easy shorts. ARM. We're always going to be looking for short the pop in ARM until proven otherwise. And I think, we talk about this with the IPO lockup. Oddly enough, since that date, you had the bottom on the imbalance. Like the biggest move down on ARM was on the imbalance. That came out at about 9, it was like 9.28 or something like that. And then right into the open, it made a low. And since then, it's actually been an upward trend. So we got away with the short yesterday at the open. But I'll be looking for the same things. Maybe not the 31 level, because we're pretty much right here right now. But that 35 top, if it breaks that, maybe like a 42. But there's kernels of strength out there. We were talking about Google. Microsoft has been super strong, so that should be at least looked at as something for a line of strength. And the trend is your friend. I actually have an order when that number came out. I'm like, if we go down far enough to hit support on Alphabet, I'll just go ahead and take that, 139.5. But bounce off the 50 period, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days in a row to the upside since holding the 200 period on Alphabet. So there's going to be, I think there's opportunities in both directions. I don't think it's definitive enough. And everyone will overreact to an 830 number. And I feel like this reaction is proof of that.
Just reading about, speaking of electric vehicles here, just reading some details about BMW over in Germany trading higher today. Their deliveries totaled 2.5 million, it looks like. Premium vehicles were delivered to customers in the year to the end of December 2023. So beat for BMW, another automaker looking to go all electric as well. Here's BTC. I saw a couple of people mentioning some of the equities related. Bitcoin not really doing much, still hanging out top end of the range here, but tight daily candle so far for Bitcoin, down slightly to start. But yeah, I guess some of the equities worth having a look at once again today.
The only one that's green on my chart right now is MicroStrategies. Wow, what a move up for MicroStrategies. Michael Saylor taking to the airwaves yesterday and basically calling all us fiat currency holders the future poor, I guess, or in some sort of way. With respect to what it's doing on the day, they announced a $500 million senior note, and it's up about 1 1/3% on that news.
Yeah, just seeing for BMW, just going back to that again, the operating margins in the quarter, 9.8% versus 8.9% expected.
Not bad.
That's not bad for them.
Not bad at all.
Yeah, that's okay. I mean,
I didn't even hear, what was the number? 9% versus 8% of what?
9.8 versus 8.8 for operating margins.
Oh,
I mean,
margins.
that's good. No, that's
right.
definitely good.
Yeah, we'll
no
take
question
that.
about that. I mean, the thing is, you started with crypto, and then like I had like a daily chart of BTC up. So yeah, that margin number is exciting. But when I'm looking at a chart of Bitcoin, it's obviously a little bit more exciting than that. Let's be real for a second. But you know, we keep talking about this, and it's not the same for the miners. And if you look at Mara, I'm not getting away from this well. It flat bottom broke as Bitcoin's making highs, going into the halving. This has been under pressure. It also had the offering. Since earnings, this has been flushing, and it flat bottom broke a couple days ago and has just been trending lower. Ended up closing on the bottoms. So I just want to continue looking for shorts. Maybe it's 21. The $20 level in the afternoon was a good one. And this little 19.25, it could flat bottom break as well. And if Bitcoin were to pull back, that's just another reason that I think this one can be continue to be under some pressure. So I think there's just always ideas in both directions, because as strong as Bitcoin and crypto has been in general, you have had some weakness in this. And I mean, Coinbase as well. Coinbase, despite everything, was weak as well yesterday. What's going on with Tesla?
Tesla there might be, Brendan, there might be news on Tesla, Brendo. Tesla right now is very, very aggressive. Tesla straight up $3 right now to the upside. I understand the market is going here, but Tesla's really starting to go. So just watch out for that. I'm still going to be off looking at that 172 level. Hopefully it doesn't blast up too high here. Maybe we got to get an order out.
No, this is a lot of volume.
There has to be news here on this. So Brendan will get this for us in a minute, but I'm just going to set up my order just in case we do blast higher here, because I don't mind the short. Okay, what I wanted to say was about crypto. If I ever tell you I'm selling anything, go in there and buy it immediately. You could see here, I told you yesterday we sold some Solana at 154 or 157. It's 170 right now. Solana starting to go. This now is your altcoin movement. Solana is starting to go. Look at Ethereum down, Bitcoin down, basically, over the last 24 hours, flat. That'll probably turn red. Solana up 11, Cardano up 3.5, Doge up 8, Avalanche, Shiba, Inu, Polkadot, Polygon not, but all these other names starting to go right now. So watch out here. Altcoin season may have just started. Who knows? Solana as high as 250. We talked about Cardano up to 78 cents now. This is getting real juicy here for some of these altcoins. So I just wanted to bring that to everybody's attention. And then I want to thank Chris Brecher last night on the recap show, because he discussed the halvening. And he showed us the last time we halved in Bitcoin, the hash rate there. Mara actually went down, I think it was 50% on that the following month. And he looked at Riot and Mara. So be aware of that. I'm glad Neil brought that up. But Mara right now, definitely in a down draw. and we're gonna have to figure that all out. I'm not smart enough to figure that one, but Chris Bretcher did some work for us yesterday on the recap show, so go find that if you are interested. But again, if you're that interested in Bitcoin and stuff like that, then you know sort of about this event, and hopefully if you're invested in it, you're properly ready for this, because 72,000, we've seen Bitcoin drop $10,000 in an hour, $5,000 in 5 minutes watching it here. So you got to be very, very careful with those investments. I'm recently in iBit, and I did sell some Solana yesterday at 154, and now it's at 170. So there you go. But all right, let's go back to the desk and start watching some of these stocks. As there goes Tesla. We just talked about it, man. I don't know, Brendan and Sharif, if there was news there. No, so just a nice excited move to the upside. And in fact, sometimes you don't need news when there's certain people in there buying. So we'll go back over to the desk and find out.
Weird time to have bought.
I know, what's up with that?
I still don't see anything. If there isn't anything, let's go back to the desk.
Yeah, I mean, there was a note on Elon talking about AI, but nothing significant, nothing that he hasn't done before. Hey, there's Luis Barbato joining us from the Barcelona Real Trading Office. Good to see you, Luis. Welcome.
Welcome, Brennan. How are you?
Fantastic. A lot to discuss here. We were just touching on crypto there, Bitcoin as well. Not really doing anything this morning, but obviously huge move up over the past couple of weeks and months. Robinhood out with a better than expected report after the close yesterday. Back higher to start here in the pre-market this morning. Give me your thoughts here to start things off here on Robinhood.
Yeah, very good earnings on Robinhood. It's been pushing for many, many days. It's around 100% up already for the last weeks. Very good news. Let's see how is the level 2. If we have enough bids and offers and enough movements, enough noise, as we like to call it. So buyers and sellers coming in, not taking only one side trending movement. Let's see how it behaves when the market opens. So far, I don't like the level 2 kind of moves. So I need a little bit more crowded bids and offers there. If it gets crowded when the market opens, we will see some short sides against the resistance of the double top we made pre-market.
When you say something like that, I don't like the level 2. Is that a liquidity issue, or is it a lack of interest issue at this point?
Well, right now it's pre-market. It it's hard to forecast how it's going to look when the market opens. But right now it's very, very thin. I mean, we rarely have bids and offers. Only 100 shares on each side, 6, 7, 8 cents of a spread. So it's a little bit tricky to find the right timing to go in the trade with a decent risk. So I need every bid and every offer at least to have 500, 1,000 shares per side, so we can go with enough decent sizing.
All right, lots of other ones moving around here this morning as well, including some AI-related movement again this morning. SoundHound back to the upside. We had BBAI, I saw, was pretty active here to start as well. I mean, this group just continues to march higher. Is there a point at which you start looking on the other side of the trade to the downside?
Absolutely, mainly in Sound today. We're looking for a short. I already took a short against the 10 resistance around level 10. I'm getting out 950, 940, 930s. I think we're ready to look for the backside on Sound against this 10 resistance. It's hard to say, but I don't think we're going to see new highs today on Sound. The pre-market seems kind of exhausted for the buyers, so we're going to look for shorts on the short side on Sound. On the other way, on BBAI, on DFAI, we're looking for these round levels to break. On BBAI, we have the 3 round level. If it breaks 3, we can go higher and higher. And on DFAI, we had the 4 round level, which is a multi-day break. I think if you put like hours or even days, you see it's a multi-day break. So if it goes over 4, we might see a lot of buyers coming in.
When it comes to anything else moving around here this morning, I mean, there's lots. We're going to touch on UiPath here coming off their earnings report. A little bit higher price there, though. But is that something that you'll take a look at today in PATH?
PATH, I haven't checked this one, sorry. Was not on my radar so far. Yeah, it's a little bit more expensive stock. We need some more volume so far, not enough volume. Earnings report as well. not the kind of stock we like here in the office due to the price, to the level actions. Not gonna take on this one side.
Perfect. Anything else catching your eye here this morning, Luis?
We have one Hong Kong crazy shit running. CCTJ is moving right now up. How much? It's right now. It's not much. I think it's 30% up. But if we break highs, this stock has gone crazy a couple of weeks ago. I think I remember. Let me check on the charts. We have one crazy movement to $30. So be aware of this. If we have some volume coming in, remember Chinese stocks for the last weeks has gone crazy on the long side. Huge runner. So if we consolidate over this 430, 420 area and we break 440, 460, we might go higher and higher. There is no limit, remember, for Chinese stock when it goes up. So be careful with this one sorting.
Yeah, I was just trying to find the float on this. It's not a lot, I would imagine. Did you have it?
It's 2 million float.
Yeah, 2 million.
I think, yeah.
One of those, again, great stuff. Luis Barbato.
1.4 on dilution tracker. I would trust more dilution tracker than other sites.
Yeah, a teeny tiny one, anyways, for that CCSC Technology International Holdings, whatever on earth that is, as you put it so well.
No one knows, right?
Great stuff. Luis Barbato joining us from the Real Trading office over in Barcelona, Spain. Have a great Thursday.
Thank you very much, Brennan. Have a nice day.
Yeah, that's what I love about Luis. You know what though? The best part, like low key, the best part of Luis coming on is you heard when Brendan brought up UiPath. You know, quite frankly, like Luis is like, that's not something that's in our toolbox. Not toolbox, but it's just not something that interests us because your style of trade is your style of trade. If you want liquidity, if you want the low float runners, if you want those types of plays like the CCTGs apparently, the SOUNs, then that can be a different ball game from trading like a UiPath on earnings. It's just not going to trade the same, or a Robinhood on earnings. So you've got to sort of stay to your own zone. I saw the float as even smaller. Like I saw 1.3 million share float on this. So either way, it's going to be a really tiny one on CCTG. On that pop in Tesla, by the way, which we were saying didn't seem to happen on any news, I just took the opportunity to get on the offer. I was going to short Rivian anyways. So I saw that happen. Rivian kind of went up a little bit on sympathy into afternoon's close and resistance. And there's already a seller. Like afternoon's close is 71, and there's already somebody sitting at 71. So I'm shorting back into this and probably giving it to 1180. Just given the fact, I mean, Tesla is now green on the day. And just because Tesla's good, A, doesn't mean Rivian should be any good. And B, I'm just not completely convinced the shorts are done here. We'll keep our ear to the ground to see if there's actually anything happening on that Tesla move. Because the volume, I mean, when I was looking at the level 2, like the volume and the weight and the velocity and the fact that it's even holding up here and didn't snap back down a couple of dollars kind of suggests that something's up, or there's certainly some buyers down there. I mean, I have to change. Sometimes you got to change your plan on the fly, but I'm not changing the plan on Rivian just yet.
Yeah, thanks, Luis, for coming through again, talking about some of those names. And it just goes back to the things that we're always talking about, different styles. He likes to look at those sort of low float, names that are extended or moving around on news. So just another one of the strategies you guys can have at Real Trading. So Luis there in Barcelona. So there we go, another example of a Real Trading office. And thanks, Luis. And it was just a couple of days ago that he was showing us around his new office. I think it was a couple weeks ago, and that was really sweet. So thanks for that, Luis, and thank you for hopping on again and showing us a couple different styles of trading and some things that your office there in Barcelona is looking at. And if you want any information how to join Luis's office, go over to Real Trading or just tweet at Trader TV Live, and we'll be able to forward it to you. I think it's AD Trading, but I don't want to. Yeah. Anyways, let me know if you need his information. I'll get it to you. To the desk or to Adara? Let's go to Adara then.
Goldman Sachs, your first upgrade of the day from Daiwa Securities. Oracle getting upgraded by Argus and trading slightly higher. This one had a pretty strong earnings report earlier this week. Another post-earnings upgrade here is UiPath getting upgraded from JP Morgan Chase, and Argus giving an upgrade here to Marathon Oil. For downgrades, Chubb, first one up here. Price target increase from 238 to 275, but getting downgraded to neutral by Citigroup. Oshkosh getting downgraded here by Truist. Truist also downgrading Cummins. And last but not least, Spruce Biosciences here trading much lower here and getting a downgrade from H.C. Wainwright, guys.
All right. We'll talk a lot of, I mean, anything on there catching your eye, first of all? Nothing standing out a lot, but.
Not really, Brendo. Yeah, just the upgrade there to Goldman Sachs, which was interesting. We see, they focus a lot on deal making. We haven't seen too many IPOs this year, so we'll have to watch what the launch pad is.
Yeah, relative strength yesterday in banks in general across the board. So we'll see if they participate a little bit more today again. Coin here, I just noticed on a volume spike through 250. Actually broke 250, but just took it back. I mean, Bitcoin's still not really doing much here, guys, but some of these equities downside so far.
It doesn't matter.
So Goldman Sachs, it's a flat top break that I don't know if there's any catalyst that's going to get it to break this flat top, because maybe that's why Sharif was interested in that one as well, and that one was the top of the list. So like this, again, sometimes we get a chance to talk about these, sometimes we don't, but like if that's not at least remotely interesting as a trader, I don't know what we're looking at, and maybe it's not. These wick highs are like 97 and 98. Maybe it's just if it gets over $400. I think that's going to be worth a look. We like flat top breaks. We like flat bottom breaks. I think it sort of behooves you to be interested in those ones. So I don't know what you think about that Goldman, but I haven't called this stock up probably in this year, and so when I saw it on that upgrade list, it's just so obvious. And the 50 period has been hugging as well. So even if it goes down, you got to look at 385 and say, hey, why wouldn't you play that trend? It's not just, this is the breadth of this rally is probably a little bit better than I think some people realize when you're only looking at these tech names all over the place. So it's a pretty good looking flat top break. I just don't know if that catalyst is going to be enough to get it over the hump. That's all.
Yeah, so in disappointing news of the day for me, I just looking it up right now. I don't have any Goldman Sachs left, but I looked it up. So I sold. I've already talked about this. I'm very light now in JP Morgan as it just keeps on going higher, and I've been raising some capital in some of these names. So we've already sold. We sold some of this in the 390s, all of it basically. This was the bank that I had owned for quite a long time. We had sort of talked about buying. I only ever owned 2 U.S. banks ever. It was Goldman. Well, and then Neil was like, "What about SoFi?" So I do still have SoFi, which is so stupid. But anyways, we were buying this one a long time ago. I can't even remember the levels. But as soon as we broke through this 380 and then we started to bounce around here 390, I'm out of this name. But I do think that you could get back into it. I remember at the beginning of the year, I wasn't super happy with XLF, and I thought, okay, is it breaking out or is it not? And I sold. So I did sell this name at the end of January or somewhere in here. I'll look up the price, but probably around 390. Just saw this huge run up, and really, I'm out of Goldman Sachs. I thought I still had a small piece left, but I don't. So I may get back into this. I think that Neil's probably right. You got to look at these names when you break through key levels. $400 has to be there. As a day trader, though, you got to look at spread. And right now, this is $1. So I'd say get interested up at 400. It looks like it wants to go. And JP Morgan, thankfully, we still have a piece left on this one. But I am like over the moon at how some of these names have reacted. We looked at Williams-Sonoma that we'll talk about soon on that kind of a run. But is a bank supposed to do this? I mean, this is 138 all the way up to 191 and change, still paying a solid dividend. What hurricane, Jamie Dimon? A couple about what, a year and a half ago, he's like, oh, there's a hurricane coming. Yeah, what's up with that? Huge move to the upside for JP Morgan. Congratulations, anybody that's in any of these names. And a lot of us are either in individual names or in ETFs like the XLF or other ones that exist out there. The KRE would be the regional bank. But look at XLF. It's the same thing. It's not the same thing, but it's close. All the way to the upside. These financial markets just keep improving, I guess, right? Economy pretty strong, apparently. We've had now something like 25 months of under 4% unemployment rate, something like that. So, I mean, the market keeps getting stronger. Rates still staying high. I don't know what to think, but I always think the banks are overdone, but I just keep getting proved wrong.
All right, let's get into everything else. Is there audio on that now? Okay, never mind. Let's get into everything else that we need to know here at 9 o'clock. Sharif's going to kick things off with a look at the futures.
We are on the new contract, guys. Don't forget, this is the June 21st contract. We've rolled now from the March 1 to the June 1. So with respect to the closing print yesterday, 52.32, that's where we closed off at. Let's say that 50.50, still a key level of resistance. Haven't been able to close above this level on the 4-hour. Let's go ahead and say 52.25 for support. That was the low end of the range yesterday.
If you haven't done so, make sure you grab that. Super easy. Scan that QR code or go to the watch list, tradertv.live. That exact pop-up will appear. And all you have to do is enter your email address, and then it shows up in your inbox every morning. 2 days in a row here, setting up to be. Anyways, 2 days in a row here, downside for NVIDIA. 1.6% right now under pressure. Prominent Chinese analysts coming out this morning suggesting the GH200 shipments have been slower than expected. Say it isn't so for NVIDIA at this point. Also, Google, Intel, and Qualcomm have expressed their intentions to challenge NVIDIA. No. What's happening?
They want to take part of the 92% market share that they have, Brendo. I mean, everybody's going to be clawing at market share here. So we'll have to wait and see. And Jeff Bezos, famously said, your margins are my profits. So obviously, you're going to have the Intels, the AMDs coming for this to try to take some market share. But don't forget, next week, 4 days in a row, Monday to Thursday, we have that NVIDIA conference. Keep your eye out for new product reveals, and obviously we're going to have price action.
As we sit here, trying to get back to the upside right now, 900 was that key level yesterday.
Been slowly going down. What's up, Randy?
Randy brought the coffee, so cheers on coffee and everything like that. I wanted to ask Randy, we've just been talking here to Randy, and thank you to Ramin for letting me know that I don't have my earpiece in, so that was really good. I was like, I'm losing, my hair, but am I losing my mind as well? Randy, Fisker, apparently possible reports coming out of the Wall Street Journal of bankruptcy potentially imminent right here. If you look at this daily chart, I mean, here it is right here. I was just saying to Neil and to Randy, do we just buy puts on Rivian, Lucid, what's the other one? I mean, Ride is down, Workhorse, or Nikola, Polestar, everything. I mean, this was $7, Randy, back in October. Yeah. Now down to 18 cents. You mentioned Nissan. Are you hearing anything on that? Or
I haven't heard anything since that little. It was a rumor. I don't see any harmony there. I don't. The Japanese operate in a different manner. Mm-hmm. Nissan could use some EV technology, but this is Henry Fisker's second dance. Right. It doesn't look good. I mean, they've got my $100, but hey, the Ocean's a great vehicle, but there's a lot of things that are wrong here. Excellence in execution is how you get this done, and I just don't see them having it. If they don't find a bailout or a bond issue to get this off the ground, I don't see it happening. So it's unfortunate because they had a lot of good things going, but here we are.
Randy, you can't be that smart and start talking about bond auctions and all that kind of stuff. That is like way too next level for us. So, but yeah, look, here we go again, man. 18 cents, looking to go lower. So I would agree with you. Maybe we don't touch this until we get some positive news here.
Unless there's some magic bailout of some sort, I don't see this ending happily.
People want to know, why is Randy kept in the back? What projects are you working on right now?
I know what you're working on. We know what he's working on, but we're not supposed to.
What, that room? He's not in that room. We have other people working in that secret room.
Saw you in there once.
I think Randy's building some Bitcoin mining machines or something there in one of these.
Oh, that's what we should.
Remember, me and Randy, I'm gonna out us now because nothing's gonna happen to us. Maybe. Randy and I had discussed about 5 years ago. Remember, we were gonna try to sneak some stuff into the server room and use the power from this place and start to mine coins and just not tell anybody?
I hate to break it to you. There were some traders that talked about doing the same thing on the trading floor too. And I'm like, you realize, of course, like you can't.
These are the minds that we have.
Like you're not getting.
You gotta hustle.
You're not getting away with that though.
The hustlers.
We're the hustlers.
What's XOM doing?
But just to protect Randy, I suggested it. He said
XOM.
no immediately. Okay.
Always
so
about XOM. See, you know, Randy.
He wants to change the subject real quick.
No, but Randy loves his XOM, and it's up at
110, Randy.
110, baby.
Man, this guy was over here. This guy not only talking about EVs, but this guy's all about the energy space as well. Randy, man, we were talking about this thing at $97.
Yeah.
Oh man,
Back above the 200
this is the
period.
market that we're in, boy. Randy is the man in the back. All right. More information about your secret project coming soon
I don't know how
to
secret it is
Netflix
anymore.
near you.
Which is also at the high. Netflix is flying the last couple days.
Oh man. All right, I'm gonna write this sticky note because we got to get this out.
XOM is actually looking
Mining
fantastic.
Bitcoin.
Fantastic. Up at $110. That looks pretty good. It's in the midst of a breakout.
I know.
Why are we looking at energy? This got room.
We were. I mean, we
There's
were looking
room.
at CVX.
But the problem with CVX is CVX lost the Permian Basin deal, and I forget the name of the company. I should remember it. And XOM got it. So XOM is just a little bit stronger than CVX because of that. So CVX has gone off the bottom as well, but it hasn't continued its breakout because they're losing that deal. I mean, they're still both good. It's just XOM's been that little bit better for that reason. I guess we're supposed to go back to the desk and
Yeah, I feel like Randy got mad at me there for outing our secret plan. Okay, yeah, so XOM, I mean, great bottom there. Unfortunately, I've just hold what I have there, and I've been buying the XLE, as you guys know, which has also been performing quite well. All right, let's go back to the desk because we didn't even talk about NVIDIA there, by the way, or anything else. Let me just look at NVIDIA real quick right there because Randy showed up with the coffees and changed everything. Yesterday, we took $9.50 on NVIDIA, so we have basically 3 separate trades of $3 each trade. Pretty much. We talked about that yesterday. We had this short rate here at 900 at 1 o'clock. That went right into VWAP. We talked about that. Then we had some longs yesterday in there, and we got out at, remember we were buying these dips into 905 right at the end of the day, and we got a 909.50, and we were really happy with that. So that turned out to be good. And then we had something else. I believe we had, anyways, I'm not sure where we had another one, but we had 3 trades yesterday, and I kind of want to do the same thing here today. Let's just make sure that we can get above the 200 period before we do anything. So right now that's sitting at $900. For me, I think it's a short today because we're short against the market. I'm going to keep it that simple, Neil. I'm not going to try to do anything crazy here. NVIDIA's down 1.5%. The market's positive. So I'm just going to roll with negative sentiment until we get above 900.
I've made one trade in the last 3 days that I've done 3 times, or 4 days in NVIDIA. And it's been if it shows a double top into a flat top and then triple the 3rd time is a breakout. So I had it here, and of course, when we did it on the 11th, this was that top, it broke out, and guys, you scalp it and it ends up being the right decision there. But when we took it here, I scalped the trade in the first $6, and then it goes higher. Yesterday was exactly the same thing. It made a bottom. There's 1, there's 2, higher low, triple top, breakout. So we're just gonna wait. If that setup happens on NVIDIA, I'll go long that setup. If I don't see that setup, then I probably don't trade NVIDIA and I go to short something else. Intel is a continuation play from yesterday. So there's your lower high at 43.85. I don't think we see 44 today, or 45 today, 44. That also works as well. So I want to short pops in Intel. And then AMD was just a little bit weaker. This 196, we shorted it early yesterday and then kind of got away from it because we were trading other things. I mean, Mara was okay, Rivian was good, but AMD wasn't quite the exact same level up here, but it was the general 196, 197 area. So on a pop, I'd want to short some AMD. This has been still in the midst of a pullback. Like that one last hurrah over $200, but really this seems like it's pulling back to prior resistance, which was 185. Short the pops.
All right, we'll touch on Apple here. It was trying to hold on to, I mean, it's still positive on the day, but coming back in here pretty heavily through 172 right now. Shout out to Trade Ideas. Great feature on Trade Ideas. If you haven't done so, use the QR code bottom right corner right now. Grab a copy. This is 1 month worth of data. So Apple down 6.23% since February 14th. has not been positive. You were just making the case around that 180 mark. As soon as that went, there wasn't really much to talk about.
It was consecutively lower highs with that 180 acting as a flat bottom. Typically, we know what that is. Usually, we give way eventually at that 180 level. We'll see how far we go here on Apple. But with respect to the headline today, it was really Foxconn coming in with better than expected guidance for 2024. They're really here praising AI servers. It's not really the smartphone segment of their business that's really bumping up the guidance here, Brendo. But with respect to guidance, they're looking at revenue growth of more than 40% this year. We'll have to see how much they can hang on to with respect to margins, but that's huge.
Yeah, if you zoom out a little bit on the daily chart, still just kind of inside of the range here around this 172, guys, doesn't look good for Apple.
Doesn't it, though? I don't know.
Apple? Yeah.
I mean, look, what am I supposed to pretend that the daily chart? That's the thing about the chart. You can't hide from it. Like when we did that SoFi Robinhood comparison, like you could say all the things you want to about SoFi, whether you like it or not, and think it has a chance to go. But when you pull the chart up, the chart's going to speak for itself, and you can't lie your way around that or rationalize yourself around it. So it doesn't look great for Apple. However, I'll give you two things. One, we haven't broken the October low, so that's not bad. And the second part is, if you look at the recent range, hey, these wicks were gone before. What's interesting is, this week the wicks are gone. About 160, you have this 169 dip. There was that one dip underneath 170, and then since it got reclaimed, that 169, it's held some support. It didn't really do a great rally off 171 yesterday, but for all intents and purposes, it did hold that level. So I think working back in there can be a decent bounce play for Apple. You can clearly see that 174 afternoon short 2 days ago is resistance, so 74 gives you a tradable level as well in the other direction. Like I think you can look both ways here because I got too hung up on looking for that breakout at 74 that afternoon. It was a short like 4 or 5 times before then. So you got resistance at 74, which is clean. If it breaks out there, I think you can go for longs over. And you got to be patient. I don't know if I want to be buying dips until it's at least, maybe even underneath 171. That was the better way to go. If you longed in front of 171, it wasn't great, but underneath 171 into 170 half was a little better for Apple. So I like the positive note from Foxconn, and they are gapped up here. But with the market looking a little bit heavy-ish after that number, I think you got to be patient. Got to be really, really patient. You had to be very patient the last 2 days on those dips because it has fallen at open twice in a row.
Yeah, so we actually, we just put the sticky note out. We had the same thing on it today as we did yesterday. That was Apple 171. But as Neil mentioned, the same thing happened yesterday where we just tanked into 172. And we were buying 172s yesterday and had to get out of that one before realizing that 171 was the jam. So we bought 171s yesterday and we got them out. We got them out up here for 20, 30 cents, and then eventually was able to hold them through VWAP and then up to the 50 period and then got the last piece out when we broke a little bit lower. But what I just wrote down on the sticky note today is something that's very, very simple, okay? And it's not rocket science. It's just, first of all, we have Apple up here, right? Positive news with Foxconn. That's it. Look at this. Take the long ahead of 170, 171, and hold it for a late day pump like we have had. It seems like we always get Apple, and then this happens near the end of the day. So here's a nice move down, right? Here's a nice move down yesterday. This is the day before, right? The day before that, again, here's the move down. It doesn't bottom till about 11 o'clock, but then you get going a little bit, end of the day higher. This day didn't really work out, but there's the late day pump into 230. So here's the move down early, and there's the pump late. Sure, it fades off at the end of the day, but if you can try to hold on to Apple, I feel like this 170 area, 171, is definitely something that you want to put big shares on. I mean, look at it down here yesterday. Why does it crash into this level and then hold it? So again, I talked about this with BPI behind me here. If we break through 170, then we say, okay, that's a big level. It broke. We tried this level here, and it didn't work. So I think this is worth trying here today on Apple. Positive Foxconn catalyst. The market's trying to figure out what it wants to do. But remember, if the market comes screaming in, Apple's not going to be able to defend anything. So we're going to wait to see about that 171 level. If it breaks like this 170, what is this? 170.80, then you get out for a 20-cent hit. Even if you have 2,000 shares or something, it's $400. Okay, you know, you regroup that and then you have your 170 level. I think Apple's worth it down here at 170, and honestly, this could be a very, very big trade today. Let's see what the market thinks.
All right, let's go to Tesla on a bounce here. Still haven't found any reason for this. I mean, there wasn't a heck of a lot of volume behind that, but nice pop back above 168 there, trying to hold our 168.5. That's 1 month. I was reading this morning that it's the two worst stocks in the S&P this year, Boeing and Tesla. Tesla down more than 30%. So that's, I mean, if you came in January 1st and said,
Yep.
Boeing and Tesla are going to be the two worst stocks going into the end of March. That's a surprise.
It's a statement. Well, I think Boeing deserves it. Tesla, I think, is just a product of the economic environment, Brendo. But let's talk about what UBS said today about Tesla. They're trimming their price target from 225 down to 165. It's basically their Q1 delivery forecast. They're trimming that down from 466,000 cars they think Tesla's going to deliver in Q1 down to 432. They're also saying that the cut is driven by slower demand in Western countries, intense competition in China, and the expectations that there's going to be very limited Model 2 unit deliveries in 2025. So they think that the growth here is going to be more of a 2026 story, Brendo.
Yeah, a few cautionary notes as well from analysts this morning once again. But here we are, guys, back higher again for Tesla.
Yeah, it's like this move is actually getting interesting. Like, it just bounced. Not that it matters VWAP this early in the day, but Tesla did, for what it's worth, bounce off VWAP just now. So there's a little bit of juice to whatever is causing this to go to the upside. Look, it was a flat bottom break, that 72 level yesterday, and then you can see what happened there. So that's still the big level. Let me just draw the line back. So you have to hit save, Neil, after you draw the line. So I'll just hit the save and make sure that stays around. So that was the flat bottom break yesterday. I might prefer Rivian now short because of what we just saw in Tesla. That move upside gave shorts in front of Sevi and Rivian. He was able to get some out 60s, able to get some out 55s as well, short here at 66. And this is just following along the lines of what we were just talking about. At least Tesla makes money, so all the weakness in the EV space, with them, you can figure, well, you can hold on to Tesla for a few years and it'll probably be okay. It's not the same proposition for all of the other EV names. Some of them, it's not just Fisker. Others will not survive too. And we don't know who they're going to be. So I think it's easier maybe to look at those where you can for some shorts. I mean, Tesla's going to give you great opportunities as well, but I don't know why Tesla spiked up there in the first place. So I'm shorting this back into 1180. Tesla has to wait for 72. And I didn't get a chance to mention this when Randy came in, but I don't wonder. Like we showed that Fisker chart when it made the fresh low and broke down, and then just how it slid towards penny stock status. Lucid is getting really close to just sliding right down to the fresh low at 250, and it's now within 10% of that. This gets to 250 and breaks it one day. I think you got to be looking at Lucid, which is like it's on the precipice of another like big breakdown. It's a slow grind, and when it accelerates, I think you want to be there. So the EV names, I still think they're shorts until proven otherwise. If you're going to lose on a short, at least it should be with the trend, you know. And these have been clearly trending.
Okay, Tesla, yeah. So we wrote down Tesla. I was still looking at Apple here. We wrote down Tesla on the sticky note of 172. It was my number one name yesterday. We shorted 176 yesterday, right there. Sorry, that's not yesterday. This is yesterday. So we shorted right there 175.50 into 176. That's the level we wrote down yesterday for a short. But right now today, you see this 172 area? We couldn't bust through there. We were short in the afternoon as well. Tesla was my number one stock yesterday. We had 3 or 4 shorts. We played it back to VWAP. We played it back to VWAP, and then we shorted in here at 172, only to see it collapse in and then come in today and see it at 166. Sometimes holding overnight is good. Sometimes it's not. If you play the Tesla trend, it's been really red. So we were like panicking there in the pre-market when Tesla was starting to run a little bit. But I'm still sitting there. I'm still sitting at 172. I like the short. What I wrote down is if we get going and break this like 172.50, then let's get out. But now that I see this 173 and Tesla's sort of settled down, I think we're going to cancel our stop was at 172, and I'm going to put it up here at 173. I really feel that we want this to break in order to be wrong. So let's see if we get a bump up. We'll start the shorting probably around 170. But again, let's see what happens here off the open. It's been pretty violent moves. Like yesterday, the short was great, but we had to go up first $4. So let's see if that happens again here today. We're sitting at 172 now. Could be a little bit, a little bit too high. But we'll wait to see what happens with Tesla today. Been weak. Follow the trend because, as they say, that is also your friend.
We've heard.
Just be aware, guys. There is a SpaceX launch happening in 6 minutes.
Wow.
So the countdown is on here for that's a really cool shot. There's like crazy drone shot happening on this. So just be aware. 6 minutes until that is happening. We probably shouldn't show too much of that, guys. So just be aware. All right, let's talk about UiPath. Coming off earnings report. Hold on, I gotta shut this off. It's playing in my ear. There we go. Let's talk about UiPath to the upside this morning, coming off better than expected earnings report for this one today.
Yeah, Brendo, they really did well here. I mean, earnings grew 37.5% year over year. Look at revenue, grew 31.5% year over year, well exceeding expectations. The guide, though, a little bit suspect here. So they're looking for Q1 revenues to be in the range of 330 to 335. The street was looking for 347, so a bit of a miss there, Brendo, but they like where they're going into the 2025 year.
Yeah, 2550 trying to hold here as far as support for Path today.
He says, my daughter's gotten into that term, and so it's like she's a little bit late to the party, but there are so many things that are sus, including her bedtime right now, which is a lot of fun. And the thing about UiPath, I know Louis said it's not in the toolbox to trade. On earnings, it is something that we are interested in. What I think at least looks a little bit decent here, I just want to double check. It was 7.5% short float. No, sorry, check that. That was something else. It was 4% short float, so pretty small. But it broke out off $25. So $25 looks like the level that you should be concerned with today. And it did this. It looked at 8:30 and at 8 o'clock. When the numbers come out, you're going to get these spike moves. But that's right off 25 even. So I think this is an obvious. If it can hold 25, look for the longs on UiPath. And if it's breaking that, it's going to threaten to go red. So you want to see it try to hold green, and then it can be a potential break at the open. The downside is it's the kind of stock that I would have suspected would have a bigger short float. And if it was a 10 to 15% short float, it'd be near the top of the list. But it's a 4% short float. So for me, it ends up near the bottom. Like, I'm just going to like Rivian and Apple and Tesla and NVIDIA and AMD and Intel a little bit more than sticking around on the bid at 25 on UiPath at the open. But it's showing you that level already. So I think that's where you should be watching.
Yeah, we talked about Path yesterday, obviously, on the show. Make sure I'm not muted, or I am muted here. I went to go, you know how we have those little egg things? I just went to go see if there's any there. They're gone, those omelet things.
Oh, they go fast.
These guys are ruthless. All right, Sharif. Sharif took 27 of them. All right, so right here, I only said 27 because I'm looking right at $27 right here. So UiPath, again, it had a chance. We talked about this yesterday on the show, on the recap show when they came out with earnings. Great report, up 5%. Seems like it wants to continue to go. The short float's not as big as we thought, up to $28. I feel like if you can break that, then it's a go time. But then we're coming in and we're sort of settling right in the middle. So for me here, it's pretty simple on what I'm going to do. So here we go. This is what was trading yesterday. Look at the expected move on UiPath. 16%. Unfortunately, I can't. It's just goes to go to the right. It's 16%. Like every time I hover over here, I got to get rid of that option. There it is right there. 16% expected move. You're only moving 5%. So, shout out to Daniel Shea and shout out to all the viewers and all of us around here as well. When a stock, Daniel Shea will be joining me tonight, by the way, on the recap show, so check that out. But when a stock doesn't move as expected, I kind of feel like we push back because the options, whoever's in that game, both will be losers, calls and puts. So it probably just goes sideways a little bit. And for me, I'm not smart enough to figure out if this is going to get smashed or not. So I'm going to wait on that because technically it's in the middle and the earnings report put it down only a third of the volatility that was expected. So for me, it's a pass on UiPath.
Under a couple minutes there, if anyone's paying attention to that Starship launch, let's talk Hood here real quick with a few minutes to go here before the open. Back to almost day highs there on that last little pop back to the upside. Nice look, 12% here today off earnings for Hood.
Yeah, this was a success story here, Brendo, and this is not a company that I've previously championed in the past, but listen to this. Assets under custody increasing 16% year over year. Net deposits increasing 29% year over year. Trading volume for equities up 36% year over year. Options contracts 12%. Crypto up 10%. Margin balances as well, Brendo, up 6%. Everything on the up and up in this company. Let's see how they do.
Yeah, as I mentioned, back to almost highs here, guys, for Robinhood today.
Oh, Robinhood.
Almost highs.
Yeah,
well, I guess. I mean, it's
everyone's talking about
at
Soundhound behind us.
Yeah, Soundhound's making some power moves, but Robinhood, like this is going to open up at fresh highs. I understand it's pulled back off the pre-market, some pre-market levels.
Oh shit!
But at the end of the day, I like it if you can hold on to like the pre-market support levels, then you can start to have a bit of a break. It's 7.5% short float. I kind of got those two mixed up, UiPath and Robinhood. But yeah, I like the fact that it's a bit of a squeeze play. And then it is holding above that obvious even dollar level 19. You got to pull out the weekly chart to even look at anything significant on Robinhood, and even then it gets a little bit ridiculous. So $20 is a biggie. Maybe we see some kind of a push off the $20 level if you're looking for an even dollar break. But you got to go all the way back to like December of 2021 to even see anything at that level, and that was on the way down. It was not even that big of a level, and then it's a big psychological one as well. So I think you can look at the 19 level at the open. A 20 break feels like that'll be a little bit later on that you could look to play that, but you got to go so far back. Who knows how significant that is? Oh goodness!
Right.
Like, you know what though? That's not a surprise. I just saw the imbalance locator on Sean's screen. Any guess what the number one with a gigantic sell is?
Yeah, Fisker is monstrous right now. Remember earnings, so Hood didn't report, they just reported those metrics, but the idea here is, I just want to bring everyone over to Soundhound again, an 18% short float with a buy imbalance right now, so it just, I was just saying, remember the guys behind us are sort of talking about it. It just bounced off this 920, 930 area, hit view up again. I think we could break this 1040, and I'd go long if we broke that. I mean, this is 17 million shares already going. It's taking out new levels right here. I think Soundhound is a long today for sure. Just a matter of where, obviously. There's Fisker. Ignore the 6 million shares. It's not really going to matter. That's going to get absorbed immediately on some of these bids somewhere. The other name I wanted to go to, I don't even see it. Well, first of all, Google shot up. We have the buy down here at 139. I thought it was going to come in. We got 139.90 was the bottom. But this was the name I wanted to show everybody because the only things that we have working on right now, believe it or not, we have Tesla, Palantir long, Tesla, Apple, Google, AMD. So it's a lot of the big names, but they're going the wrong way. We have Tesla as a short. Well, it's already starting to go. So we may have to adjust some of our price areas here, maybe 170.50, something like that for Tesla. Apple starting to go the other way as well. I just put a bid down there for Apple thinking we could get 171. It was at 171.80. It comes with a buy imbalance. So at least we're thinking the same way here as the open market, but we need the market to open to get filled. So we'll wait to see. I mean, we could take pre-market trades, but at these levels, let's let the market settle down here. I might not be in anything too early. I see Microsoft here as a buy as well. Do we have to go back there to wrap this thing up? All right, let's go back because there's only 2 minutes.
All right, guys, we're talking about volatility all week today. No different. Make sure to check out Trading Psychology during volatile markets with Darren and I on how to trade at 11.
By the way, it looks like it's a successful launch. If you're following along, things are looking pretty good so far.
Don't jinx it.
I'm not jinxing it. What I say, look, man, nothing I say is going to matter to what's going on in the upper atmosphere.
I mean, really, do people
on.
believe in jinx?
Let's be real for a second. But it's looking fantastic.
Jinx.
That's always a lot of fun. SpaceX launch right there. You can see there. Now I don't have to talk about something you guys can't see. Going into the open, Rivian just hit 1150 to the downside, so it looks like that is continuing to come down. And now remember, Tesla had that weird move up, and then Rivian just went right into resistance at that same moment. So it's gone 1 point to the downside already. Tesla, with 1 minute to go, has fallen already, like all the way back to where it came from. So it's weird at that moment. I don't know. I kind of felt like there had to be some news, so I went over to Rivian instead. But you should have just maybe shorted some Tesla. Apple's already been talked about, so we think we have that one covered. We mentioned Google. I don't know if we showed a chart. I did miss a dip buy on Alphabet. I like it into yesterday's support level in the afternoon. So right down here, 139.5, bit of a double bottom They're an alphabet. And it's breaking out the top. So just missed that one. We can be patient. Patience is a virtue at the open. You definitely want to pack your patience and make sure that you stick to the prices and the plan that you like. ARM as well will be looking for an opportunity to short, though remember, that actually trended up yesterday. So despite the fact it was a good pop and fade at the open, it did trend to the upside. Want to wait for 135 if we can on ARM. So I think we pretty much covered everything. I don't know if that Starship launch means buy Tesla. It's not necessarily related. SpaceX.
Here we go.
Not publicly traded. Although
Microsoft $1 away from all-time highs.
That's what I'm talking about. And we're going to bring it in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Great recovery,
There we go. Good recovery.
Adara.
We like that
was
recovery
awesome.
right there. Okay, so here we go. Immediately, Microsoft up to the upside, almost took out all-time highs again. Right there, all-time high 421. It's 420.80 is the all-time high for Microsoft. So congratulations if you somehow bought that dip. That didn't even really happen on Microsoft. But here we go, Microsoft trying to go back upside. We'll look at some of these other names that we were looking at earlier, including Tesla.
Yeah, you can forget about Intel.
Right now, we just got SoundHound long at 911.
So about, wow, SoundHound really dipped pretty far there.
Yeah.
Intel is already gone. 43.20 it just hit. So I'm going to cancel my offer in front of the pre-market highs because it's already gone a couple of percentage points to the downside. Rivian is hanging on pretty nicely to 1150. I'm not going to reload unless it's up at the top. Apple's still chilling at 172. So even though it's pulled back $1, it's pulled back off the open. Maybe we look at that pre-market bottom here. But the market is coming back in. We got to be careful.
So we took some out at SoundHound there at 25. We're long at 11, so that's going to be a banger so far. Let's see if it goes higher. We're going to wait for 875 to break. That's all. Pretty simple trade right there. We do want to get some AMD short. Let's go. Go SoundHound. Let's go. Maybe we can get that going into the upside right now for Sound. It does look like AMD is trying to go as well back up to the upside, so we're watching out for that one. But let's go SoundHound. Man, we just bought SoundHound down here at $9, so let's clip it, send this out, and watch out what happens with SoundHound. Now going up to the upside, we have targets here of $9.50, $9.80, $10, $10.40. Let's see where SoundHound goes. Our out is going to be down here at $8.75, taking a piece out of that one. As you're right, Neil, Apple's starting to go, and here goes Tesla, by the way, right back up to day's
AMD's
high again,
flying.
into 170, and AMD's flying.
AMD's at 195, up $2. NVIDIA is barely even moving right now. So this is an AMD story in Techland. And Intel, it just I mean, okay.
Yeah, we are going.
Intel is like through
no doubt
$43 now. It is absolutely flushing. I got Rivian here that's now breaking pre-market lows. I want to get some out in front of the 40 level. So the one short I'm in is continuing to work to the downside. And the market, everything I look at outside of Rivian and Intel looks like it's strong, yet the market is at lows.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
What is going on with AMD here?
All right, so we finally have Tesla here at 170.50. Okay, let's just let's take 50 cents if we can get it. We'll just bid 170, and there it is right there. The party's just starting. I mean, you guys, here's $1. You guys want a dollar club right there. We just talked about that. Let's see what happens now with Tesla. And by the way, SoundHound, it kind of, I mean, this is 56. We're waiting there at 50. Let's see if we get a 50-period moving average right there. Tesla's a different one, man. We'll have to wait. This is not trading the same way it did yesterday, man. So watch out for Tesla. We just took 50 cents, but we are looking for more. We are into AMD short now as well at 195.50. So we'll put the same kind of bid here. If we can get something near 195, we'll take it. But watch out. We wrote down 197 here.
That's on the top yesterday.
Yeah, on the sticky note. So let's wait and be very, very specific with what we're doing because we don't need to get blasted out. But look what's happening right now. You want SoundHound in your life. Well, we got it. So there's SoundHound right now. Nice move to the upside. Let's take a 45 if we can get it. And there it goes. Bang for SoundHound. I told you guys, this is how we trade, man. We trade whatever's moving. And right now it's SoundHound, Tesla to the downside. There goes SoundHound breaking through 950. Let's clip this one, guys. This is a big name here for social media. Up to 27 right here. Let's see what happens now. 27 million shares for SoundHound. AMD starting to go to that 97 level.
Not yet. It's just up, down off 96. I just got in for the first time, waited for it to get to that 96 a couple of times patiently here because the market is down and this is a little bit relatively strong. So if we're going to give it to 97, then we make sure we hold it till that level. Wow, are you kidding me, Apple? All right, we're going to change plan on Apple here. You got to be able to change the plan. We're not going to get that bottom. We got to watch for the higher lows here. 72, 72.5. I'm getting in this one in front of 72.5 on Apple. You're stair-stepping to the upside, and I do not want to miss this ride as Apple looks like it's going to be an absolute rocket ship. Here comes 197 is coming in right now on AMD.
Yes.
The longs I wanted were Google and Apple, and we don't have either one of those two. Apple, we're trying to get on a higher low. Alphabet is now breaking out the top. So let me just cancel. No dip buy is going to happen here. Let's try to get in at 141. That's around VWAP, not that it matters that early.
Yeah, no, we are. We didn't get enough shares up there, unfortunately, at 197, but our average price is 196. So let's see what happens right now on this as it's coming back down. Darn it. I hope you got some decent shares up there because that was a great call. There it is, man. I can't believe we wrote down 197 and the high was 196.95. But there it is right now for AMD. A nice push back down to the downside. And man, are we rocking with that good stuff here on SoundHound. Clip that because here we go. We are long at $9 down into $10. This is a money-making move right here for SoundHound. And by the way, we wrote down 197 on the sticky note. It's at 195.50 right now with a high of the day of 196.95. So let's get to the downside. Oops, Brittany, we're doing it again. Tesla right now, that's $1 in the money as well. Man, we can clip this whole thing. Tesla $1 in the money, SoundHound 50 cents in the money, AMD 40 cents in the money. That's it, BPI. There we go. We're going to go 3 for 3 to start the day. And this is what trading's all about. Enjoy it here at Trader TV Live. That's a $2 winner right there for AMD. So let's see how low we can go.
Love AMD. Rivian just hit 3% down since the open. And Mara, we keep telling you guys Mara's a short. Mara is now at $18. First available pop. That's the plan of action. I'm getting 195s. I'm taking it and running on AMD. And then I'm shorting the first available pop in Mara. This stock is a dog, down 7% already. I'm going to make the assumption that Coinbase is not having a good day either, down at 240. That's a safe assumption. And as far as AMD goes, it's always to target for me. If a stock is trending upside and I catch the top, give me VWAP. I did the same thing on ARM, and I'm going to do it again here today on AMD. Sometimes it's the right call. Other times you could see it continue to blast down, but I'm going to stick to the plan, Stan. And there is strength in the market. Microsoft, Apple, I haven't seen Meta. Apple's actually about to break out this high, so we didn't get that Apple dip buy. The shorts both worked, but we did want 2 longs, and they're now breaking tops. And we don't have them yet, but the day is still early and young. Adara.
Dick's Sporting Goods at new highs and picking up volume here after earnings. DKS beat across the board and higher expectations than expected for the EPS and sales going forward for 2024. So nice look here across the board for DKS, up almost 18%, guys.
Tesla's $2 in the money right now, so we'll face slap there. Thank you so much for that one. Tesla right now down and starting to go lower. We've already taken out right now. Unfortunately, we've taken out 80% of this name. Great move down. We're just going to watch out for that one. SoundHound, we are out of half of this one, but this one is a banger right here, man. We have $1 on a we don't have $1. We have 90 here. Let's make it easy. We have 90 cents on a $9 name. This is a 10% return right here at the high. And by the way, we talked about Microsoft and what it was going to do today. Look at this. It just took out all-time damn highs. This may now be my largest holding. We'll have to check it out. AMD is starting to get back up to that 197 again. So, hey, we'll re-short it. Good out there. I know Neil had some of those outs down there as well near 195. Perfectly done as it gets right back up to the upside. Not quite at a shorting level yet, but we will get out at 197 or so if we break. Maybe 197.20, 197.50 is sort of that top right there. But again, AMD's kind of been a difficult one. Worth reloading there a little bit. We just took a little bit more short up there in the 60s.
Yeah, I just reloaded it off the 50 level on the way back. I tried to get some above 80 and didn't, but I got some at 40. 44 was the reentry on the way back in there, so that's going to be another rinse and repeat. We'll ring the register on that. If it breaks 187, then we just got to get out of it. It looks like Intel's trying to go because the market's catching a bit of a bid. So it's at VWAP. If it gets into like 43.5, 43.40, that's what we'll try to pick it up. But wow. Okay, we got to watch out for AMD here. It might not be a reload the next time. You have NVIDIA almost about to go green here at 905. Oh, but that 900 break looked like it was clean as you know what on NVIDIA. Wow,
Okay,
yeah, that looked pretty clean at 900. If NVIDIA pulls back in and bounces off of $900, I might not want to be in an AMD short much longer. Been pretty good at taking that profit and running, but if we bounce off 900, this thing could absolutely fly. The NASDAQ holding that low now twice off the open, so watch out for those shorts.
Look, I spoke for maybe a minute with Patrick, and I said the same stuff over and over again. Look at this. Tesla short is now $3 in the money. This is what we're looking at today. We're looking at Tesla short and AMD short. We have both of these trades. It's the only two trades we have. Plus, we have $1 in the money. We have 11% up on SoundHound. Look at Tesla. Like, we wanted the short. Look at Tesla just absolutely crank into this bottom. So, I mean, that's all that we have to do is trade the names that we think have catalysts behind them. We saw yesterday that this was a short. Now let's just bid it out here at the 200 period. If we're lucky enough to get that, let's put 250 in our pocket and just worry about it later. So there it goes. It's a nice move down there for Tesla. And boom, that's what we're talking about. Let's go, man. Pound them alarms, because there it is to the downside, 168 and still going on Tesla. We gone. Clean trade there. Let's see what happens next. Adara?
An update here as well from that Starship flight. Apparently the SpaceX Starship flight has surpassed the length of the first two previous tests. So interesting look there. Also, though, worth looking at these small cap hologram related names. Microcloud Hologram, HOLO, running yet again, bolstered by huge interest in social media over the last few minutes. We're talking like every few seconds. We're seeing some tweets there with regards to HOLO. So lots of online excitement for this name. Wimi Hologram, WIMI, another hologram related name that has run with HOLO in the past and is also running alongside it today. HOLO has a float of under 2 million shares. WIMI has a float of about 10 million shares, guys.
I know what I just did. Okay, maybe that's a keystroke error getting out of Google on a 30-cent bounce. We'll take it. It bounced off you up. Sorry about this chart. It's like the only bad wick that I had this morning, so I think things are getting a little bit better. We wanted that dip buy. We ended up scalping it all out when we went to put a stop order in. I'm going to get back on the bid. I still think this is a relatively strong name. Keep things in the pocket. Oh, my number lock wasn't on. I knew. I'm like, what's going on there? All right, now I can get the order out. Got to be careful. If you hit that number lock.
How low did Google go there?
141 teens I saw as the bottom. It's going to be hard to tell, but VWAP is right here at 141 teens as well. So AMD is now holding 196 pretty decently. I just missed a reload, and we're back under 900 on NVIDIA. That's a bit of a good sign. But I just missed a reload. Now it's flying back to the upside. Yep. Cancel offer. I want to try to get a short on the way back down each time, not on the way back up if at all possible. Intel, let's check back in on this. I mean, it can't even get to 43.5. It just got to 43.18 and is already pulling back in. So maybe it's the quarters on Intel. If we're going to get short this weak name, if I'm going to be kind to it, then you might have to just short the available opportunity. You're not going to get the price you want when the market decides otherwise. The other name that we want to the south side is Mara. As you can see, Mara wants nowhere near $19. Looks like 18.5 is the jam, but let me just double check. Oh yeah, IBIT is at the lows. So Bitcoin is actually at the lows of the morning, so worth a short back into 1850 here. Always want to make sure, not that it's been following Bitcoin, but I do want to make sure I'm not going completely against the grain if I'm shorting Mara at the lows. This is what IBIT is doing.
All right, so we only have 20% left to SoundHound. So now if it breaks $9, let's just get out because we are done. This was a great trade for us. So we don't normally trade these names, but I'm glad that we looked at it. I want to thank the guys behind us. I want to thank the guys on the chat because I wasn't really, I mean, we look at SoundHound. We talk about it every day. But today we saw the movement in the pre-market. We liked the volume. We found a level that we liked. We're lucky enough to get it. So we took it all out. Most of the outs are right here at 80. You can see we probably have 3 or 4 outs in here in and around 80. And why was that? Because it was just kind of this past high right there. So that's pretty key for me. And then we came back in, we took VWAP. So in missing the opportunity, to have held on to something like a Tesla that keeps on going to the downside, we now have another dollar right now here on AMD. And we're starting to cash some of that out. As we notice, we just dipped right into this level one more time. So let's put a bid out there. Now let's see if we can hold. We talked about what kind of markets these are, right? These are markets where you can hold for big wins. I'm going to try it here. We only have like less than 20% of this, but we're on this name right now, AMD. Let's see if it cranks. If we get the 200 period, then that'd be good for us, man. 194? I mean, let's see if we get that. Let's put a bid at 194.65 or something like that, and wait to see. Here it comes in right now. Good trade for sure on AMD. And by the way, guys, the number one, well, not the number one, but a trade idea was right here. 197 short. So we have that. The high of the day is 196.95. I mean, we're short right now, 196.64. I feel like we could have got better, but we didn't. So that's the price that we have. Let's see if it goes down right now. It's another good day here.
And just got Mar for the first time. AMD's looking fantastic. Rivian is continuing to basically chill at the lows. I'm looking for another breakdown and then down to $11. Maybe we can get a short back in on VWAP. We're sitting in this one in pre-market. We sat in this one yesterday in the afternoon, 2 days ago in the afternoon. We sat in this one all afternoon short, and it's finally starting to roll over. Mara has been, I mean, I don't know what you guys can see what's happening to Mara. I'm shorting back into 1850. Want to see how far this can go down. BTC's trying to catch a bid off of 41. Oh, yeah, Coinbase is also making a nice bounce here. So Mara's been weaker than Coin. Coin coming into VWAP if you're watching that. My next target on AMD is 194 for me. We took the 195 last time. Now the pre-market breakout price is my next target. I don't want this getting back to VWAP without me taking profit. So we shorted the pops in the right names. Maybe we can... No, we're not getting Intel. I'm now out of AMD again. I like to try to take the targets first time into VWAP. When it broke down the second time, I'm taking it into the next level, which is 194. So I'm ringing the register and moving on to the next. But what an absolute flush job that Intel is. I'm stinking. I can't defend it this time, Sharif, because down 1%, and it's trying to make some kind of a bid here. I only want to be short this name, if at all possible. So I'm going to have to just sit on the offer at VWAP and try to wait for the next setup. All you can do is trade the next setup. If you were sitting in Intel at the open, you're obviously laughing, but that wasn't exactly the plan of action. Just got an 1807 fill on Mara. This is going to be SSR if it breaks 1890, I think. So watch out. When it goes 10% down, you got to watch out for a relief rally.
Guys, we had a great day yesterday. We are infinitely up more than we were yesterday at this point right now, and it's because of AMD and Tesla, by the way. I mean, Tesla would only be right now a $3 winner, but we did take it out right there at 168 for $2.50, but still trying to go there is this name. So, yeah, just kind of saying, stick with what you do and do it the best you possibly can. So we've been shorting AMD yesterday. We both of us are short. We're short. We talked about why we like that level. We hit it, and we're in it. So that's, to me, this is what we want to be doing every single day. SoundHound. Believe it or not, I made just as much money on SoundHound, almost to the penny, as we did on Tesla. So let's slap our face on that one as we get out at $9. So we take an 11-cent hit. I think we got $8.97. So we'll take a 14-cent hit on 20%, and then just enjoy the rest of that move to the upside right there. So this is what we talk about when you're looking at names. Don't get caught like waiting for something to happen. Be aggressive when certain levels are hit. And again, you guys trade it more than I do, but we did really well on this name to get out of it. So I feel like pretty confident on that one. A little disappointed in my reaction to Tesla. Got out of just too many shares there at VWAP, honestly, which only left me with 20%. There goes Tesla to the downside. But you know what, man? We've got a 1, a 2, and an almost $3 winner here in AMD. So let's see how far we can go in, man. You're right down to the 200 period. Next guess, 193. Next guess after that, pre-market low break for advanced micro devices.
And we said be patient. ARM got to 135 just because IPO lockup expiry happened doesn't mean you're going to short every single level. I'm trying to get this at the half. I want it in front of 135. It did the curl. I try to get it on the way back down and not the way up. Keep it in the pocket. Mara's starting to come back in. I'm going to reload that. If I get ARM, you'll see it pop in, and my out's going to be at above 135. Mara's starting to come right back into those 20s and 30s. I'm going to try and reload this. If we get an 18 break, this could absolutely crater. NVIDIA is now at $885 and about to flat bottom break this. This is yesterday's low, 884 and change. If it breaks 884, that could actually be a hammer bottom. Flat bottom break on NVIDIA this early? We'll see. Got to get the order. That was $1.50 right away. You're not getting that, Phil.
Wow. We are $3 plus now in the money here on AMD off of this guy. So big day happening. So again, we talked about having a couple big days recently, and you know, some red days obviously in there as well. And just today, really starting to cash out again, man. That's 173.65 right there. I can't feel any better about that than I do. So let's go over to Palantir now. This was another long that we talked about down here at 24.50. We wrote down 24.50 on the sticky note here as a possible long area for Palantir. The market, though, is under that 18.3. Maybe it is worth a shot all the way down here on Palantir. Let's give it a go and see. We'd be upset if we didn't try it. So here we go. We are trying it right now as it breaks lower. So that's fine. We don't expect to be in and then be out immediately. Let's just wait to see. Here it comes in. So we wanted to start the trade at 24.50. We have 24.35 as a possible bottom here for Palantir. So let's play off this a little bit and see what happens now for PLTR.
880? Are you kidding me? 880 just broke?
Oh, that was yesterday.
Like I was just trying to get an 884 break and couldn't get filled. And this is now 877. Where is that bottom? The other day. Well, not till $860 on NVIDIA. It's already nasty. Hang on to your shorts if you got them at this particular point.
Oh, yeah,
like,
we do.
Yeah, I mean, I'm only short right now. And the only long I had actually scalped out of it. It was probably a good, happy accident, let's call it, on Google to have scalped out of it for accidentally for 30 cents. Apple's still holding that 172. I'm going to let it get to that pre-market low before even thinking about hitting the buy key. And I got to see it bounce first. Google, I'm going to cancel this order at VWAP. Let's see it actually bounce first and then worry about it. If the market's coming down here, and which it is pretty precipitously, the NASDAQ continuing to crater, I'm not going to be sitting on bids. It's not the time to be sitting on bids.
No, I'm actually
well, you can take profits.
Pretty much in agreement with you on that one. But we are now, guys, Quattro +1, 5 in the money. Wow, it was almost. Now it's 450 in the money here. As there, look at AMD. Again, we wrote down. If you're not part of Sticky Note Nation, then you need to be a member right now. S&P futures continuing to fall. Randy turned this guy into a bull, by the way. We were uncertain of what we wanted today. We had talked about that. The PPI came out, and we sort of had flashes of. I still can't believe we dumped Tesla, but that's okay. We have AMD, and AMD is the one. So I don't remember we talked about coming into 191. Like I wish I'd believed it myself. Huge downside move here for this name, and that, of course, the name of AMD still making that move. We are waiting out for a drop. If this drops out, we're out. Right, so if Palantir drops below this level that we just talked about, 35, we're gone. So let's take a shot in the dark here on Palantir for the long. It's just been beat up here. It's down 2 and a bit. These names, it's like a tale of two stories here, because if the market gets weak, they're going to sell some of these high-flying tech names. That's for sure. You know, but if the market rebounds, then we've seen what kind of a move some of these names can have. So we're getting close now to losing our way here on Palantir. So, but guess what? AMD is still cranking.
How is this not halted?
You brought a good point up about NVIDIA. What is that?
How is
SoundHound. Good thing we got the heck out of that one, eh?
I'm trying to figure out why it hasn't halted, but NVIDIA is absolutely getting crushed. Remember, 860, just hold on to your shorts. Mara just broke $18. That had my attention, but NVIDIA just hit 875 and is making a pretty decent bounce here. So if NVIDIA is going to catch a bid, I'd rather short a pop on Intel. I think if it does make a move to the upside, I'm going to look for something in the, if maybe we get 75, 80, something in there. But Mara is now really starting to crank. Level down, you can only take the short that's available. 17 even on the daily chart stands out here for Mara. So I think there could be a couple of levels. It's almost that SSR play. Once it hits 10%, I'm putting an immediate trail. I'm not going long on an SSR bounce, but I am going to try to get out if it goes that 10% and tries to bounce. I didn't see SOUN halt at any point in that pullback, so I mean, I guess it must have bounced off the bands or whatever's going on, but that's why you got to have an out on these small cap names, as we're still flying to said downside. The market is continuing to churn, so it's not a place, I think, to get early bounces. I said I'd wait for 172 on Apple. Apple bounced at 172.30. Apple's back above VWAP. So I think Apple is still relatively strong compared to the market. If it holds VWAP, this one looks like it can be along at some point. Let's go to Adara.
Another small cap to keep an eye on here, multiple halter Aptorum, APM. This one, as you can see here on the daily chart, we have run before. Not seeing any news on this. Mild amount of social media discussion, but they do have a 2.5 million share float, so that could be the main story here with APM up almost 80% now, guys.
All right, so we'll take an L on that one. But wow, I'm still, our net is actually going up as we're taking L's on Palantir. But AMD just continues to go down, breaking now through 191 is a possibility. There's Palantir. We talked about that last level break there, so we will take a bath on PLTR right now because it did make that move to the downside. So that is fine. We took a shot there, and this is the one thing that I'm learning more and more. I'm just still watching AMD as it's trying to break through 191. Is that the more that you watch some of these names, the more you have to take shots on them, right? So like yesterday, if I don't take Palantir at certain levels and you don't have the opportunity to win with it, so we're putting our money in and you can't always, Neil made the best comment there when he said like there's no bids right now. So probably stop averaging in, which we've done, and respect the levels that we had marked down. So like once it breaks, you get out, and then now we're just holding. And unfortunately, I only have 10% of this AMD trade, which is pretty much my MO all the time, which I'm trying to fix. But that's a good move to the downside. And Palantir, if it bounces, and we can look at it. But this is a level, again, that we don't want to just keep on averaging into. It broke, it's down, and we just got a nice little wick bottom there at 25. So potentially now, I'm going to try to bid down here against that 25. So now that we've seen that, let's just try to get some 33s now. We'll get it. And then if we break below now, this 24, 25 area, then we can once again call it quits on Palantir. So I feel like this is how I want to play these dramatic moves. I still like the name long. We put the work in. We like this 24.50 area, but again, a little too aggressive on buying those early on.
Oh, thank you, Sharif. That's really sweet. An apple fritter. Well, you know what? I didn't even open the bag. I just know it's an apple fritter. I can sense it. Literally. Did you not get you anything?
All good, Sharif. All good, my guy.
You want a bite of it?
No. We'll remember this stuff. Like I thought we were all friends around here.
By the way,
you know what I mean?
VWAP, Google, bouncing now. I'm not going to eat the fritter in front of you guys. Actually, that's not true. I am going to do my best to eat it in front of you, but just when I'm not trying to talk. So, again, thank you, Sharif. But there's Google off of VWAP. This wick just seems to always want to come back. This bottom here is 141 teens. I just got VWAP at 35. The high of the day is about 141.80, so I want the long into 80 as we're going to Adara. Well, I just trailed out of Amara, so that bounced as well.
Yeah, watch out here.
Keep an eye on Altria, MO, currently halted for news. The news that we did get the news, but earlier, just to contextualize this, yesterday, we find out that Altria intends to sell a portion of its investment in Anheuser-Busch InBev through a global secondary offering comprised of a public offering. They also agreed to repurchase, or ABI agreed to repurchase $200 million of ordinary shares directly from Altria. Now, Altria coming out and saying that they're going to significantly enhance cash returns to shareholders through the repurchase program stemming from that ABI sale, and they'll also raise their 2024 full year guidance. So keep an eye on this one, currently halted, but some news coming out there, guys.
All right. Just what we've been talking about here. By the way, good call on SoundHound. It did bounce off that $8 mark. I mean, it went all the way down there. Some crazy movements, and then finally you get a green candle and a nice little bounce back on that. So we're not going to be green on Palantir unless this thing gets back to like 60s or 70s, because again, we didn't take as many shares the next time around. That we did that first time. So yeah, we'll have to wait on this one and see what happens right now with Palantir. But I am starting to get it out because we did our plan. And now we're 14 cents in the money, so let's offer some here at 47s or 48s. And then if we can get back into the 50s, we'll be pretty happy with that trade. So we just offered 47s, and of course it misses us. But let's see if we can get that back now. Nice upside move for Palantir. We will try to stick to the story here, and that is to go short, especially a name like AMD. But pack your patience these days, man. I mean, we can't keep saying that over. Well, we can because we keep doing it, but just wait. Like, I didn't think 197 was coming in, to be honest with you. We talked about that off the open. It just ripped right into 197. And then boom, downside from there. So be patient. Maybe we get that bump one more time. For some reason, I'm not getting Palantir up there at 47. So I'm just going to offer a 45 and see if we can get that as well.
I was so close to finishing that
Oh,
fight.
no, I should have looked over.
The timing was like almost perfect on that one.
My bad.
So I just got, another wick?
Another
Okay,
one?
so another bounce there in Alphabet. It just got up into the low 50s, so I took some out. I'm going to reload this in the 20s. The market is, maybe I don't even want to reload that. The market's still bleeding. We still have the Rivian short, and I'm looking for a replay in MAR in just a second. But you're now making a bit of a bottoming motion here on Rivian. I want 11s, but I'm going to trail it here and try and reshort VWAP if we can. And then Mara ended up being a decent out at 18. We'll see if we can get this one back at 18.50. I probably have crumbs on my chin. I'm eating a fritter live. What do you want me to do? There you go. I look fine now.
Yeah, Sharif.
What? I mean, I'm not going to eat it every single time. So if we get to VWAP, I want to reload Mara because BTC is still working to the downside. IBIT has wicked 41 twice.
Oh, 71.
If it fails it for good, and we test that 70, did we hit 70? I don't think we did. But if we fail it for good, I think you want to stay short the weaker of those names. Back to it, Eric.
Just got out a few more numbers. We did have lots of economic data coming out earlier today. Right now, we have business inventories month over month flat. So 0% versus the consensus of 0.2%, forecast of 0.3%. Retail inventories ex autos coming exactly in line here with expectations. So 0.3% versus the consensus and forecast of 0.3%. SPY pulling down a little bit further on this, but we've generally been going lower this whole morning. We did get some of that PPI data coming higher than expected, and overall that economic data not really helping out with regards to the SPY's direction that we've had so far today. Also worth noting, lots going on in this market, lots going on in general today. We do have the SpaceX Starship launch, the third flight test, so interesting look overall for these markets, and also some individual names to keep an eye on. Robinhood Markets, HOOD. This one a little bit lower, but still up over 6% after reporting nice increases in their February trading volumes as a whole. Also, Alibaba trying to curl up here, but still down about 2.5% after the European Commission said it's going to be investigating AliExpress for illegal dissemination of illegal materials. So interesting look for a lot of these individual names in the market, guys.
All right, well, it's a good thing that we switched up our opinion there on Palantir and took a 45 out, because now with this market taking, it is exactly doing that. Guys, by the way, we're now $6 in the money now on AMD, so it just hit 190 right there. I feel like that's probably good enough. I'm going to should we even put a bid? Is this the day that we're all waiting for? I mean, maybe it is. Here goes Palantir right back up. I'm going to offer 40s. Oh, I already did. Okay, cancel that. I was already at 40. Okay, so we'll see if that comes back up to the upside there. I'm just going to honestly rest on this. I mean, if AMD keeps doing what I think it wants to do here, then we all good. Just hearing in my ear more negative news possibly about Boeing, but it's not moving. Just European FAA version, I don't know what that would be, coming in and not speaking positively either about Boeing right now. But the market's going down, and I don't feel like this is really doing anything. It's actually up 0.5, or well, it's flat, and the market is quite negative right now, making moves down in. So if we did want to buy some Apple, it would be on any dips, but for right now, I'm kind of not looking at it.
The market's a little heavy for a dip buy.
Exactly, perfect, exactly. So right there. So we'll wait. Google might be a dip buy down here at the 200 period, because I did kind of like the long
Apple
there.
and Google are the only ones that I'm even thinking about long right now, but we're just thinking about it. This is not a real wick on Rivian here. The low is actually, I see a low of 11s right now. So if it holds on to $11 or this local bottom, I'm getting out on the next available pop. You're getting a bit of a pop in the market. Oh, I just got back into MAR. That could be some interesting timing on MAR in front of that 18.25. Affirm was a flat bottom break. Well, the firm's down 9%. I think we can let's forget about that one for a second. I'm not shorting bottoms on these moves either. I think you could be getting a little bit of a bounce here. So I'm out if we break 115, 1115, I should say, on Rivian. Rolled that one to the downside. Mara, I mean, obviously, in my note, I was like flat bottom break at 1925. At that moment at the open, it failed 1925, but all you can do is take the next trade. It gave you a chance, and it popped into 1840, and then hit 1775. I'm back in it to VWAP, and then we'll see where it can go. But the market is making a decent bounce now. It's looking a little better to try to look for some bids. Google's at 140.80. That's not bad. Give it to the 50s. What's Apple saying? Apple might be better. Apple's at VWAP. Apple's a little bit better, it looks like, because like you have a low here, 172.25. So I think picking something up might make some sense if we get in front of that. But I need to see it bounce higher low, and we can be a little bit patient with it. Intel, maybe we can short a pop in. That's not at VWAP yet. That'll be 42.90, it looks like. So short in front of 43 on the way back up for Intel.
All right.
It was delicious, by the way.
Oh, good. Yeah. I was just giving Sharif a hard time and there, but
Now I have
yeah,
sugar
thanks
all
for the
over my
consideration.
hand, so
All right, so we took Google long there at 89. I punched long. You guys saw me punch long. So we just got some out at 02s. Now we're starting to go higher on Google, and I mean, this is the kind of world that we're living in right now. You know, we're punching long, stocks are going up. We're punching short, stocks are going down. Like, I don't know. It seems bizarro world because, as I said, trading is not supposed to be like this, but right there, we'll go Palantir's trying to make a move back up to the upside. This one will be an L. We talked about that. Tesla's just a monster today. I wish we had held that. You know, I wish. SoundHound was amazing. It's still my number one P&L stock is by far AMD, but SoundHound is right there as a number 2 at level. And then we'll see what can happen here with Google. So I am buying, let's talk about this trade quickly. I'm buying Google down here against some of these levels. But if we break basically below this 60 area here, then we're going to get out. It's even a little bit more aggressive than that. So, you know, breaking back into the 70s, and we will reassess said trade. But we've just already taken out 20% of this Google trade, 40% of this Google trade as we make that move into the 50-period moving average from the 200. So every time that's an out and another out has to be up here near VWAP, and then if we're lucky enough to get a complete market bounce, then maybe we get back to these highs. So using terminology like lucky and things like that because, you know, the market does have to move for you, and if it does, then you want to be on the right side of it. So we'll watch that. I still do have quite a large winner here on AMD, but we have given back about $1.50 now from that bottom of 190.50. So I'm thinking that we could. It's not going to be like that much money if we throw it back, but I'm wondering about like just a 193 out there, which would suck. We give back that $1.50 to the bottom, but that could be a level that we look at for concern. So the reason why I'm not getting out of AMD immediately is that if the market tanks in, then I will get filled on Google, and then I'm going to have some kind of a hedge at least on some of those trades. So let's wait to see what happens here. But right now we're doing this on Google, we're doing it on AMD, and we've got Palantir to the long side, which is now back into a dime piece. So we'll put an offer there. There we go. We get the 43s. Now we'll wait for that 47 that we waited for, and then hopefully be able to catch a little bit back on the other side of this trade. That's Palantir.
So higher low on Apple, I just got me into the long. So we found some longs. I mean, the market's trying to do a little bit of a dance here. Like the fact that it's putting in higher lows into the top. It's relatively strong, all that good stuff. Rivian is very close to either hitting $11 or trailing me out at 15s. We're into Intel, but Mara is also pressing VWAP. So we reloaded Mara. If it cannot hold this lower high, I'm going to jump out and then look for the next trade. And it's a similar story with Intel. We shorted the first available pop. If it can't hold on to VWAP, then we're just going to get out. I mean, there's so much. What's crazy, that move down was a chip move because we're talking, like, I'm in Apple. Microsoft bounced off to 50 and is back at the highs. So, like, that was, you know, that's the one. There's no question about it.
Oh, Microsoft.
So shout out to Hog Rider in the chat.
What up,
because
Hog?
you called the right one. Microsoft is the one that you should be dip buying clearly on that last move. But you know, I picked Apple because that's what I was watching. I said Apple and Google were the two I was watching, and there's only two longs that I've had. I had this long in Google, which is kind of tough to see. I VWAP twice and then got out when it broke VWAP, but now I'm over to Apple. That one's about 20 cents in the money. I wanted to push it a little bit further, and we'll get our first out. ARM never ended up getting that fill, but we'll try to play it again off that 135. So far, so good this morning, and we got a little bit of a bid here. Apple's starting to go.
We knocking this market out, boys. Right now, nice move back up to the upside here for Google. That's a 20-cent winner. But you know what? This couldn't come at a better time because I don't know if you guys can see this. This is my wife. I guess it doesn't matter if I do that. What if I do control this? No, it won't matter. Okay, so she's in a parking lot right now at hockey with my daughter. She sees this Rivian, this R1. This is an R1T, and this is the message I get. Sean, I am so in love. All right, well, that's cool. All right, so there's the R1T. I guess that will soon be a check mark in our life right now. So she likes it, and here's the note. She is so in love. You know,
down 5%,
I mean, I'm really glad that she tells me she loves me every day because otherwise I'd have some sort of a complex here. But there is your R1T love, and I told you that, you know, from the jump. This is about being honest. Wow, okay, there's size here. I told you that I was going to have to get a Rivian one day, and there's the proof right there. So, all right, nice move to the downside right now for Rivian. Breaking down here, maybe if we got some puts on this stock up at 13, that dream of my wife's would be coming true just a little bit quicker. But right now, Rivian is starting to fall down. Hey, man, take the shot at $11. Maybe we should do that. Palantir, bang. This is what we talk about, man. We're good right now, guys. Palantir, 20 cents. Look at Google. Boom, right now for Google, all the way back up to VWAP. We reloaded that at the we took it at the 200 period. Now an upside move, man. Today is another one of them days. Let's go back to the desk.
Big move up here on strong volume. Just about previous candle here for CCTG. The company is CCSC. And this one, not seeing any news on why this one's trading higher, but lots of social media interest. It does have a float of 2.3 million shares. So nice look here for CCTG. Just keep an eye on that one with regards to that volume.
And the market tries to go up, and then it comes right back down. So I got Mara at a reload. It doesn't get to VWAP. We'll take some out in front of 18. I want to respect the fact that this wicked. It did get to, by my math, it got to SSR.
Ooh la la.
So the stock is now short sell restricted.
Randy.
Thank you, Randy. It's
right,
perfect
cheers.
because it's the red and the market's red. When you cheers, it's actually bad luck not to take a sip. Let me just turn my heater back on, so make sure that stays hot. So you are SSR in Mara right now. So if it holds a double bottom, I'm taking profit out in front of it. It's short sell restricted because it's already been 10% to the downside and continuing to go. It bounced off of, I want to say it got pretty much exactly to SSR, but if my math is wrong, I apologize. High of the day is going to be the out for me on Apple, and we're going to try and reload off of VWAP every chance we get. So Mara's relatively weak. Rivian's still absolutely chilling at the bottoms. I got to trail at 11.15 here because you're showing a consolidation as the market's starting to fly back into the upside. But if we break that, then I'm jumping out of that trade. Mara's holding 18 again, so I'm just going to get some more shares out in front of 18. We got 18 short, so I should be bidding in front of 18 even. As I said, it's SSR, so it's a different story from earlier this short.
All right, guys. I mean, we haven't hit this in a couple of days, but
Another one.
it's another one.
Another one.
I mean, this is 80 cents in the money right now with Google. I mean, what are we even doing here? I mean, this is like, there it is, boom, boom, right there. Look what we've done today so far, guys. Tesla, short, 170.50, goes down to 165. Big time banger right there, man. Hit the sirens for that one. Google today, I mean, whatever, we just talked about it. Nice trade right there. We sort of talked about Palantir, right? We said we'd wait for this sort of a wick bottom. We took the L on Palantir. We talked about that. We waited for the wick bottom. We doubled up down at the bottom again, and boom goes the dynamite to that side of things. The stock that I'm still up on and up pretty good on, same as Tesla, would be SoundHound. And right now, SoundHound is starting to make that move again, but it's a good name for us. So we like that one here. SoundHound making the moves back to the upside and all the way to the downside. And then that's it, man. And then the other name was Tesla. So, so far, so good here today as we continue to watch out where this market's coming from. So good day Market now trying to bounce back. I mean, we had that PPI number, pretty good number there, but hotter than expected. Sends the market reeling a little bit, obviously. As we open up, we get the big move down. Here's the PPI number, kind of based out until we took that bottom. Now I think we go short, but we got to wait till we get back up to this area here, kind of VWAP-y, as we talked about 18,300. Oh yeah, by the way, in our sticky note, we also talked about 18,300. So glad that that kind of came in as well. All right, man, here we go. Palantir mooning all the way up to 62 again. So we will just punch that out right there, get some out there on Palantir. And again, man, $1 in the money now on Google. AMD's made its way back, but honestly, we should have got out down there. We know that. Instead, we flip longs on Palantir and Google, and we're at the highest spot we've been at all day. So let's just keep on watching these names. And yeah, I'm pretty excited, man. There goes Palantir. Again, take it out at the 50-period moving average, guys.
I just took Apple out. It is yesterday's top where everything flushed on Apple that I'm ringing register on. Nice. Right here, 173.50. It just wicked that high at 45s and then came back underneath 40. So that's the out for me. It wasn't VWAP. It was a pre-market high that ended up holding at 72.5. Intel looks like it's going to take out that 43 level. Just quickly to show you on Apple, let me finish this thought. If it breaks out from there, there's still room to 174. Remember, 174 was a brick wall 2 days ago. So there is still room to bigger resistance, but here comes that 43 on Intel. If it takes 43, I'm out and waiting until 43.5. Got to short it at a different level. Mara's still looking okay, but since it went SSR, this 18 bounce has been pretty, like 18's starting to hold. If it holds it one more time, I don't reload this trade. So if it holds a higher low, because I think it got short sale restricted, I don't want to make another reload of Mara as long as it holds that bottom. So I just got out of Intel. We'll take our first hit of the day. It was short, a relatively weak name, so we're okay with it. And Rivian, I'm just going to keep moving the trail. It's at $11 now. I'll let it try to break 11, probably give it to 11.10, and then see how far this one can fall. Down 6%. Remember, Fisker is exploring options for bankruptcy.
ARM is ripping.
Let's go to ARM's ripping. Let's go to Adara.
Yeah, that Altria story again, in case anyone missed it here. So basically, they were halted on, or news pending, they're still halted, but basically announcing, following their announcement yesterday, they're going to be selling a portion of their investment in ABI, so Anheuser-Busch InBev. They've now said they're going to significantly enhance their cash returns to shareholders through this expanded share repurchase program, and they've announced after that a $2.4 billion increase to their existing $1 billion share repurchase program. So adding more than 100% to that program. This is in connection with the offering of that ABI stock. They've also raised their forward guidance for the 2024, including their EPS guidance, so that basically expanding that range to be a little bit higher than the earlier $5.05 expected. So just some news here, mostly share repurchase and guidance increases there for MO on that news halt, guys.
All right, we are, so we had a nice little move upside on ARM. I have no idea what this is all about. Maybe if you can look for that, but it is starting to move pretty good right now. We just took more short up here, so we got to get something out on AMD because we shorted this name. So again, this is a monster right now on that short into 194 for us, for ARM. For AMD, let's go, man. We're bringing the damn pain right now again on AMD. Wow, guys. Okay, I apologize, but that was a good trade right there again for us on AMD as we reshorted up there. So good trade there. Let's see now what happens with AMD. Wow, we are getting elevated right now. I apologize, but that we just shorted that like crazy at 194 on AMD. But nice move to the downside right now as we're going to capture $1 on this reload.
Yeah, everything's a good reload. Going to show you where the futures just did a little dipsy-do. They tried, it was a huge rally, but right at yesterday's lows is where we turned. So the reload on Mark just got back down to 1780. If it reclaims, I'm going to try to hold on to this because we just keep on flushing. Rivian has now touched and broken $11. So it got down to $10.95. So it's not short sell restricted, but a hold of $11 is probably going to get me out of that bad boy. If it gets to like 03s, 04s, I'll just punch out of this thing and be happy that the morning has gone this way. Apple is starting to pull back into the downside. Oh, never mind. Apple was pulling back in the last I looked at it, but now it's actually getting back toward the high. Apple's breaking it out. So we had the right one that's strong. I'm buying VWAP. If we get this back to VWAP, we're buying that one for sure. We'll let you guys know if Ultra decides it's going to open back up. But I have that halt page open. It'll tell you when there's going to be a quote, and then you have a couple of minutes, and then the stock is, or 5 minutes, 5-10 minutes when the stock is going to open back up. So it won't open up out of nowhere. We'll know in advance for sure. But we're right at that 11 level. I'm just going to put the trail at 11.05. Give it a little bit more room here on Rivian to continue to bleed, partly because the market's rolling back over. I probably take another shot at Intel. Let me just look at the levels here in Rivian. Yeah, 1076. 1076. If it gets, or 75. If it gets down there, I'll get out of it with a trail at 11.05. And for Intel, I said I'd wait until 43.5. I might not wait that long. I might go off of yesterday's close if it pops even a little further. That's 43.25. That looks pretty decent as well. So a little bit higher, and I probably reshort this one as well.
All right, guys. Man, what a day is about all for right now. I'm hearing, so shares are resumed now on MO. So there it is right now. It just hit us on here. And if you guys are wondering what Neil and I are looking at, as well as Adara with other things, but it's the Benzinga Pro platform right here. And here it is. I just saw it show up. So there it is. Opened up now, MO to nothing. So yeah, if you're in MO and you were worried about the halt, well, congratulations. You don't have to worry anymore because nothing's happening on that one. AMD, again, we did cover a lot of that down there. Like that really blew up for us, and then we were able to get out. So our stop on this was 194 right now. So actually, my stop order did not go out. Wow, that's good that that didn't rip up there because we had another pending stop order. Oh, man. Clean up all your pending orders because
always
in our system, you can't have two stop orders. Like I can't stop out. My first stop was 197 or 197.50 on this take right here. And then my next stop, I put out 194.20 or something, and it didn't go out because it thought I had this stop. So it doesn't know because I'm telling it to get out of I'm not telling it to get out a specific amount of shares because I don't know how many I'm going to have. I tell it to get out of 100%, 50%, 75%. So when I have 100, it can't put another 100 out there. So that's what happened to me right there, but that's a good one. So again, a stop of about 40 cents probably, creating this downside right now of 80. So we'll start taking it out 2-to-1 like we said. I want to hold AMD though because we've seen it collapse. Let's just check out NVIDIA real quick right now, and then we'll go back over and find some more trades. So NVIDIA does fail off VWAP same way basically as AMD. So if NVIDIA continues to fall down like it's doing, I know, here we go. We're going to have another banger here on this name again. Wow. AMD, another dollar in the money right now on that as it breaks through 192, but now starting to head back up. Watch NVIDIA and listen to Adara.
IWM feeling that move down in the market a little bit more so than the NASDAQ or the SPY. We're now down about more than 1.5% for the IWM here in pretty strong volume. So a bit of a weak look for the Russell 2000 so far, but a bit of a strong look for some of these small cap runners today, including APM. This is Aptorum. This one has halted multiple times. Not seeing any news stories on this, but it has halted, or it has ran before it. It is also worth knowing they have a float of about 2.5 million shares, so pretty small float on APM. We also have Valco Energy. EGY is the ticker for this one. This one up about 26% after posting an earnings beat. So nice look here for EGY. Last but not least, Veritone, VERI. This one continuing to the upside with really strong volume. They posted earnings on Tuesday after close. This could be a day 2 earnings play, but it is worth noting they have a short float of about 14.4%. VERI to the upside, guys.
All right. Thank you very much. Something is setting up here on NVIDIA. I've only, in the last 4 days, I've taken the same trade, essentially. When it shows you higher lows into a flat resistance top, I've been punching long on a break. So this is the pre-market lows at 890. Then you had the initial wick back up here. This is an 890 top, okay, 889 change. And then just now at VWAP, it pulled back in front of 890. You got higher lows going into it, so this has been the play. I know the market's weak, but a setup is a setup, and the last couple times the market was weak going into this as well. So if it breaks 890, I'm going to take a breakout long on NVIDIA. It has to get there. I mean, obviously the market could flush, and NVIDIA could be at 860, and it means I never go long. Just to make that clear, it's got to make a breakout trade, or I'm not doing it. We got out of Apple when it rejected, this is not the high, yesterday's high.
Oh my God.
And it's continuing to go. So it looks like it wants that 174. I'm going to get back on the dip if we get that chance. Rivian's still falling, apparently. Bitcoin is recovering, so I'm not going to reload Mara a fourth time. I'm just going to hold the shares we have. If we take a hit on the last little bit, fair enough. But I'm not reloading this unless I see a little bit of a curl in BTC. It's already down like 8% and was down 10% at one point. What else we got that's going? You guys let me know. Oh, Microsoft I know is moving, but Apple's the one I'm watching, and I know Sean is in Alphabet, but Microsoft is also relatively strong.
Yeah, and I just want to say, yeah, shout out to Kevin Mendoza here, who says, we love the banger trades. Well, hey, guys, we love that you guys are subscribing, so props up to that, and thank you for continuously watching us every single day, man. The banger trades are what they are. I can't predict them. All we can do is plan for them. And that's what we did today. Whether or not you had this, I will look. What's up, T-Money? Yesterday I typed in T into the chat. But right there, look at this Tesla banger right there, 170.50, guys. The same trade that we talked about in the pre-market came in, and now you're down to 166, $5 there. All right, we are ready to go here because we're taking off one more time for AMD, but this time to the upside, Sharif. It's starting to go. Watch out for 194, but we didn't watch out for crap right there. We put this back into the gates of hell and reloaded it. I mean, what else can we do? We just talked about 194. We took it now 3 times up there to the upside. My stop is the same. It's like a 30-cent stop for now another 50-cent winner. So we'll start to put this out, man. Wow, we are having our best day in a hell of a long time, and we were celebrating this yesterday. But, you know, good day so far here today. I don't know what else to say, man. Google, look, I mean, what? For those of you that are like, man, this joker always goes short. We're $1.30 in the money long right now for Google. Sure, we destroyed the short recently, man. We're also 40 cents in the money long on Palantir. But yeah, we're going to pick on the weak. This is not real life. This is the stock market. AMD's been weak. We've identified this trend. So yeah, I don't feel bad about continuously doing the same stuff over and over again because you know what? We got a family. No, I'm just joking. We're not going to get like that. But we're going to keep trading the same way, guys. And this is what we talk about when you guys are going to be looking to do day trading as a living. It's you got to be confident and you got to know the levels that you're looking at and stick with them because some days are going to be disastrous days. It's just when they're good is when you need to start banking. So that's what we're doing right now. We're trying to take advantage of some of these moves. And that's what I've been doing with names like Solana, although this one just keeps on ripping to the upside. Congratulations, everybody that's had patience. But hey, we've done pretty good, man, honestly, on Solana. The reason why I took out 8% of what I had on this name was because, A, everything was staked. And it's just, I took them off. We've seen a huge run in a name like Solana. This is making NVIDIA look like peanuts, guys, honestly. Yo, what's up? Right there. Don't ever do that again and scare our audience away. But no, just Solana from the very bottom has been spicy. I think it and NVIDIA have both doubled from the beginning of the year. So there it goes, man. I feel like silly not taking something out there on Solana. But that was my recent. I haven't sold any Ethereum. We haven't sold any Bitcoin in a long time. We actually bought IBIT down there at 34.30. If you guys remember that. And then my other big one, we do like Cardano. So we're watching out for that. And we've talked about that a couple times here on the show. And by the way, Google is now $2 in the money. Like what? This has just been quite a day, man, here for some of these equities, especially if you were following, like right here on the sticky note, Tesla short, Google long, AMD short, Apple long. I feel like if I look back at all those, they would probably have worked, but definitely Google, as it's just going. We still got 20% until it's gone.
They're all gone. And this might be gone in a literal sense in days and weeks, and that'd be Fisker. Oh. We like if the trend is going in one way, then I like shorting VWAP. So you had a wicked VWAP here at 17. It goes to 17.30, 17 cents, 0.3. I'm just going to say 17.30. You guys know it's not. You know I don't mean $17.30 with Fisker. It then turned exactly at 17 with an iceberg order. So I shorted. My price is 16.94, not 17 even, but this rounds all the time. So I'm going to get some out in front of 16. I'm going to get some out in front of 15. Rivian is now at $10.90. So Rivian just continues to completely flush. This has been pretty nasty. Fisker is nasty. Rivian is also nasty. This is now pretty much at the next target, which I'm getting out in front of 75. So if it gets down there, I'm just going to put the bid actually at 81. It was a good support level. It was a higher low after this big volume day. It put in a higher low there. So Rivian was a flush. The last couple of days we've been sitting in Rivian shorts. It's a dumpster fire. But remember, Fisker could be going under. Lucid, we were talking about a potential flat bottom break, maybe in the days and weeks. Maybe today it goes to $2.50. That is the fresh low. So this is now 13. Lucid is now 15 cents away from a flat bottom level at $2.50. The shorts have been paying. This is one of those mornings where all you had to do is stick to your plan and you're going to bank. So we're happy to have done it. But there's some things that are opening up that we didn't see coming. One of those would be a flat bottom break on Lucid. ARM was, I'm not going to say it was a miss. It did a pullback into VWAP again, but that's not at a price I was looking to short it, so we don't have to force the action. Mara is still sort of hanging out at the bottom of the range. I didn't reload because of Bitcoin strength. I might reload this again. It's starting to look pretty decently up in those 20s. So we'll go for a fourth reload in Mara the next time through. The short has stayed good with this name. Softy looking fantastic, of course. Apple's starting to pull back. I didn't get this dip buy, so I'm going to let it make another bottom and then try to catch this one on the way back up. This is one of two names that I've been long today, Apple one, Alphabet the other. Both obviously good because those are the only things that have been strong. So you got to be patient. It's getting close, like 10:30 right now, so I think you want to keep things a little bit tighter to the vest. I'm still going, I know I've only had a couple of longs, but I am taking an 890 breakout on NVIDIA. This is a setup. If it doesn't work today, then it'll end up being going 3 for 4 for me on the last week, which is going into a double or triple top after making a wipeout bottom and then putting in higher lows. So I'm going to take that break.
Before we go to crypto.
On NVIDIA. If it breaks 890, though, it has to break.
Before we go to crypto, I just want to show everybody we are now out of AMD. We gave back, and I'll just tell you the honest truth, we gave back 5% of our net on this last push back up. So we talked about, trying to be very, very patient. There was a deal in our football pool. I don't know if you saw it. You might want to go look at that.
I did not.
And we'll discuss that deal when we get back from Adara at the big desk with crypto. Well, it was Jason.
We do have crypto. We also just really quickly here as well got those EIA natural gas stock changes. These coming in a bit lower than the consensus. -9 BCF versus the consensus of -3. Also, though, worth noting, we did get a ruling on that ongoing COPA trial. So COPA is the Crypto Open Patent Alliance, basically a group that is not for the patents with crypto. So they took Craig Wright, who's this computer scientist who's been claiming that he is a Satoshi, the creator of crypto, and that he also wrote the crypto or the Bitcoin white paper. Basically, this ruling has been decided that Craig Wright is not Satoshi and he did not write the Bitcoin white paper according to this court. So basically, this whole suit was to kind of make sure that he did not have any patents on crypto because the Crypto Open Patent Alliance did not want any patents on crypto. Long story short, the court has ruled that Craig Wright is not Satoshi, does not have any reason to claim that he is the creator of Bitcoin. So interesting update with regards to that. We also have Bitcoin here just above that 72,000 area. We did have that fall below. We still have not broken above 74,000 here, but we're holding it pretty well. Above 72 right now is BTC. Despite that move down in Bitcoin and Ethereum, with Ethereum actually down below that 4,000 level now, a lot of these other cryptocurrencies are pretty strong. Sean was mentioning Solana, which is up about 12% right now. Cardano's up about 3%. Dogecoin up about 8%. So a lot of these non-Ethereum and Bitcoin cryptocurrencies definitely worth watching out for. And we are brought to you by Benzinga Pro. Sign up today for 50% off their premier news and research platform for retail traders with code TTV, capital letters. Use the link in the description to go to checkout.
I just saw someone in the chat.
The deal that happened in our fantasy league, all I will say, this guy is not watching, but he should be ashamed of himself for what he did. He should really be ashamed of himself.
I should not have brought it up. Yeah.
So, like, your personal integrity has to matter more than winning a fantasy championship. That's all. I'm glued to NVIDIA, because it's close to the 890 break,
Amazon.
and I think that's the next thing that will happen. But, of course, a watched pot never boils.
Yes.
So like all breakout trades, the more you stare at it, the less likely it is to happen. I feel like it's Murphy's Law around here. Every single time I've done this in the last 3 days where I'm like, this is imminent, it's been a fantastic opportunity to go in the other direction off of that level. But I want to break out, so I got to wait for said breakout, which now it's started. Look at it pull back. It was just at 889.60, and it just pulled back 250. But I wanted a breakout trade, not the curl. Let me go over to something else, which is going to be Intel. That's still going higher. Do not want to mess with that. Oh, ARM. That's what I wanted to get to. ARM is bouncing off VWAP, but that 135 looks like it could be back into play. It just did a wick top off a lower high there. If I see another fail at 135, I might go back into it. We did end up ringing the register on Rivian back through $11, so we shorted it. We were just sitting in this one in the pre-market. The key in Rivian lately has been sitting in consolidation, sit in the consolidation and let it dump. And that's all you got to do. The day before, I sat in that consolidation, it didn't dump. We sat in the afternoon one, it did dump. We sat in this pre-market one and it dumped even further. Shout out to you, Fisker, for probably dragging everybody lower. So NVIDIA, I'm not going to cancel the order unless it's underneath 885. I'll give it a chance to go back up and bounce. Mara, we're still hanging on to. Didn't get the reload, but that's tracking back down to said low of the day.
All right. We were just talking a little bit there about Google. I am going to try to take this out if we can get back into here. So I did offer right now 142.80, which is the high. I feel that's silly. I should be in there a little bit more. Let's go to like 142.75 or something like that. You know, at this, let's just go to 70. At this point, we'll just take it out at the high. Like if we can get out here, I mean, we took that nice long. We'll wait to see if that can happen or not. So we'll wait for that. That is Google bottom to top. Let's see if there's some value there in Google. SoundHound, that's Tesla, by the way. SoundHound kind of gone to sleep a little bit. We did have some pretty dramatic moves early, obviously, as we took that wick just as the market opened up. That was lucky because we were bidding $9. Then we had the $9 target. We were going to get out at $8.75 initially, but once we made the money on this stock, we didn't want to give it back on the last 20%. So we did hold a little more than usual on SoundHound there. So that was something. Tesla. Okay, so this actually, I was going to go over here and say it's not near VWAP, but it is kind of coming back
Amazon.
Upside. I know, someone in the chat said Amazon was starting to rip there. So what's up to Oscar there in the chat? I am, though, just so everyone's understanding what's happening, the NASDAQ is green now. So we put in the sticky note that we wanted short underneath 18.3. So now you could see I'm only long. We're long Palantir, 40 cents in the money, and we're long Google, $1.70. So I like the longs here, still starting to work. The market's starting to break higher. So we got to go over to some stronger names. So I just initially type in Apple. Wow, 173. We're nowhere near our 171 now. You could put that one in the pipe and just forget about, come on chart, and just forget about that one going through. But yeah, Amazon is really getting going, Neil, and I think this is probably the long, man. We might just want to buy this name down here now against 179, as it has that magnet of 180. The 52-week high is 180.14. So 180.14 with a magnet for Amazon. So I'd watch out for that, but we're just net long, and I'm just going to sort of rest up a little bit here and wait for some better opportunities. I do have an AMD idea, but again, I want to wait for 197. If we can get into 196, we'll start that party, but for right now, let's just sit back, relax for a second, and see if Amazon and AMD both want to do what we think they do want to do.
J Mott saying, are we adding anything to the long term today? Not really. It's not my regularly scheduled monthly buy of the Qs, which I just literally dollar cost average since the beginning of last year. I was a Spiders guy, SPY person, and then last year I'm like, no, I'm dollar cost averaging the Qs. So that's what I've been buying. Individual names, I've been looking for pullbacks. So Amazon's one of the ones that just has given you nothing. Alphabet did. I got Alphabet off the 200-period moving average. I got Apple, but I mean Amazon, Microsoft, opportunities there hadn't been there. The PanW we've already talked about, but you are very close to 180 on Amazon. I'm on the bid of Apple, trying to catch a dip buy here, 173.5. But I want Amazon as well in the next available dip. Before we get to 180, I'd like to catch a dip buy on this particular name. If Fisker starts following the market, then I'd be surprised. If it's going to squeeze, it's going to squeeze because I don't know why people would buy it, but the reason other bankruptcy names squeeze. But it's not going to be because the market's flying. So short off of VWAP here. The low in the aftermarket was 15 cents, so I will get 2/3 of it out there in front of 15 and then try and hold the rest. I don't know about rinsing and repeating on Rivian, but I will let this glide back higher. VWAP sits at 1120, so I'm not completely convinced that that isn't some kind of a short back into VWAP as well, and then try and reload that bad boy. So next available dip in either Amazon or Apple, we're going to try and go back into the long for Apple and get the long for Amazon. Now I'm canceling my NVIDIA because that's clearly not going to break out. It's back underneath 885, so no need to have that. I don't want to have a stop to get into position if it's too far away from a breakout price. There's no need to have it. Here comes a pullback. We might pick up some Apple. Nothing's out of the stocks I wanted to reload short. Nothing's at the prices, so I'm not going to be hitting the short anywhere, it seems like. Adara?
Yeah, just an update here with regards to the Starship launch with SpaceX. SpaceX did have to cut the mission a bit short after they apparently lost communication with Starship, but they also did announce that Starlink has now over 2.6 million customers. So that's up from 2.3 million customers at the end of December 2023. So some updates there with regards to Starlink and SpaceX, guys.
Yeah, that seems like a lot of custies. All right, so nice little move to the upside for Amazon, but we're getting caught up. A shout out to Kyle Burdett there in the chat. He said that something is, he and I must have similar spidey senses here because I'm not really sure. I haven't been in a position in about 20 minutes or so, like new positions, and I'm starting one here on Amazon thinking that we want to take a long, but look at the market now trying to fall back in a little bit. We're long here at 12. We're going to get out at like a 90 break. So if we break below here, then we'll take about a 20-cent hit. You see, it just got to 12 again and stopped. It's having some problems. If the market can go up, then we know Amazon will win. It's just like Google. But I feel like we're in a spot right now where we got that PPI number hotter. Here it goes. There we're out. PPI number hotter than. So I'll have to fail on that because, again, we can't celebrate the wins and not talk about the failures. So we, again, look at the hits, though, that we're taking. I can't explain that enough. Like, our wins are dollars. Our hits are a couple dimes. And I feel like that's the way you want to trade at all times, no matter your style of trading, whether or not it's on SoundHound or on $200 names, right? So, or on crypto where you take $7 and it goes 20 yesterday on Coinbase. But okay, so still not over that. But so there you go. What I was getting at right now is I'm not sure about where we are on this level. We're come back in, now we're under VWAP, so now I'm thinking short again, right? So some of these things have to be flipped around. And when you're not sure what you need to do, the best thing to do is to relax and think about how the hell you're gonna buy a wife an R1T. So that's what I'm thinking about right now. So shout out to that. And we will do that. What do I think about starting a buy on BA for the long term? Yes. I'm just going to say that. I don't even know the price. But the thing about Boeing is, you said something there, Britt Grant. It used to be Brittany Grant. So I don't know what's up with that, but shout out to Britt. Wow. Okay. Boeing's moving to the upside. Now remember, we are not financial advisors or anything like that. In my opinion, I think when a name goes down to the downside like this and you're back into some decent levels like this of support, I think to start a position, this might be something down there. So if you're looking to start a position, I can't say I'd hate on Boeing. So I like monopolies. I like playing Monopoly. And in real life, this is pretty much that. So let's wait to see what, it's not like the game.
No, it's like an oligopoly. I explained this to...
Right, with Airbus, right?
Yeah, my wife and I we went out to dinner last night, and I was explaining what's happening to Boeing. She's like, how the hell do they stay? Like, why does anybody even still buy from them? Like, because they don't have a choice. That's basically it, because who else is there? That's all there is. Now the market's starting to come back in.
Yep.
That was the shortest offensive of all time in Apple, but I missed a curl on Intel. So that's me missing Intel pulling off of 43.25. Unfortunately, we did not get that short, but we are getting a chance, we are getting a chance to see Sector Watch with Adara.
Not a lot of green sectors to speak of here, though we do have some strength in energy minerals here. XOM pretty strong. Also worth noting, about half the commercial services sector led by Visa and MasterCard seeing a bit of strength here as well. But generally, though, lots of downside. Finance, health technology, consumer services, consumer durables, utilities, transportation, communications, all very much to the downside. Retail trade pretty weak, but Amazon pretty strong here. Worth noting as well, Amazon announced they're going to be having their first sale that is open not just to Amazon customers, so other people can partake in this spring sale as well. Nice look for AMZN. Technology sector is a little bit more mixed. Apple seeing a little bit of upside here on that Foxconn story with those higher than expected projections, but also NVIDIA pretty weak here. Some negative talk from Ming-Chi Kuo, a noted analyst, saying that there's a bit lower shipments than expected, so some weakness here for NVIDIA and some of these other chips. Microsoft and Google, though, pretty strong in the tech services side, guys.
All right. Yeah, Google. I really like that watch list, by the way, that heat map. I feel like that's something when you're looking for relative strength and weakness, and you're looking for names to possibly trade. That's a great resource.
It's a great.
But much better than I'd given it credit for in the past. So.
Actually, I have a. I'm gonna just make. I have no idea whether we can do this or not, but it would be pretty cool if we could have that flash on the More Trader TV. Maybe like sometimes we can get that one up.
I think Trade Ideas has something.
I know Trade Ideas has one, so I don't know if we can get that up at some point. I just want to quickly go over two things when we come back. Apple. Remember I said that was the shortest offensive? I said I wasn't going to catch a falling knife on those dips and then proceeded to have a bid when the market drops.
Hype.
Like, well, I didn't want to do that, so just immediately get out. Like the plan of action was to wait for it to look stronger on a bounce like it is. Like it's trying to bounce now. Like I want to see some green and then try and go long. Even then I got in too early. So let's be a little bit more patient. It's not VWAP or anything. And then we did get a fill on Fisker there, 16. It's bouncing back in. It did not get to 17. If it breaks 17, I get out. If they hold 17, we reload it.
I'm probably long like $20.
Like this stock, I mean, it's down 50%, but you know they're going potentially bankrupt. But I love
Dude,
that.
The amount of money I have in all the big.
I love that. I mean, I love that heat map. I think it's a good resource. ARM. Fail break did just happen. So I am looking, here we go. It's like the spread on ARM is kind of like silly. It's not the most liquid stock in the world. It's like a 40-cent spread. So I might just sit at the evens. If you short this 35, I understand that your stop can't really be the evens. It doesn't even make any sense. It's got to be somewhere in the 40s or 50s and give it a little bit of room. But you got to be able to get hit on the offer because I don't want to take the bid. The bid is at 45 and I'm trying to offer at 90. In front of 135 even. So hitting the bid, you get a little bit too much slippage. Haven't looked at Boeing myself individually today, and that's because it's strong when I am favoring the short. So I like shorting Boeing the last couple of days, and so if you have a bias and the stock is doing something else, then don't trade it. So I'm not really trading Boeing today. You know, I didn't sniff out that long. Maybe a short at 186, 187 if it can get there. That's a key level. If it can get up there, yeah, 186, 187. So another couple of dollars and it gets in a bit of a zone. Just got Intel to the south side, but that also means I should be trying to get back into Apple if the market is going to be bouncing. That's looking a little bit stronger for Apple now. Maybe a break back through 40.
All right. By the way, revenge is a dish best served cold. Thank you, Amazon, for that dip buy. So we knew we liked Amazon long. Unfortunately, we stepped up at the wrong time. So look at that dip buy right there. Hit the sirens for that dip buy in Amazon. Now in the money. Remember what we said? We'll take small hits, but try to take bigger winners. So now we're in the money 50 cents on that one right now. Sorry, I was just messaging somebody. And that's good to go. So we will do that and get back to our business now. Okay. All right. So Amazon does make that move up. We taken out at 75. We are long right there at 42. So it's only 30 cents. We did lose 20 cents there. We did talk about that. But again, we need this to get back to the upside before we punch that long through that 179.20. I still like the long. That was a good dip buy opportunity. What else do you guys want to talk about? Oh yeah, why don't we discuss this? I'm still with some of you guys on the chat right now and not really super interested in what this market's doing right now. So we're bouncing off the 50 period, trying to hold it. I do prefer the longs at this point because we're trying to bounce off these levels, but we're under VWAP. So if we get a bounce up, into these kind of levels, and we'll talk about where we like to go short on some names. And whoopsies, I almost gave away the menu there without telling everybody what it was. All right, if you do like chicken dinner winners, well then guess what? You're gonna have one right now today, and it's a good one, Neil. You're gonna like this, I feel like, because you did miss Taco Tuesday about 2 years ago when I asked for it.
That wasn't 2 years ago. It was probably like last year.
Was it last year? I remember it was funny because I don't think you were planning on taking the day off, but something happened and you didn't. Probably something with your daughter or whatever, and then you weren't in that day.
I was randomly not in.
Yeah, and then we were like so excited to finally have Taco Tuesday, and Neil missed it. But today, let's go with Fajita Thursday.
I mean, yeah, fajitas are great. I mean, I don't know if we can Fajita Thursday.
I wish it was a Friday.
Doesn't make
I have to think of something else. You know, midweek Thursday. Someone in the chat is more creative than this. It's with peppers. I know, but it's not tacos. I get it. She's like, Ramin's like, oh, Taco Thursday
doesn't
works,
work
but then I have
Thursday.
to lie.
Taco Tuesday. TH does a
fajito. So this. Okay.
Taco Tuesday.
See what I've done here?
Taco Thursday.
All right, let's bring this back. All right, so we got chicken. It's fajita style. Chicken with peppers, Mexican rice, and of course tortillas, it says. So that's nice. And then we have tomorrow's, but we're not going to give that to you yet. We'll wait for tomorrow for that one. So a little bit of what's for lunch right there, and it's fajitas.
Oh, I like fajitas.
Yeah, me too. There goes Amazon. Nicely done here to the upside. Amazon now 50 cents in the money, going back up. I am getting close. I've canceled. Actually, I have not canceled my AMD shorts. So we're still waiting up here at, we said we'd be patient for this one. We'll wait for a 196 change to come in on that one. We have 10% left of Palantir and 20% left of Google. So Google's the one that I have my eye on. Man, we really thought that market was going to go there, right? So we waited for that. I feel like we should still wait for that. This is a really good reload spot right now, but I'm not convinced about the market. If I was, I'd be reloading this one. Let's wait for VWAP down here at 140, 150. We shouldn't have let this one get away. We should have got out when we saw this barcode up there. So that's a missed opportunity for me, although today is going to be a very, very big day. We will end probably at our highest spot this month at this time. We'll see if we can add a little. Well, no, we had that NVIDIA trade. I don't know if that was in the afternoon. Anyways, good morning so far. Started with SoundHound and Tesla. Wow, Tesla's still at the bottom. That was the mistrade right there on Tesla 168 with a reload back there to VWAP. So that was about 1018. So let's just stay tuned for all these kind of trades. If they hit, they hit. Oh yeah, I got my Marissa, my wife there, she's at hockey right now, but I got Neil showed this. I don't know if I showed it on the screen. She dropped her iPad and of course the screen broke. Okay, so then I went and got her another iPad, but the problem is it didn't have, and it only had 32 gigabytes of RAM. Hers has 128. So
oh no,
that doesn't even run, it doesn't even really run Roblox, her 30 to 32 gigabyte one. So needless to say, we got rid of that. One, I gave that one back, got the screen fixed, and I didn't realize it was only $100 to fix the screen. So for me, that was well worth it. But the reason why I tell this story is, I got a note this morning, Gia dropped her iPad on the ground,
she can have
and we don't have a case for it because it was a different model, the one I upgraded, so they got a new case. Anyway, needless to say, everything is fine with it as we wait for Amazon, which is, we're long Amazon, to deliver the new case. I told her, go to Wally's World, man, or go to one of those mobile clinics and get one. So anyways, story to be continued after we won't.
Isn't Wally's World the name of the place in National Lampoon?
Yeah. But it's Sam Walton for Walmart,
Yeah.
right? So
No, I know. Yeah. Just great movie. But a couple of things happened. One, we got Intel short. ARM also came in. We shorted in front of 134. We'll take some out of VWAP. Remember what I've been saying about ARM? I might like shorts on ARM, but since that IPO lockup, it is in an upward trend. So I'm not shorting it to that top. I'm giving it to the lower high, local high, which is like 135.25. We reloaded Intel on that last little drop. It got right to the pre-market, the close price of 43.23 on Intel. Took the L in the first short, we shorted the lower high, and we're taking some out on the way to the low of the day. Oh, and Apple. The other thing we got was an Apple. So we got an early there, which is stupid, and then we waited, let it make a wick, and then let it hold higher. So that's a little bit more patient of an entry, like let it make a bottom, show strength, then go long. Holding for the high of the day break here. And I should try and take some ARM out of VWAP. It is already 10:52, so let's check out on that USD. with Adara. Money talks.
DXY making a really nice move up. We're basically at high of days here for the US dollar on this DXY. If you look at it too, very interesting. We did bounce off this area of support here, that 102.75 area that we also saw coming in as support and then later resistance. So interesting level here. The DXY seems to be respecting. Also, we have a lot of economic data to discuss. Core retail sales here coming a little bit lower than expected, 0.3% versus 0.5% for February. But other than that, a lot of this data coming in higher. We did have a PPI month over month for February, 0.6%. Versus 0.3%, so much higher than expected, and seemingly what's giving the USD a nice boost up here. Core PPI for February year over year also coming higher than expected, 2% versus 1.9% expected. We also did get business inventories month over month basically flat, so a couple pieces of data coming out today, certainly making an impact on the DXY. And we don't really have much economic data coming out tomorrow, but next week we have the Fed meeting, the FOMC meeting, so definitely stay tuned for that. Should be moving this market and this economy, guys.
Yeah, that's for sure. Thank you, Miss Adara. And by the way, how good is Adara getting over there at the desk? So we'll props up for that one. Don't come after our jobs, Adara. All right, so here we go. Thank you, Adara, for that. Great work again. All right, sound the alarm one more time because
I'll sell anything for enough fritters.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You could sit here for 2 fritters. Neil said.
No, I just said I will sell anything except for my daughter and wife for enough apple fritters.
Yeah. Let's not.
I got a Barry Bonds rookie card. You give me a lifetime supply of apple fritters, and I'd probably trade it in.
We'll pass on human trafficking here.
I'm joking.
Obviously,
I'm joking.
All right.
Was I really, though?
Yeah. Are you though? No. All right. So here we go. Tesla. We took the long off 165. Thanks, you guys in the chat. We're saying Tesla's at day's low. I don't know if that's to make me feel. Nah. We already took that out right there at 168. But here we go again. We're gonna play it off of 165. We've talked about how low Tesla's getting. I'm not gonna open up a chart and show you the daily levels because that has nothing to do with the trade that we're in right now. This could completely fall apart. What we're talking about here is a possible bounce back in the market. So maybe at some point Tesla gets strong again. This is a shot in the dark. It's 10:54 right now. We're going to try Tesla. We're up on it. We're playing with house money, but that could go away. We're going to take another bid down here at 165. I put 30. Let's go a little bit tighter to the level than that because this market, and I'm still not going to forget what Neil said, we don't necessarily need to be bidding when these things are happening, but we're going to try down here at 165.20 for one more, and then guess what? If we lose this bottom, then we're gone, and we don't have to worry about this trade. So that's what we're doing right now. Palantir's coming back in. Google's actually holding 142. I may put an order up here in and around 50 just in case we get going on that one. Amazon, guess what? We took that one back in. Bang, right there for Amazon. My bad getting out when it broke lower, but we always talk about this. Take the trade again. If you like the trade, let it fade and take it again. So there it is right now. Good reload back down there. Not even a reload. We got out, put the trade back on. It's 179.50 right there for Amazon. Now $1 in the money on a trade that we were initially losing on. Here comes Tesla right back into 20. I'm going to buy a little bit here in the 30s in case we don't get it, but we are bidding 22s. Looks like we'll get that with our stop just below 165. Tesla, my newest trade, long.
Tesla for the long.
I don't know for the win, though. I don't
know. I mean, the market's trying to hold a higher low here. But, so I think what we're getting at with that whole, you don't have to necessarily sit on the bid when the market's coming down is you pick your spots for, dip buys and breaks. And sometimes it's just a little bit easier. If the market is really, really weak into your price or into the area you want to get in, then let it bounce first. If the market was strong, then you just sit on the bid where I want to get in on Apple. And I punched in and out for a 3-cent hit right there to get back into Apple. Now Apple can't seem to hold the high. My stop is tight here to 173.30, I think. I'm risking 15 pennies on that because it cannot break this high. 174 is resistance. ARM is pulling back into VWAP. Intel's working. I was being yelled at to reload Mara short, and I've been offering in front of VWAP here. And Mara's not getting to VWAP, which if you're really staring at the stock, it's easier to see what's kind of going on here where very gently it's making lower highs by about 5 or 6 cents over the last half an hour into the same bottom. So this could still continue to flush the downside. But Mara has been That's actually not the one to hit. Because you hit that one when crypto's going up, not when it's going down. Mar has been a bit of a flush. Those ones are next to each other on my thing, so I just hit the wrong one. That's continuing to head to the downside. It's working. Fisker is back. Fisker has a seller at 17 even, but these last couple of times, you didn't really get the fill. You got to sit on the right gateway at the right price. I'm going to get to like 16.92 here on Fisker and see if I can't reload it at that 17 and then try and take that 1 cent, then the 2 cents down to 15 if we can get that, as they are possibly going bankrupt at some point. We have no idea if and when it's going to happen. Apple, with the market coming back in, I do have to watch out for this.
Yep.
If it reloads, then I want it bouncing off of that 30. If it bounces again, I'll go into the long. ARM did dip in and tag me there. Actually went all the way to VWAP, and I got 22s. But it's coming right back up. So ARM's a little bit strong. I don't think this is worth the reload. It's looking a little bit too strong to the upside. Holding on to VWAP means I should not be forcing the action there. Rivian, we haven't had a chance to get back into it, and Rivian's right back at the low of the day. So the first position of the day, and it's going to be tricky to find a way back into this. I guess the first available short was at $11, exactly where I got out. So your first chance to get back in on a green candle was the one that wicked me out of Rivian there, as the EV names continue to go flush city, at least the ones that don't make money.
Yeah, well,
which is actually all of them except for Tesla.
I mean, I have one that's making money right here. Tesla, that's going boom to the downside.
BYD.
Well, BYD as well, yeah. So, all right, here we go, man. Tesla, nice downside push into 165. We're long right here at 40. So it's a flat trade right now. We could get this out, but we're not going to do that. We want to see a little bit of a higher push right now. So now we have a good price, man. We're in at 40s. If we lose 70 cents here, so be it, honestly. We don't want to, but I feel like this is a decent spot here for Tesla. I hate playing against the trend for sure. And like I said, we're going to be at a nice spot for us here. It's just we've got a little cocky because we should have got out of, well, I don't know. It's always easy to say I should have done something, but like we looked at Amazon when it was ripping up here. I like the story. It took out 52-week highs today, I believe. I said, wasn't it at no, it was at 180, right? Yeah, 180.14, sorry. So we did not get to 52-week highs. We were waiting for 52-week highs. That didn't come in yet. All right, we are getting a nice bump up for Google. I'm thinking 142. I'm already here on Google. If we get into the 70s, we're taking that out. We talked about that one. Amazon back upside, we'll wait. And then it's this guy. It's just Tesla for me now. So Amazon, we have our targets. We have our targets for Google. And honestly, for Tesla, now back into the money, I do have an offer at 70. So if we can get back up sort of into this area, we're long at 30s. Where are we long again? 40s. So we'll take 30 cents right into this area just because it looks like a shelf. And then if it comes back up, then obviously 166 would be great, and then we'll go from there. So let's wait to see what happens with Tesla. I get the feeling like it's going to break, but this is worth a shot. And when you get this feeling, you don't need to be in it, so you got to get out. This goes right back into what our show is about coming up. Trading psychology during volatile markets. Ooh. Tesla right now is pretty volatile, and it's messing with my psychology. So I'm going to pay attention to this lesson right now. But Google's $1.50 in the money. Palantir's 23 cents in the money. Amazon's now 75 cents in the money. So we got 99 problems. The only one is Tesla. All right, so we'll wait for this. Let's see if Amazon can go. We'll cancel
Apple 174.
Ooh, we love Apple 174. But look at this. I'm not even going to get out of Tesla of Amazon anymore. Let's see if we can rip it up. So any last comments here?
Because just Apple's at 174. Remember, that was a big brick wall 2 days ago in the afternoon that it couldn't break through. It got to 01s and then pull right back in. If it breaks, it just broke now. It's running. We're going to stick to the long on Apple now that it's through resistance. It is time to go to the professor and Adara. There's Apple busting through. We're going to hold on to that one.
Like that.
We'll be back at 2 o'clock. But for now, go get your learn on. Learn to trade.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as the Midday Show. That is your girl, Adara Panera, and I'm Sharif. And we're going to wait for everyone to migrate on over from the other channel. We already have Chase bands First here to chase bands. Yes, sir, you are. Thank you for coming. We got Big Billy Turner as well. Good morning to you, Billy. We got Trader Drew. We got the Crazy Stitch Lady, Robert Isaac, Midnight Snowman. Okay. Igor Ill. We got Sonia, the Piper, Chalk Love. We got Stay at Home Dad, baby. Big Kyle Burdett. We got the Sofa Monster, Frank Jones, Miguel, Vin, Alt Styles, TC, Ralph, King Harsh. Yes, we got everybody back. We got Nice Skin, Tim is in, GS Picks, Fox, Folt. We got Yuhi. We got Laura Sanchez. We got Omar. We got Manu. We got everybody. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining Adara and I on How to Trade. Good morning, Adara. How's it look over there?
I'm good. I am looking at NVIDIA. I should have gotten long when I saw we were curling back up. Then I was like, Adara, it's NVIDIA. What are you thinking? I guess I should have been thinking long. That's cool. I don't have much right now. The things I'm eyeing on with NVIDIA, the things I have my eye on with NVIDIA is look at this 889, 990 area, right? We bounce off it twice in the pre, then we fall down with a viciousness. Look where we pop back up. Look what ends up being in confluence with VWAP. Around the same area, about 50 pennies off, but for NVIDIA, 50 pennies is like 2 cents for any other stock, right? I'm exaggerating slightly, but same general area is what I'm trying to say. Then we have this massive topping tail candle into that 890, we reject, we continue to the downside. We also have a flat-esque bottom of that 882, 881 area, so keeping my eye on this for sure. With regards to NVIDIA, really the only stock I have any read on right now, although I have been drawing my little micro ranges on IWM. Like I said, though, with my ETF trades, I've been trying to put way more emphasis on what the book's doing and just using the chart for some helpful levels. So I have some helpful levels here. We'll see how it goes. How are you? I know you had that Q trade.
Fantastic. Yeah. We're looking at the Qs. We have 3 trades. I'm going to cover all of them right now, right before the lesson. In case you're just joining us, guys, we are talking about trading psychology during volatile markets, something that I know I can't get enough of. And if you're a day trader, volatility is your bread and butter, so you better get your mind right when that volatile time comes. So we're going to talk a bit about that. But for now, let's talk about these trades. The Qs. I looked at Adara when she first sat down, like, I don't know, this might be confirmation by seeing what I want to see, but I see a head and shoulders forming, albeit on the 1 minute. Again, we always say, all these chart patterns, all these candlestick patterns, they're all fractal. However, the lower down the time frame you go, the higher the failure rate is, and this is a case in point right here. I was looking at this. I'm like, all right, so I have 2 ways to play this. I can take the neckline break, which is the lower end of the range break, and that's what I did here. Took some out, it bounced right back up. I'm like, nope, this is not my trade, I'm getting out. All right, so then what did I want to do? I'm like, let me get in, rather than the neckline break, let me get in on the right shoulder, the top end of the right shoulder. So I put a resting order to defend that 440 area, and I initially got it, and I was able to take 20 quick pennies with some nice size, but look what it did. Popped right back up. I'm like, nope, no you don't, I'm out of this one. And the head and shoulders pattern no longer valid. So not even gonna look at that one. We're gonna trade the futures off the 100-point levels on the future. Forget about these candlestick patterns. Tesla was able to scalp a nice one on this. I was watching as Starship was doing its thing, and I'm like, all right, you know, if Starship lands, we could get a really nice bump up here on TSLA, even though they're 2 different companies. It's more about Elon and proof of concept in Elon than rather than anything else. But, you know, I just scalped this one out quickly because, well, it didn't hold, and you saw what the Katina Man was doing with TSLA, and we don't know where the hell Starship is. It's lost. It's lost on Earth. We don't know where it went. We don't know if it blew up. We don't know if it spiraled out of control. If anybody knows, because last minute I looked and I didn't see anything. And then Google. Like the Katina Man is printing on, there's John. John, where's Starship? Where's Starship, guys? We don't know where it is. Google, you saw the Katina Man take several dollars on Google there. To me, though, you know, the lonely low trader I am, I took it through the 141 quarter dollar and then wet my beak there as it broke through the 2/3 of a dollar. This one ended up going almost to 143. We have a couple of touches, I'd say, at that 142.90, and it looks like we're on the way right back into that level. Google, a strong name today, second only to Softy in Mag 7 up percentage on the day. Softy up 2 3/4. Goog is up 2 1/4, but Google is up 2%. We're going to talk about Apple in a second because it's rocketing, much to my chagrin, because I didn't get all the all the love that I wanted there on that big decline. I have an order here that's no longer relevant to defend this level 173.50 on AAPL. All right, so those are the trades that I had today. Nothing that great to report, but hopefully we'll have some better trades as the show goes on. So let's start this lesson up. And where is my... All right, I have to find my lesson. I don't know where. Oh, there it is. All right, there we go. We got it. We got it. Everything's good. Everything's fine. Nothing's going on. Don't worry about me. All right, guys. Volatility can be one hell of a roller coaster, a nice ride that is for your emotions. Here's how to stay cool, calm, and collected when the market heats up, baby. Let's talk a little bit about this. So the first one that I want to talk about, FOMO, fear of missing out. This is hurt many a trader, many a person in real life, not just in trading. So FOMO, fear of missing out, a psychological state that I think a lot of us can, sympathize with. The thing here to say is not much. Don't chase every hot stock or jump into every trade based on pure emotion. I can't highlight this one enough. Stick to your trading plan and wait for opportunities that align with your strategy. The Katina man dropped a video yesterday. It goes by the name of Walk and Talk. And in that video, he stressed the importance of sticking with your plan, not letting that stock off the hook. And if it goes against you, albeit momentarily, if it sticks within your levels, follow through with it. Stick with your plan. Don't chase trades. Don't jump into trades based on emotions. That necessarily implies one thing: pre-market prep, or prep in general. Doesn't have to be pre-market. If you want to come in and trade 11 to 2 like I do every day, that's fine. Just do your prep wherever before you get your trade. So don't chase every stock. Don't trade on emotions, and stick to your plan. And staying disciplined. We went through an entire week on trading psychology, and we talked about what discipline means within a trading context. We're not going to belabor that right now, but suffice it to say that volatility can absolutely tempt you to abandon your trading plan in search of quick wins. Resist that urge, baby. Discipline is the key to long-term success. That means sticking with your trading plan, making sure that you're using stops, getting out when you say you're gonna get out. And I've been guilty of this. Oh, 5 more pennies. Oh, 10 more pennies. Oh, 15 more pennies. You're down and you're shut down on the day, okay? So obviously you guys are not gonna get shut down at home, but on the prop floor here, we have a max loss per day that we can incur, all right? Emotional trading. So kind of based upon what we were talking about right now, Ram, emotions like fear and greed can absolutely cloud your judgment, right? I mean, there is that very, very famous line in The Godfather 2, or it's not even The Godfather 2, it's The Godfather 3, excuse me, when Michael Corleone meets Sonny's kid. I forget, it's Andy Garcia. What's his name in the movie, Katina, man? Yeah, everybody know. Andy Garcia. He plays Sonny's kid in Godfather 3. And when Michael is talking to Sonny about his dad and all the memories he has about his dad, he's like, he was a great man, but his anger clouded his judgment. He could not make good decisions as Don because he was too heated up all the time. So get the emotions out of trading. Emotions like fear and greed can absolutely cloud your judgment. Avoid making impulsive decisions based on how you feel the market will move. Rather, rely on logic and analysis before entering and exiting your trade. So easy to say, so much harder to do. Remove emotions out of trading. Let me know how you guys do on that one, because I'm still working on it, right? And acceptance of losses, right? You have to accept, as a day trader, as a swing trader, as a trader in general, you are going to incur losses. That's just the name of the game. It's just about, whether you can make your winners bigger than your losers. That's really what it comes down to here, right? So losses are an inevitable part of trading, especially during volatile periods, except that some trades won't go your way, and focus on learning from them to improve your future performance. So that acceptance, super important. And try not to dwell on the trade after it's over, guys. It's one trade of many, and it does not mean that all your trades are going to go the same way. Having a short-term memory in terms of losses as a trader, I think, is absolutely great. What's up, Katina, man?
That's the one thing I do that so badly. Like yesterday, took that trade on Coinbase.
Yeah, the Katina man says, he'd like to have a bit of a shorter term memory with respect to his bad trades. He has that Coinbase trade yesterday, and it couldn't get out of his mind, right? So we're all working and trying to improve here. So try not to dwell on your losers. Try to learn from them. I always tell Adair, you win or lose. You win or learn. Win or lose. Yeah, I was like, that's profound, Sharif. Maintain perspective at whenever you can, guys, at all times. Don't get fixated on every single price movement. Zoom out and look at the bigger picture, right? We're not looking at every 1 minute candle and living and dying by the movement of that candle. Remember, short-term volatility doesn't necessarily negate your long-term trading goals. Short-term volatility does not negate your long-term trading goals. So zoom out, look at the bigger picture, especially if you're swing trading, right? And something's against you on the day or on the week. Look at that bigger picture. Where's your stop? Stick to your plan and try not to get too emotional about it. Maintain that perspective. And here's a couple of bonus tips. Limit your screen time. Right? Initially, especially, constant exposure to market fluctuations can heighten your anxiety, right? Take breaks to clear your head and avoid information overload. Again, you see, the Katina man going on those walks. Why is he walking? He's chilling. He's clearing his mind. He's getting that out of there. The Neil, he's got his headphones in there. He's absorbing that music, helping him chill out during the time that we're on the midday. Whatever works for you, go ahead and do it, baby. And focus on the process. Trust the process, as that dude that plays on Philly says. No, I know who exactly it is. I'm just joking. Focus on the process, guys. Focus on executing your trading plan and executing it effectively rather than obsessing over the outcome of every single trade. And develop a trading routine. This one really helped me, okay? I used to lack routine, now I'm fixated on routine. Having a consistent routine helps manage your emotions and keeps you grounded during volatile periods. And practice mindfulness. There used to be a guy on the trading floor here. I used to call him the machine gun, because he'd sneeze up a storm back there. It was like machine gun sneezes. And that dude, he really introduced me into a lot of meditation. He's gone. Yeah, Aaron. Yeah, he's gone. He really introduced me into a lot of meditation. Showed me a lot of different sources that I could go to back there in the green room. That's now going to be a new room for a different purpose. He used to be chilling back there doing some meditating, some mindfulness. So if that's your thing, right, techniques like meditation or deep breathing can help you stay calm and centered when the market throws curveballs your way. And guys, remember, trading psychology is a skill that takes time to practice and develop. Be aware of your emotional triggers, what triggers you, and implementing these strategies, you can approach volatile markets with clear head and a winning mindset. Adara.
Yeah, I think it's kind of important too to remember, and this is one thing I was kind of saying yesterday as well, is like, this is obviously kind of a blasé way of looking at it, but it is essentially, it's numbers and it's an image on a screen, right? So it's like, obviously take it seriously, but don't overreact to it, right? Because it's a whole big market out there. You are one person in a very large market.
Very true.
And yeah, I just think kind of going back to perspective, I think that is that's pretty important for sure. And I think also as well, being aware that certain names might require a stronger, more ironclad grip on your emotions. If you're trading an NVIDIA, which maybe I am, I don't know. No, I'm joking. If you're trading some of these larger mega cap names that move with the viciousness, with the volatility, if you're trying to go toe to toe with SMCI, stuff like that, that might require a bit more, just be aware sometimes that you might have to be more cognizant of your emotions or more keeping them in check for certain trades than others, right? Because no two trades are the same. And I think it's also worth noting that the emotional aspects or the emotional requirements of each trade might be different. But also we should be aware of this super chat. Thank you so much to Chase Bands. I wonder if Mara will marry me. Yeah, let's find out how that's doing there. Also, as I pull this up, I am really enjoying live trading by Trader TV Live /Ramin, saying if I limit my screen time, there's going to be no live stream.
Ram, we're talking to the traders, bro. Calm down back there. We're not talking to you. I mean, Ram doesn't hit trade. What? Say it again. trader to be. Well, Ram, I asked you. I'm like, look, you're in here every morning. You're listening to the Katina Man spit hotlines. You're listening to the Neil, Brendo, and I at the big desk. Even Adair's dropping hotlines now. When are you going to start telling us you're investing? When am I going to come into work and hear Ram punched 100 shares into Apple or got into NVIDIA? When is that going to happen? Ram, let's go. So yeah, we're all rooting for you, Ram, no question about that. And Adair as well, who's got a financial advisor. And besides, both of you guys are the same age. You guys start investing now, you're not going to be able to count your money when you're older, let me tell you that. So we'll do it. The Katina Man will count it for free, and I will join him. We may have to take a little bit off the top, but that's okay. For free? Aww. All right, I can't.
What's happening?
What are you looking at? I saw an NVIDIA short there.
Yeah, I want to talk about that. But first, I want to talk about this super chat, Mara for Chase Bands. Yeah, wanting Mara to marry you. I think right now, Mara I think she needs some time alone. She's down about 9%. I think Mara needs to breathe a little bit before you get down on one knee. You know what I mean? But no, all jokes aside, there is a nice little curl up here worth noting. We are still below VWAP. But yeah, honestly, just a nice move. Not nice, but it's a massive move here to the downside for M to the A to the R to the A. Like I said, though, I always find chart analysis to be a little bit trickier for these Bitcoin names because they do respect Bitcoin in a way that I think negates a lot of their price action. However, there is a bit of a curl up here. People saying Ram trade, which I'm really enjoying here.
Do you see what she wrote? Buy TikTok. I love it.
All the exclamation points,
yeah,
too.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. All right, Ram.
But yeah, this
the Katina Man is now out of everything. All right, all the trades, baby. The Googles, the Teslas, the AMDs were out of everything.
So, I misspoke.
Okay, he misspoke.
So I'm short Tesla 165.25.
He's still short Tesla 165.25. I like that, Katina Man. Flat bottom break coming in on TSLA. It's been awfully weak. We don't know where Starship is. It's floating out there in the Indian Ocean somewhere, Dara. But you were showing us your trade before we started.
Yeah, it was just this again, this super chat, this Mara super chat. I think this 16 area could be interesting if we hold it. We have had a little bit of a double top around that 33, but again, it's a little bit harder to think about price action with these Bitcoin names. That being said, I would say maybe wait a little bit until you say yes to the dress with Mara. I don't know if you want her to marry you quite now. I would say get a little bit stronger. We're down about 9% on the day. But let's look first here. I do want to talk about this NVIDIA trade. Series of trades here. So basically what happened was, I am still in this. I was going to get out here, but I'm like, you know what, Adara, be a little bit more patient. I just had deja vu. Have I done this before on NVIDIA? But anyways, let's see what happens. Basically what happened was I initially tried a short here. I got involved too early. I should have waited to watch the range unfold a little bit better. But we have a beautiful pseudo range around 882s to about 886. More or less, right? Then I noticed that, I took this long here when we came back and tried again, right? I took this long around this 881 area and then accidentally took out the entire position, 50 pennies in the money. That's okay, we took 50 cents. I'm not gonna go sit here and cry about that, you know what I mean? We're not in the dollar club, but we were in the 50 cent club for that, not for the $50 club, oh my gosh. But then we took this short here at just shy of 885s. Basically what was happening was I had my finger at the ready, I was waiting to see us develop into a range. We saw the range, I said, Adara, if we decisively break over 86, you are gone. Zeno, as Sharif sometimes says, you're out of the trade. We didn't do that. We kept going. Now we're out of the NVIDIA short, and I am pleased as punch. Basically what happened was I did have, like I said, that initial trade was a loss, but because I managed my emotions and I managed the trade, I was able to, go, that's in the past, on to the next trade, and have these two successful trades on NVDA in both directions. And honestly, if this range continues, I can't say I'm going to have to say goodbye to NVIDIA forever. She's going to stay on my side chart and in my heart. Although as Odyssey Fights was saying in the chat, I believe earlier, trade with your chart and not with your heart. And I think that's a really good advice and something to take and something I'm going to especially apply to a stock as slippery and as weaselly as NVIDIA.
I like that.
How are you doing? I see you have taken a bite out of the apple.
I have. Oh, so here's the trade. It looks like it's going to stop out, which is fine. I'm risking very little over here. I was looking for it to hold up at these levels. It doesn't look like it wants to. Anyway, I had 77 there as a level with which to get stopped out at. I like this consolidation top here at 173.80. We lose very, very little on this because I'm giving my trades very little room. But it looks like the move down was precipitated by this 18-3 break that we just had on the futures. So Apple can't hold this consolidation top over here. This is what I'm talking about. I'm going to get to the...
How's that Tesla
That
short?
Tesla short's
How's that
printed,
Tesla
my
short?
boy. That's printed, my boy. Yes, that was pretty good. This is the move down on 18.3 that I was talking about, Katina, man, and that's probably why you're printing big there on TSLA. We have several wicks into green territory here at 18.325. That's where we closed out yesterday at. And we kept trying to reclaim that level. We couldn't reclaim that level, and it ends up being an 18.3 move down, rejection. There we're at 18.280 at the moment, and that had everything in Mag 7 world curling back down. Your Amazons, your Metas, even your Microsoft, about $1 off the high there. Apple no different, and Tesla on the way down. As you can see there, it looks like 880 is being defended for whatever reason on NVDA, but it is putting in lower highs. So my shorts, keep your eye out on this. We're seeing consecutively lower highs, rejections off the 20 period, which is the yellow solid line on my chart. Every time we wick up into the 20 period, it's met with selling. So that's number one. Now, I see you guys in the chat. I see everybody yelling about the Dixie. I see it's flying up. I don't have the Dixie for whatever reason on my platform, but I have the US CAD. And here, that's the look on the American dollar right now. It's just flying to the high side. This is against the Canadian dollar, but I don't think it really matters. The US dollar on the way up. I don't really understand why. I don't know what's going on in Forex land that's helping pump this up. If you guys know what's going on with the US dollar, I know you guys are telling me to look at the Dixie, but I don't really understand why it's moving up. I'd like an explanation if anybody's got it, and perhaps we can pass that along to other individuals as well. Let's get to the small cap gappers on the day, guys. Ram, if I can show the chart. APM, this one was on watch for me. You guys know how much I love these definable pre-market highs and then a break of the pre-market high after the bell. Well, this did everything, but didn't really go. So the definable pre-market high that we had over here was $8 to the T. That's that candle right there. It goes right to 8 at 8.50. That's well before the bell. This is the bell right here, this first big volume candle. That's 9.30. We break that $8 right here at around 9.45. But look at all these candles here. They're topping tail candles. $8.93 is the highest we can do, but look, the majority of the closing prints are all south of 8.50. So you could tell the shorts were like, nah, you're not coming up today. You're going to stay down there, APM. Who is this? Aptorum. You always know the names. Good for you. $36.5 million market cap. The float, 2.5 million shares. Don't know the short float. We'll look at that in a sec. Anyway, it's not tradable for me right now. It is trading below the volume weighted average price. That means it gets 1x beside its name. It had 2 check marks, but this is the 1x that holds it back here, Adair. The one that is tradable is VERI. Second day play. We watched this monster move yesterday from $1.75 into that $3 territory. Well, we just touched that high and broke it by 1 penny. So this high yesterday on VERI, 307. We got to 309, so 2 pennies. My bad. The reason I like this, definable pre-market high, former runner, and most of all, trading above the volume weighted average price. Let's see if we can bamboozle a trade on VERI, Adara.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at bamboozling NVIDIA once again with my micro ranges. But first of all, thank you, Ramin, for letting us know there was an earthquake in Japan.
Oh.
So just, if anyone's in Japan, you were in our thoughts. Apparently off the coast of Fukushima Prefecture. So yeah, thank you for letting us know that, Ramin. We're going to keep an eye on that. Here's like this tweet as well that was sent here just showing that. But yeah, so this is very unfortunate there. And yeah, thank you, Ramin, for letting us know, because I hadn't seen anything about that. But just something to keep in mind as well with regards to that potential, not potential, there is an earthquake in Japan, but just keep an eye on that and be cognizant of that. Also, NVIDIA, I was watching that 779 hold, and then we fell with a viciousness, so that's irrelevant. We're looking at another chart right now. I have my micro ranges drawn just in case. Also for context, so I've been talking about micro ranging lately because I found if I draw really specific levels for myself for initial points of entry, potential DCAs, and then profit takers and exits, I found that I'm able to structure my trades better. So that's kind of what's happening here. And these are based on both what I'm seeing in the chart and what I'm seeing on the book. So that's what I have with NVIDIA. There's some micro range potentials here, but right now we're kind of not behaving very well. And honestly, all the things I was looking at have kind of fallen out of their ranges now. I know Tam Panda in the chat said ARM was in a range. ARM was in a range. I had that on my side chart. Kind of some, a little bit of chop and churn here. Top was going to be about just shy of 135. Bottom around VWAP about 134. 134.375, so it gives you a little bit over $1. Now we're falling, so I don't really have much of a play on this now, but I will be keeping an eye on for what we do when we get back to that 134.80 area, because that was another previous high. And if we bounce off that 132, best believe I'm going to be getting involved. So I have some ideas. It's just hard when everything that was rangy has kind of fallen out of the little levels that it was doing earlier. Eli Lilly's well below a milli, so I can't even talk about her. But you know what else is kind of getting interesting for me? Is Meta. Meta is a name that, like I said, I've been a lot more cautious when I trade lately because the spread on this has been, in a word, a lot. It's been bamboozling. We have about, right now, a 10 penny spread. Seconds ago, it was 22 pennies, so it's certainly a little bit messy here on Meta. But I do like that we have the bottom of this range around that 495.70, come to the top just shy of 498. So I do think it gives you some room to some wiggle room to jump around. If the spread gets to an area I like and I wait for some confirmation, get involved midway through the range, I have no problem taking this. Wish I had a trade on right now, but honestly, we're not, the market isn't really in the rangy way that I often look for. If anyone sees any ranges, definitely let me know. Always on the hunt for those, but mostly looking at an ARM potential bounce at 132 and this Meta range to hold.
Absolutely, guys. Tesla, yeah, guys, I know. It's a dumpster fire. It's sad, but that's just the way it is. So, did I get filled? I'm in my SIM account on my profile because I don't want you guys to see my actual account. So I'm not sure if I actually got filled, but 99% chance that I got filled on that 165. So I'm kind of happy about that. I'm picking up very small amounts of Tesla at the increments of $5, like 175, 170, 165, etc. Very small size. I don't want to have to be in the position where I'm like down aggressively and I want out of the position. I got to DCA a ridiculous amount of shares in order to break even. That's not what I want to do here. I want to build it up over the really long term. I'm talking about years here. So I think I got filled at 165, so kind of happy about that. Let's see. Let's talk a little bit about this Tesla trade, because what I did was I just put a resting order for the defend of that 164 level. But then as I looked, I'm like, well, there's really no price action at this 164. If it pops up, it could easily break 164. It's really the 164.50 that I want, but it may not even give that to me. It is on the way down, guys. Tesla is tanking. 163.50 coming in. We just broke 164. This thing is absolutely on the way down right now. It's just not my style to punch in and chase it. I really wanted it to come back into a key level of resistance before we went long here. Took the trade for short. But right now it's on the way down to there goes the 50 penny area, 163.48. This thing headed very aggressively to the downside. So is AAPL. But the thing about Apple, though, is we're getting that VWAP possible support right now. Your Tesla trade is absolutely tanking. So it's printing big there. Yeah. This is the level on AAPL right now. Yeah, bro. Yeah. 163.26. That, I don't know. I'm assuming might be Starship. I have no idea. I'm looking for a possible VWAP hold right now. And in addition to the fact that VWAP is here, look at these two topping tail candles that were rejected at this 173 and a third area. So I like Apple at these levels. I'm going to get in a trade with a tight stop. I'm going to send it to you, Adair.
Yeah, I am currently trying to slide into Meta's DMs, hang out with Zuck. But yeah, we'll have to see here. Hopefully this entry, doesn't miss the mark, Zuckerberg. But basically the plan is to get involved at this 496 area, because if you can see here too, we did have a little bit of mini bounces here earlier. Like, it's just kind of basically looking at some areas where we could have had some interest in the chart. Also, like I said, I wanted to see enough of a bounce off of that bottom of the range before getting involved. We're a few pennies shy of my point of entry. I might have set my point of entry too high. I've talked about this a lot as well, where because I don't want to get involved at a bad price, too low, I'll try to get involved at a price that isn't feasible. So I was trying to get involved at just above 496. It looks like now we're kind of well above that area, right? So that's one thing I'm working on as well, that very particular and hard to make balance of the perfect entry point, especially in a spreadier stock. So let's see what we do here. These lines here too. So if we get back to 495 and we bounce, I'm adding to the position. If we break below that 495.40 area, and I chose that area because look at these candles that we had some chop and churn earlier. Look at that bounce we had in the pre right before open. Those are really going to be the areas that I'm going to be having to say nah and taking my shares out of this, sliding out of Meta's DMs and saying bye to META. So that's the look on that. We'll have to see if it gets filled. For now, kind of my best point of entry, or not best point of entry, but my best plan, my most concrete idea. However, though, ARM trying to bounce off that 132, making me say, hello. I need to be looking at names with better spreads. ARM also has a spread of over 10 pennies right now. I mean, that really the goal should be finding names with spreads that do not make you say, So we'll have to continue to see what happens there. But I do like this Meta look. We'll have to see. We just got filled in this, so hopefully it pleases Punch. Mostly just happy I got involved in the trade. Also, we have here Kyle Burdett. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Hey, Elon, plenty of shares to buy cheap now for that 25% ownership. You and Aunt Kathy might end up owning 80%. Whew. So big Kyle Burdett coming after Elon and Tesla. Let's take a look at Tesla now. Ooh, that's a nice little tail candle here showing that we might have a little bit of buyers trying to overwhelm sellers around this 163 area. I like this 165.30. If we get there, that could be interesting at the base of that earlier flat bottom break-esque shape, but that's what I'm going to be keeping an eye on. Also, thank you so much to Noah for the $5 super chat. Hey, Sharif and Pandera. Hello. Teacher off for spring break trading. FOMO had me DCA Mara yesterday to 22, hitting just over 18 today. Or sorry, just under 18 today. Psychology messing with me. Sad face. I'm really sorry to hear that, but thank you for your super chat and thank you for being here. Mara, like I said, to use a Sharifism, a bit bamboozling, especially with how it does move in tandem with Bitcoin. Someone earlier in another super chat was saying they wanted to marry Mara. But yeah, Mara is definitely one a little bit shy with commitment. We looked like we were curling back up here. We looked like curling back towards VWAP, and Mara says, nah, continues to fall to the downside. This candle, though, much like the one we were seeing with Tesla, shows we could have a little bit of buyers overwhelming sellers. So let's wait and see what we get on MARA. This break below that 1784 area, that was an earlier area of support, could be a bit interesting. We're going to have to see what we get there. And let's look at the daily, because I know you mentioned yesterday. Also, yeah, I appreciate, we always appreciate everyone being really open in this chat, because trading can be really hard. We are here to talk about the psychology of trading. Sorry to hear you had that day yesterday, but, we appreciate you coming on and joining us. And yeah, I think, too, this Mara move yesterday was certainly something. It's too bad that did not work out, but I find especially too, we were talking about this pre-market as well with Patrick, that a lot of times now Mara will do whatever the opposite of what Bitcoin's doing. So it does seem to be having its own intense movements. Sharif also having his own intense movement there too, getting very excited over that trade. That worked out really well. I wasn't even planning on saying that. Also, one more super chat before we pass off to find out what was giving Sharif so much joy. Hi Trader, says Willis Addison, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Crushing Marvell puts from 80.73.68. Wow. Let's look at MRVL. Congrats to you for that look there, Willis Addison. Yeah, Marvell. Let's see what we're doing. Yeah, this one definitely been pretty weak. Kind of looks like a bit of a stutter step to the downside. If we reject again off that 65 area, this might actually have to be a new resident of my side charts. So we're gonna have to maybe make that change. But let's look right now. You said 80 starting with these puts. Whew. Yeah, this is quite the look here. We're falling back below here. We're kind of coming into that area of previous support-esque around 66. Looks like we're going to break below it. Nice look here. All I have to say is congratulations, taking advantage of that steady Marvell move to the downside. Meta moving to the upside, so I'm going to just set my profit takers. But you have some things to discuss.
Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on the Dixie, guys. I see the Dixie. The Dixie is at day's highs. It keeps printing up higher and higher. Somebody was telling me it has something to do with PPI. I'm not intelligent enough to know that. That's not what my anticipation was going to be, that if we printed a higher or whatever, some sort of print there on PPI, that we would get a bump on the Dixie. But this is what I was freaking out about. Don't catch a falling knife, they said, and typically don't. But I did see a hammer candle come in on TSLA RAM, and that's what caused me. Is it RAM? Yeah, it is. Or is it? Yes, it is. And this is why I punched long on Tesla at that 163.10-ish area. We wet our beak there through the break of 75. So it was a nice trade, quick scalp, quick out. The hammer candle is, typically what the hammer candle means, if you miss that week on on candlestick patterns, is that you get a big down move, and then the longs kind of overwhelm sellers. Adair just finished explaining it like a second ago, but I'll just repeat it again. Buyers overwhelm sellers at that level, and so when you have a big lower wick, the tail of the candle, that short stick, and then the body closes much nearer the top, and typically when you have something like that, it's usually a bullish signal of sorts. Usually bottoming tail candles in general are bullish by nature because they're showing that the selling pressure is being overwhelmed by increasing buying pressure, hence the bottoming tail candles and the bodies closing near the top. So that's why I got into that trade. We scalped it nice and quick there. Now we're in AAPL, and what we're looking for here, Dara, is a volume weighted average price hold. So let's go ahead and sit at that 149 area to take some off before the $0.50. Well, because, sometimes we do get that resistance level at the $0.50. But I do anticipate a bit of a better bounce here on AAPL. Number one, it's a bit strong on the day. Number two, it's bouncing off the volume-weighted average price. And number three, we're kind of trying to work our way back above 18.3 yet again here on the Fuge. We're doing the wick shimmy dance right now south of 18.3, so we're coming into 18.3, kind of wicking into it and then rejecting again. So we'll see if we're able to claim it on a closing basis. So we'll see there. AAPL, for whatever reason, not really going here off VWAP. Let's go, Apple. Sign into chat. What is going on with this stuff, bro? This thing logs me out.
Really?
Yeah, my Trader TV live account logs me out constantly. I think it's for security reasons. But it's really annoying because if
probably logged in over there too.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, it's like, look, if I wanted to log out, I would have logged out.
Yeah,
I don't
that's
need
true.
you deciding for me to log out.
Sharif has autonomy. Trader TV YouTube channel, okay?
It's not even them. It's
or your
YouTube. It's
account.
Google.
Yeah.
Short Google. No, I'm kidding. No, seriously though, guys. I'm looking for I'm looking for that VWAP hold on AAPL. That's what I'm looking for there. We'll see if we get it there.
Yeah, I mean, that was pretty entertaining, the whole the struggle, the external battle with Sharif's Google account for work. But yeah, I'm happy we got a fill here on Meta. So we have some of the position out. We have safely dipped some of the beat here in some profits around 497s. Oh, wow. Saving a piece for the dream at the top of the range or near the top of the range, around 497.40s. I chose that area because I always like to get out before we get to the top of the range because I don't really trust always that we can get exactly there, using them as guides, not using them as rules, right? So that's what I have, the look I have here as well. Kyle Burdett, not sure I can read this super chat, but the gist of this, DXY is growing over here as the Tesla swing continues to be successful. So congrats to you on that look. Nice look as well. And thank you very much for the $5 super chat. Also, yeah, so people asking what the poll is, FOMO versus JOMO. So JOMO is the joy of missing out, and FOMO is the fear of missing out. And honestly, sometimes it can be nice to miss out on moves because it can just motivate you to get another move. So yesterday, I was talking about this yesterday, one of those first NVIDIA longs into 900, around 1 p.m. I missed, but then the second one, when we had a good point, I tried to catch it, right? So sometimes it's like it can motivate you to be extra prepared and extra careful heading into the next move. So I like JOMO. I voted for JOMO. Check out that wonderful poll in the chat. But yeah, so what else is happening here in the chat? Let's see what's happening. Yeah, this meta, we're gonna have to see if we continue to crawl up. NVIDIA coming back into that area that I found a little bit interesting. A little bit, I was interacting with it a lot this morning. But look, we're having this the micro ranges are doing their thing 21 because I had this drawn at 879, just shy of 880s. And look, we come into this, look at how many. Sharif was just talking about these wicks when we have them to the downside. When we have them to upside, it's like, hey, buyers overwhelming sellers. And then we come and close around that 879. Could we see moving to the downside? If we do, I think I may punch short. We may try to take some of that Panera bread to the downside. We're going to have to wait and see on that, though. But the look, I'm liking what I'm looking at here. Meta really struggling above 497, so I think we might have to take everything out at 497. That's okay. You know, the trade moves and you adapt and you react accordingly. So that might be what happens here. Really, though, this NVIDIA short has me very wide-eyed. How are you doing?
I'm reading Kyle's comment. He's like, that super chat was for you. Sharif, Dixie's growth.
See, I wasn't sure if I could read it.
Bro, you're killing me over here. You're killing me, Big Kyle. Thank you for the $5 super chat. All right, yeah. The Dixie is going up, guys. It's uninterrupted to the high side. Let's show the DXY. Well, I don't have the DXY. Sorry, I have the US. You can type in UUP on our platform. That's a Polish dollar. Okay, got it. Thank you. Amex. Okay, perfect. Katina Man, thank you for that. Let's pull that up. UUP, says a Katina Man, on the Amex network. There it is. Yeah, day's high. As you can see, let's flip to the 5. As you can see right there, we touched 27.97. This is UUP is the Invesco DB US dollar index. So the fund seeks long positions in the DX contracts with a view to tracking the changes in the level of the Deutsche Bank long USD currency portfolio index. All right, well, there you go. I mean, it's a reflection of what the US dollar is doing at the moment at 27.97. Let me see with respect to the daily where we're at. Well, we're in an intra range. I would say nothing really breaking out on the daily, so to speak, but definitely on the day, it's a big move. We'll keep eyes on this. I'm not sure exactly what to make of it at the moment or how to trade that particular look. What I'm getting, though, is cut up on AAPL. And the reason is I keep setting up a tight stop below VWAP, and it keeps holding that general VWAP area only to wick below. Stop me out, and then I get back in and it stops me out again. So I'm going to start looking for new candles to make highs on a closing basis, and that if that means giving up some profit because I get in a little higher, fine. But I'm not going to keep getting cut up on the stock like this. Now I'm negative on the stock, positive on the day, but negative on the stock because of all these umpteen amount of entries. So I'll look for a 5-minute candle close to make a new high before I get in, and obviously it has to hold the volume weighted average price here at 173 1/3. So the AAPL holding up at good levels. It's a volume weighted average price. We have these two obvious wicks here that were key levels of resistance earlier on. The first at 935 and then the second at 955. So, you know, to me, it's setting up technically, it's setting up well. But if it doesn't go, it doesn't go. It doesn't matter what I see or think or feel, right? So we'll continue to watch that. Let's see what else we got. Let's flip back to some of these small cap gappers, see which ones are still jiving. VERI now. Remember, I was singing this one's praise, singing, oh, look, this is the only one that's tradable for me at the moment, trading above VWAP, yada, yada, yada. Well, that was about 15, 20 minutes ago, because now it's broken down below that $2.80, and now it's given up the ghost at 2 1/3. So this one, not tradable in my books if and until it reclaims the volume weighted average price. APM doing its darndest to get back above VWAP. But look at the wicks. I mean, it's being met with a wall of sellers, likely short sellers, unlikely to be profit takers at these levels. Why? Because trading at the volume weighted average price, and it's not able to take through 8. So we're going to wait to see if this one can break and hold above the volume weighted average price so we can see if we can get a proper trade on it. But so long as it's doing that wick shimmy dance from the sell side, it's going to stay on our you-know-what list. So we'll keep eyes on that. Nothing else really here to talk about unless we have something doing here on AAPL. It looks like it's really doing its darndest to stay above the volume weighted average price. I'm going to pack my patience now.
Yeah, patience does need to be packed, and it needs to be gift wrapped, and you need to make sure you have it. We're talking about the psychology of trading volatility, and this market was like, hi, talking about me? Let's come on. So yeah, I mean, this has been quite the market. Meta making me pull out my hair just to go, no, I'm joking. But I have to get out of this trade, though, because we're making lower highs and higher lows. A range trade that I'm comfortable with, this is not. We're out of Meta, please just punch. We could have waited again for that 497, but this slightly higher low made me not comfortable. So happy I left where I did. Honestly, you have to make the decisions you have to make. That brings me to this NVIDIA scalp. I said that like an evil villain, but I am really happy with this. So like I said, I was watching, Sharif was talking about the beauty of that Tesla candle. He had that move down and then got involved. NVIDIA, I got involved for the exact same reason, but to the downside. We had all these spikes up into my other micro range level, 882. We couldn't get to 882, so I got involved at my other micro range level here, this 879s, took it short, teeny tiny baby position. The plan was to go for 877s. We couldn't get it. I took 878s, and I'm not going to sit here and complain. You know what I mean? I'm pretty proud of the trade. I'm going to be really honest. But you know, it's just one trade. Where's the next trade, I say? I've only been trading 2 names all day, Meta and NVIDIA. So I am looking for some other opportunities. And ARM screaming at me like, or I guess it's waving at me because it's ARM. ARM waving like, hey, Adara, I bounced off 132 and you forgot about me. I'm gonna have to get involved in ARM. And I might actually be eyeing what we do at 133 now for a level, because that was a bit of a level here in the pre we had some issues with. And as I say it, ARM sells off just as goes. Sells off is a strong word, but we struggle a little bit. So I'm gonna keep an eye on this. But if ARM continues to respect this 132 bounce, there might be something here for me. There was also a really funny comment here I saw in the chat from here we go. Noah saying, Mara looks like she's running down the steps away from the aisle, away from the church, straight down to the depths of Hades. So people really enjoying this Mara wedding analogy. Let's pull up Mademoiselle Mara again. Yeah, she certainly seems a little bit, scared. She's getting cold feet, although she is nearing that 1780 area again, which I said was a little bit of a local area of support. Not huge, but certainly an area that I would absolutely be keeping an eye on here for sure. Stock Trader asking about if we have any opinions on the Reddit IPO next week. I think it'll be really fascinating. I think given how many companies are invested in it. Also, they hold a lot of Bitcoin. So it could be an interesting Bitcoin related thing.
I don't know how I feel about this one, Adara. Number one, they raised during the pandemic at a valuation of $10 billion. So this, for all intents and purposes, is a down round. I know we're not in the private market anymore, technically not a down round, but practically, I think it is. Now, they're talking about a valuation of what, 5 to 7.5, or what was it?
I think it was 5 to 7.5.
5 in that range. I think that is super rich. Their average revenue per user, their ARPU, is $3. Compare that to Facebook, it's like almost 50. I mean, we're not even talking the same league. And okay, so if you're gonna come at this from the API, all right, they've got amazing amounts of data. All these LLMs wanna get trained on this data. Great, sounds fantastic. Do you know how much, I don't wanna call misinformation, but it's not all like scholarly stuff on there, guys. There's a lot of stuff that I wouldn't wanna train my LLM on. Right? That's just how I feel about it. I personally use Reddit maybe once a week, once every 2 weeks, something like that. And it's great for informal chatter, but I don't want to rely on it. If I'm typing something into a large language model, I want to be as accurate as possible. So I don't know exactly how I feel about that. And even if they do, use the API to monetize. I mean, at the end of the day, like, is that really worth that? I don't know. So I have some suspicions about this. I'd like to see exactly how this trades after IPO, like in the months and the lockout period as well. In addition to that, they want to give shares to their mods. Sounds fantastic. Sounds like you're democratizing the markets. I don't know if I want, big stakeholders from within that. I don't know. So we'll see. We'll see how this whole thing plays out. Lots of entertainment. I'm sure we'll get lots of volatility on it as well.
Yeah. Sean was giving his thumbs up. So
my Amazon return.
Oh, he's wearing his Amazon return. So there we go.
What are you returning? Can we ask, or is it?
I bought an iPad.
Oh yeah, you bought and you're returning the iPad. All right, no good.
No, it's because it only had 32 gigabytes RAM.
32. But then Apple's gonna go down now, Katina man. So
maybe Amazon.
I'm saying
too,
bypass
baby.
to the iPad, yeah.
All right, let's see what Reddit degens says just do it. I wouldn't call them degens, man. I'm just, you know, I don't know.
Also, Bears versus Bulls saying, what's wrong with mods? Nothing is wrong with mods. Thank you very much to Bears versus Bulls for that. Yeah, I think it's a joke there, but yeah. We apologize.
Ram wants me to apologize to everyone that I heard out there right now. I'm not allowed to have an opinion anymore, guys.
Yeah, but seriously, thank you so much always to Bears versus Bulls, always killing it out there. I think the issues, or not the issue, but the interesting thing with regards to Reddit and the mods is Fabian and I were talking about this a while ago, how, you know, we do have Wall Street bets on Reddit, right? So people are thinking there could be some way that there could be some Reddit finagling, maybe people being like, oh, you know, trade this, trade that, right? So I think people think, I think also though what I've heard that I think is interesting too is I think this might have been the discussion of it on the compound potentially. But they were talking about how this Reddit IPO could be interesting because giving the mods some shares could actually limit the amount of playing with the stock that could happen, right? So we're gonna have to wait and see. Either way, I think it's an interesting choice that could have some interesting implications. And we love moderators over here. You rock, Bears versus Bulls. But yeah, I really enjoyed that. Also, I'm really enjoying Noah's continued Mara analogy here too. So I thought that's been really funny with Mara and its wedding. But also, yeah, Noah also talking for serious too about some FOMO. Yeah, FOMO is really hard, and I appreciate the pull there in the chat. I think what I've been trying to do as well that I think kind of gets you out of the FOMO mode sometimes is knowing that, like, and I think for me too, FOMO I find the worst is if I leave a trade. But I stopped doing that once I started doing my micro ranges, and I was just like, you know, Adara, you had a plan. Your plan was short-term. Your plan was short-lived. And you're not going to get every part of every moment. And that, to me, helped me with the FOMO. I know the way I worded that did sound like I'm starting like some multi-level marketing for micro ranges. I'm really not. But I found the strategy to really work for me over the last couple of days of doing it. And I think just having a plan that works for you, at least in my experience, can really help combat the FOMO.
Can I just review Tesla here?
Yeah, please
for
do. Big
Kyle Burdett, he's holding a long-term short on TSLA, a swing short, and he wants me to have a look at the weekly. So let me remove this bar because that was the split date and it messes up my chart. Look, Kyle, Neil and I talked about this. Sean and I talked about this. There's an obvious downtrend of lower highs on Tesla since the highs of the pandemic. When we put that high, I think November of 2021, that is when Papa went before Congress, I believe. I think it was Congress. And he said, inflation wasn't transitory. And that's when we know the top of the pandemic market came. Subsequent to that, it was a slew of lower highs and lower lows. Big Kyle, I don't know where your profit taker is. But if you're asking me where the next lower low could be, right, or what lower low off which to base your trade, I mean, it's this. It's a $100 area. Now, if you don't want to have such an ambitious price target, and I can completely understand that, then we could be looking at that 150. Look what we did back in May of 23. We kind of troughed at 150. It was a higher low of sorts, if you want to call this particular area here a trough. It also has a hammer candle right there showing, you know, that 150 level was respected. It was the last time we made it down to 150. So I'm going to say to you, maybe take off the majority of the position at 150. Or thereabouts, if we make it down to 150 and then maybe leave a piece for the dream for that 100. But I don't know if we see 100 again, Kyle. Like, and that 100 area was, it was one-off. It was like we hadn't been to that 100 area since August of 2020, just right after the pandemic recovery from March of 2020. So we'll see. We'll see. But I'd say to you, my price or like my profit target suggestion to you would be that 150 area. I think that that's reasonable. That's not that far from where we're trading today, dude, 12 bucks. Other than that, there's a bit of a chasm between that 150 support and that 100 support. I don't see anything in and around there to justify a PT, a price target for a beak wetter. So that's my suggestion to you. I hope you kill it on this short in the same way that I hope I kill it long term on this Tesla trade because, you know, I'm adding very small and incrementally. Hope you kill it, Kyle. I hope that helps. and let me know how it all goes there. Keeping an eye on these markets, baby. I'd like an 18.3 break and hold for me to get long again on AAPL. It's been holding VWAP very nicely, okay? It really hasn't been breaking above or below. Sure, it's got the wicks. That's a natural price action. It bamboozled me, fine. I'll get my avenge trade eventually on Apple. If it, yeah, I'm taking some pages out of your book there, Dara. If the future curls back above 18.3 there.
We love avenge trades in here. It basically like, I like that concept as well, because we're talking about FOMO too, right? Sometimes too, it's like you have a trade that doesn't work out. This one aspect of psychological trading I find helpful for me. Then you just kind of have to look at it. And the next time, if you decide to trade that name again, don't go in as like, oh, I'm going to get revenge on that name. I'm going to John Wick this stock. Instead of think of it like, I'm going to make sure that the stock and I are having, you know, a nice equal relationship where we can both benefit. You know what I mean? It took some money from me last time. I'm going to take some money from
I
you
like
this
how you're
time.
soft talking it, eh? It's like, all right, so be nice to it. Okay, okay.
Right? Because I mean, I think too, like I've been working on that because I've talked about this pretty openly, and I was having a conversation this morning as well as Sharif, Sean, and Patrick about how I find whatever reason with Amazon can be in a beautiful range. I get involved in an Amazon range trade and the range falls off. And I was like, and this happened more than once. And I said this morning, I was like, I can't trade Amazon anymore. And everyone else here was telling me like, you know, like, don't think of it like that, right? Like it's just one stock that does one thing. So I think that's, you know, with regards to our psychology of volatility trading, I think that's one thing I wanted to say. And also, I want to talk about that with NVIDIA. My first trade in NVIDIA, the thesis was right, the short from this level, but I got in too early. We got it above my point of entry and I left, or above my stop area and I left, right? Like simple as that. But I didn't let that stop me. I took this, tried to take this short here off, or this long off the bottom of the range. Fat fingered out too early, only got 50 cents. That's okay. I waited for my good opportunity and then I kind of was able to strike again, right? So I think that's what I mean with avenge trading, approaching it as, you know, it's a new trade. It's a whole new opportunity. It doesn't matter what the ticker is, it's a whole new trade. So I think that's just my little food for thought there. Also, I should have gotten NVIDIA off the 876 hold, and I didn't, but that's okay. On to the next trade. And if we keep playing these micro ranges that I've drawn here, I like this micro range from just below 876 to about 877.30. Is it small? Sure, but can we scalp it? Maybe. So that's what I'm looking for here, just areas that hold within these ranges. Also, ARM continuing to scuttle around that 132, but it's not really waving at me like with its arm, like, hey, come join the trade, right? So I need to wait for a bit stronger confirmation. There is something brewing with 132, but even it is a short off 132, that's really not my type of trade because I like to have my profit takers a little bit more set in stone. So I'll have to see what we do here. Microsoft also kind of getting interesting. I have the 1 minute on my side chart for whatever reason for Microsoft, and there was a range trade to be had here on the 1 minute, giving you about 40 pennies. Now we're curling back. If we fail, and I'm going to wait for confirmation in a wider time frame too, mind you, but if we fail this former mini support area of 425, and as I say, we break above, that could actually be an interesting trade for me. Keeping my eye out, always looking for ranges and ready to be home on the range as we head into the afternoon.
All right.
Did you find out what happened to it?
It looks like it was lost. So they don't know. It's over the Indian Ocean, obviously one of the biggest oceans in the world. So finding that is going to be a bit tough. I'm reading here. So Musk, I don't know, do we say tweeted or do we say X'd now? I have no idea. He tweeted.
He exclaimed. He exclaimed.
Oh, there you go. He's very happy. He's like, you know, this reached new heights. Huge congratulations. And he's saying basically this was a win, but they don't know where it is. So, I mean, I guess third time wasn't a charm here, or maybe it kind of is because they did do some novel stuff, but yeah, we'll see how this all plays out. Anyway, it's not looking good for Tesla stock today. I'm not trying to make the connection between them, but you can't help but do that. Let's load up TSLA because it is at day's lows right now. Oof. Yeah, it's on its way to 160, it looks like, on the day. So I got filled at 165. I just checked the phone. I got the fill, and it looks like I may be getting filled today at 160. So we're on the way down. We broke down below 163. There goes the breakdown of 163. Now we're on our way likely into that low of day at 162.72. We're printing in the 80s right now. Where do we find local support here on Apple? I don't think we can. We're going to have to look at the daily in order to find some support here because we haven't been at these levels in some months. So let me take this one off because it has the pivot points on it, and the pivot points really distort the chart. Here it is. Sorry, guys. Just let me bring that Tesla stock up over here. So we just finished looking for Big Kyle as to where that next key area of support will be, and there's nothing below here until 150. Sadly. Okay, so I mean, you could try to base it off some of the stuff over here, but that's just random willy-nilly stuff. The base is going to be 150. So it looks like that flat bot, like that real level, was 180. So very similar to Apple. I mean, in the sense that we were putting in lower highs, lower highs, lower highs, 180. But in this sense over here, that 180 was a key level after the fact. And here's why I say that, because we got a defend of 180 on February 5th and February 6th. And then since that time, we didn't touch 180 again. Now that we given up the ghost at 180, look at all the rejections from the south side of 180. So now 180, which didn't really act too much as a support level early on because we only touched it a couple of times. Now it's acting as a key area of resistance because all the wicks and all the moves attempting to break 180 have all faded off. So it's going to be that 150 to 130, sorry, 180 to 150 range, excuse me, here on on the TSLA. So nothing for me, obviously, right now on it. Or can we? Let me look over here on TSLA. So it looks like we're making a move back up above 163. The high end of the range over here, for whatever reason, was 163.80. Multiple attempts got rejected on the 1 minute at 163.80. So that is a key level from which to break through. I'll be looking for resistance at 163.80, 163.75-ish area. We'll see what we get on Tesla, whether it can break and hold above 163 again, Adara. But yeah, big move down on Tesla, down 3.25.
Also, with regards to Tesla, I forgot to put this up earlier, but shout out to Sean. Sean put this in our group chat. He said, my Tesla. And for a second, I was like, did Sean get a car? But no, he just got an amazing Tesla short. So congrats to Sean on this. We have it twice. We also have this wonderful George Takai gift on the side with his AMD short. So congrats, shout out to Sean. And just because we were talking about Tesla, and I forgot to show that tweet earlier, yeah, nice little tweet there on Tesla. Also, I saw this tweet from Joanna Brewster, or not tweet, sorry, Joanna Brewster in the chat. Wow, I was just looking at Twitter and my brain went. Saying that Amazon holding VWAP, could we see 180 today? Paraphrasing that slightly. Yeah, I think we could, and I like the look of this for some range opportunities, so I actually did decide to get involved. We do have, oh, what happened? I got rid of all my little lines. That's okay. We do have lower highs and lower lows. That's the one thing, but we're holding VWAP like a charm. If we continue to hold VWAP, I'm staying in Amazon. If not, I'm getting out. I did have all these micro ranges drawn, but either way, I can still kind of remember where I wanted to go. I'm going to be taking some out here at that 178.50. I'm going to be taking some out. Then I would be taking some out at 178.80s. But as I say that, Amazon once again will hold the level beautifully until I decide I'd like to join the tango. That's okay. Like we said, not attaching specific biases to specific stocks, even when they really are trying to give you reason to. No, I'm joking. But if we get below this earlier area, this 178, that's going to be my out. And if we hold, I will, if we continue to hold this level, I might add to the position here. That's the look here on Amazon. Yeah, I think the only thing I would say, Joanna Brewster, with regards to the strength of this is that we do have a pseudo double top here in the 3 minute at that 179.50. Seems to be a little bit of an area of resistance and the lower highs, lower lows. But if we hold this VWAP, or if we continue to hold this VWAP, because look at all this chop and churn, I do think it's a good look. And I'm still comfortable in the long until we break below that 178. Though I don't love where I got in. I think adding at VWAP could be maybe an interesting play if we hold it well. So that's my take on Amazon. We are seeing a bit of a move down, though, in all of these Mag 7 names. NVIDIA dropping a little bit here, making new lows of day. Big move down here. Also, Kevy82 asking about my old pal Lulu. Do you like this range on Lulu? I haven't looked at Lulu in a while, and I used to trade this one fairly regularly. I have to be honest with you, there's not really enough kind of range here. I do like that, there's about $1, 468, 469. What really concerns me, though, is the lack of volume on Lulu. We're under 400,000 shares, so I'm going to have to say no. I'm going to have to run away from her in my leggings from Lululemon. But it's still something I absolutely want to keep an eye on if the volume gets better, because I see what you mean. There's some kind of range potential here. I just don't really want to get involved. There's also about a 40 penny spread.
All right, we're going to bang here for Harris Ruck with $5 Canadian Super Chat, baby. Thank you very much. Sharif Gobrel, any must-read book suggestions for being successful as a day trader and staying consistently profitable. I have 2 suggestions. I think these are both very commonly known books within the trading community. The first is a technical analysis book to teach you some TA. It's called Technical Analysis of the Financial Markets by John J. Murphy. And then there's Trading in the Zone by Mark Douglas, which is for the psychology of trading. Those are well-known, well-respected books. They're not the only ones. And my suggestion to you is this. If you want to become a super TA master, you start with that book, and then you can do more than 1 or 2 things. I'm going to suggest 1 of 2 things, or even both. 1, buy the Chartered Market Technicians materials and learn TA as Michael Noss learned TA through like the actual channels. It's kind of like the bar material for lawyers, okay? That's 1. 2, John J. Murphy in every single chapter of his book cites all of his sources, all of it. So the beautiful thing about that is if you want to learn more about point and figure charting, if you want to learn more about Elliott wave theory, and these are all things he covers in his book, he shows you exactly what books he extracts all that information from. So getting that book is like getting like, you know, a sort of an index or a table of contents for all the different books that you need in order to kind of apprise yourself on all the TA. As Neil gets ready to drop his hot lines, I should mention to the market that NVIDIA is on the way down. It is down big, 4.5%. It just broke 870, guys. And there was a bit of a flat bottom break at the $8.75. We'll see if this one can hold up at that 868 low. But it is time for the lesson of the day with Neil.
Welcome to your lesson of the day. Use pre- and post-market trading to your advantage. Now, if you're like a lot of traders, the notion of trading in the pre- and post-market where there is less liquidity, where there is more risk, is something that might be a little bit daunting, and I can understand why you might not want to execute at those times. I'm not suggesting that you even do that. What I'm going to talk about is using the information that you get pre- and post-market to inform your trading and try to get a little bit better. Now, if you happen to trade and you want to trade in the pre- and post-market, understand the rules at whatever your broker you're at. What types of orders are you allowed to use? Do your stop orders work? Some brokers are not going to have stop orders that'll send any market orders out there, so they will be different conditions between regular hour trading and pre- and post-market. The same thing can be true for what gateways you might have available to execute on if you have direct market access. It is a responsibility of traders to understand the rules at their broker and then know the circumstances where they can or cannot get filled. So I'm not suggesting you trade pre and post, but I think you can take advantage of that price action. When is the best time to look at significance, pre and post market? When something's actually happening. A stock is reporting earnings after market or in the morning. A stock has significant news. Maybe there is a lawsuit, or maybe there's a new product launch, and you're getting some pre- and post-market volume with which to work from. That's when you want to dig in, observe that price action, and use it to your advantage come the open. Because what's going to happen is there are traders, and I'm being honest with you, there are traders that are going to log in and look at something like a Robinhood here that had earnings after market, and they're going to see a gap up, and all they're going to do is look at the price action from about an hour before the open and then at the open. So when you come to the chart on Robinhood here and you sit down in the morning, chart, Ram, thank you. You're going to have a gap to the upside. Now I'm showing you some pre-market action at 6 o'clock, but you're not getting everything in the aftermarket there. You're going to have some support. You're clearly strong. The numbers were all fantastic, and the stock goes for an absolute dump at the open. Well, crap, how could you have seen that coming? Maybe you could, maybe you couldn't. But if you were to look at, I'm going to pull up my trade ideas on a 15-minute and show you a little bit more in depth what happened in the aftermarket for Robinhood, and you might get a sense of why things might have gone the way they did. So as you can see, not earnings, but they had a release of some monthly numbers where they had fantastic metrics, basically blew it out in terms of dollars dollars invested and funds held, and the client counts were fantastic for them. But you're going to see it make a top here just underneath 19 bucks right away after market. This is before 5 o'clock. Then another puts in a higher low, support, and then suddenly it's cresting, and it cannot get above $19. Then you fast forward to early in the morning at 4 a.m. when all the traders start to come online, and that $19 level is your support. I mean, right away. It was resistance into support at $19. If you come into the morning armed with the information that very clearly 19 was a key pivot spot, when it doesn't hold the open, you're not thinking long. Because after that news, you knew there was a brick wall. In a liquidity vacuum, where are the markets getting made? Where is support and resistance? Because this is all on thin volume. So if there's resistance at 19, aftermarket on the release, and then there's support at 19, pre-market for the YOLO traders trading the gap, well, what do you not want to be doing when this breaks 19? Trying to catch a falling knife. You don't want any part of that. So when it breaks this, you can be sitting on your hands or you can be looking for a breakdown short. But then look at where it bounces. Your aftermarket support at 18.25 or so turns into a decent bounce spot. Now here's where it gets a little bit tricky. This is not like at 12 o'clock or at 3 o'clock when a stock hits a double or triple top like an Apple does, and there is tons of liquidity, and to the penny you get a support or resistance level that you can trade off of. When you are looking at that zone of support, it's one thing when it fails 19 to look short and just see momentum down. But if you're looking for that dip support where there was support in the afternoon aftermarket, it's more of a range. You cannot treat these wicks here in the aftermarket like a hard line that it's going to stop at, because there's not enough volume to have that kind of confidence. What you can start doing at those price levels is look for signs of strength. Maybe you get them, maybe you don't. But if you look for like a wick bottom through it and then maybe the higher low, something a little more nuanced where you're not just anchoring yourself to that raw number. That's what I would try to do when you get those pre and post market zones. It's not always going to be the most simplistic trade out there for you to utilize, but you can definitely get out of the way when the floodgates open up. Now the 19 short, I feel like that's a little bit low-hanging fruit and was going to be a good one one way or the other. But that support level that you get put in the aftermarket, it's not going to be the easiest one in the world. All that said, I think you've got to be using those to your advantage. And to give you one more example here with maybe an obvious one, and that's going to be Fisker. Now, obviously, an extreme event happened here, and you should only care about pre- and post-market action if there is an extreme event. In this particular case, Fisker is that candle essentially going bankrupt. You know, they're looking at their options for bankruptcy and what they're going to be able to do, so that's going to be bad news. It's going to gap to the downside. It's going to be complete disaster right at 4 o'clock on this candle. It's a 15-minute. There is a recovery to about 22 cents. And you know exactly what I'm going to get at here. Recovery to 22 cents, support at 17. So what are your key prices? 22, 17. And if you come into the day, now obviously I could show you there or I could show you here in our trading platform. 17 breaks at the open and then right away turns into a resistance level. And it's not just any resistance level. That same bottom in the aftermarket where there was support, when it turns to resistance, there was actually an iceberg seller that broke briefly and then came right back, another iceberg seller. And then look at it hold the line exactly at 17 before falling. Now, if it breaks out here, probably room all the way up to that top level at 21, right? You want to step away from it and don't do anything unless you're going long into the 21 level. So what you do have are levels to work off of that can give you confluence on your trades. If you look at pre and post market, you don't have to trade at 4 a.m. to benefit from price action that happens at 4 a.m. You don't have to try to take entries post market when something has earnings to make money off of the levels that are generated. If you have the patience, and if you have the observational skills and you're willing to wait for some confluence, then you can make these trades and you're going to have a little bit more confidence because you know it's not just that I'm seeing a support or resistance at 10 o'clock. Well, guess what? Someone was making a market at that price at 4:30 and 5 o'clock on some volume on news, or maybe at 4 or 5 a.m. when the early traders were trying to get a jump on the market. So that's your lesson of the day. Don't necessarily have to trade pre and post market to make money off the pre and post market. Use it to your advantage.
Another edition of Hotlines with Neil. No. Another edition, a great edition of Neil's lesson of the day. Thank you very much, Neil, for that. I'm in a futures position here. I'm taking the cues. I'm looking for a hold of this general area of 18,250 or thereabouts. Because number one, it's a 50-point level off which we bounced earlier. So that's number one. Number two, it's it's support level 1 on my pivots. I'm talking about this area over here. So, it's not exactly the area off which we bounced last time. The closing prints here were at 32, not necessarily 50, but we are putting a bit of a bottom over here. So I was seeing if I can scalp something. We're going to use the cues here to kind of achieve that end. We're long 45s. Let's wet our beak here up in the 60s area if we can get that print, and then maybe we'll run up a little bit more. Okay, so we got that print. All right, let's let this one run up a little bit more. We're about 20 pennies in the money off this monster. We're going to let it run and see what we get. But that 18,250 or thereabouts is the level that I like for support on the future. And I don't remember who it was, but I promised you that I would look at the futures. Now, clearly, we were doing quite well in the pre. We were above 18.4. Then that PPI print comes in at 8:30, sends us down a bit, and then we kind of consolidate sideways a bit. We start doing the wick shimmy dance south of 18.4. That should have put you on alert that it might be a bit of a negative day when we're doing the wick shimmy dance from the south side, not from the north side. We're rejecting that 18.4 level. Then the bell rings and all hell broke loose. We headed down aggressively through 18.3 like it didn't even matter. Look at the break through 18.3. It doesn't even slow down. It's not until we get to 18.2 that the brakes start being pumped a little bit here, and we get a bottoming tail candle, and we make our way back above 18.3 only to zigzag. So for the moment, it's about an 18.250 to 18.3 range, all right? That is until we can break and hold above 18.3 on a closing basis, right? Not these perfunctory wick shimmy dance things. No, we're looking for a closing basis on the, I chart on the 5 minute, and ideally I'd want another higher high. Right now, we have a slew of lower highs and lower lows. Look at that downward channel that we're putting in here on the 5 minute level on the future. And just adjust this. So downward channel right now is zigzagging a little bit. We'll see what we get right now, but wet my beak on some profits there. Let's see what the rest breaks it down.
Yeah, no wick shimmy dancer Sharif on the future right now. Waiting for that closing level print. Yeah, of course. Also, really interesting super chat here. Thank you so much to Patrick Riley for that $2 super chat. RIDEQ ticker just changed to new ride. NRDE, no news. Let's pull up NRDE. Also, I did look into this company. This is Lordstown Motors Corporation. I don't know why they changed their ticker, but lots of ongoing stuff happening with this company, okay? Thursday, February 29th, 2024, they're charged by the SEC for misleading investors about their flagship EV. They're an EV company. They also filed for bankruptcy in 2023. NRDE having a bit of a rough go, but I can't tell if this ticker change is already in effect. Let me... So it says it is. I'm not, it's on the OTC. That's why I can't see NRDE. But yeah, thank you for letting us know about that, Patrick Riley. And what an interesting company. Too bad I can't look at the chart.
This is yelling pandemic all over. I can't tell you how many times I used to see that. It was on my my EV watch list. I took it off. Yeah, I took it off.
It got exiled.
Yeah, it got removed. And Fisker's about to come off too, soon.
Yeah, Fisker's a bit of a, that's all, I just have to make that face. Also, thank you so much to the Piper for calling out this range for me on Dell. I'm always on the lookout for range trades, and so the Piper was mentioning this one. I like this. It gives you about 30-cent range. That's honestly all I need right now in a market that is pretty much decidedly not rangy across the board here, so I do like this look on Dell. If we could take this just shy of 106, I'd be pleased as punch. What I'm more interested in, though, is taking this range from the downside. I think that, to me, is a little bit more interesting, especially because we're down in the day. But I like this movement, and if we can get it, although the lower highs are making me slightly nervous, I'm happy with it. If we get below, we're going to give this about 10 pennies. If we get decisively below 105.60, I'm out. Au revoir. Also, I've shout out Kyle Burdett because I was seeing him in the chat talking about how NVIDIA could rally to 874 and then give up the ghost, and it did. That is what it did. We got to 874 in NVIDIA, and then NVIDIA took a little bit of a siesta. So move down here. We're going to have to see if we make a new lower low, but yikes is all I have to say on that. How goes the Qs trade?
It's good. It's good. We wet our beak there through the break of 65. It made its way up to 80s, and now it's coming right back down. So it looks like it might be a dead cat bounce. We'll try to pack our patience and see whether we're just getting this support area volatility right back up into the 60s we go. But what really gave up the ghost, not really the future, but more like Apple. Obviously, Tesla gave up the ghost a lot. But when we were looking at the volume weighted average price on Apple, and we tried to get into this trade multiple times over here to get cut up, right? And the reason we were looking at that 173.25 on AAPL was because of this candle and that candle and the volume weighted average price, all of which converge into that one area at 173.25. But down goes Apple after having multiple higher highs and higher lows on the day, even breaking into local highs here at 174 and a third. Not to be, as this one is headed down, bouncing though off the 200 period moving average on the 5 with a bit of a hammer candle forming now at the $0.50. I'm talking about 172 $0.50. So we'll have to see what's left in store for Apple and whether maybe we can get a rejection off that 173.25 in the same way that we tried to get a bounce. So we'll pack our patience there. There goes the futures, baby, up into the 90s. Now we're 50 pennies in the money on the triple Qs. Let's see how far we can go up on this name, the Fuge, holding 18,250, and I'm playing that bad boy vis-a-vis the Fuge because, well, I've been taking shellackings as of late on the MNQ, so I'd rather not get shellacked today, but maybe I should have taken this trade on the MNQ because this one's going, baby. This one's good. I'm also looking at Softy here at Dara. Softy is making nice moves here.
Ooh,
It's doing things, as you like to say. Let me just bring in the side chart over here. What's going on with this thing? All right, we can bring it in. There we go. Look at what Softy's doing. It's finding a nice little VWAP bounce in the same way that we wanted Apple to bounce off the volume weighted average price. Softy holds 424 like a dang glove, and that would have given you $1 in the money because now it's printing 424.95. So great look here on Softy. It's up big on the day, man. It's up 2 2/3. I didn't send you that video. Oh, I have to send you this video. Okay, so there's a video going online. The Chilean Nightmare talked to me about it today. I sent it to Brendo last night. It's a robot collaboration with OpenAI and some other company. I forget the name of the company. And this thing is a dang genius, man. He gets it to wash dishes, pass him food. He tells him, pass me what's edible on the table. And the robot looks and he sees multiple objects and then he sees an organic apple.
No.
And then he passes him the apple and then the guy asks him, how come you passed me that? And he's like, well, that's the only edible thing on the table. Like it's getting more intelligent. We're close. I don't know how close we are to AGI, obviously, but this thing was very smart. I want to go ahead, Neil. Neil's gonna mic up, baby. Neil's gonna mic up. He's coming in hot. I better be ready for some Neil hot lines here. All right, I'm getting out of this trade.
It's not
Nice
hot
top
lines.
there. Go ahead, Neil.
You said he had passed him an organic apple. What is it? As opposed to what kind of apple?
A plastic apple.
Apple. I mean, like an apple is
Like
organic
a fake, like
by
a decoration
definition.
apple. You know what I mean,
I'm just
right?
saying.
Yeah. Do you think he would have known the difference between an apple and an apple fritter? Ooh. He would. As I hit the flatten button at Dara, the Fuge popped up another 30 cents. Nice move here off 18,250 on the Fuge. I literally got bottom wick on this trade. This makes me feel really good because I got that 484 438, excuse me, 40 or thereabouts. I actually got it south of 50, and this thing is on its way up. Loving this trade here on the Qs. Maybe I should do this a little bit more often so that I don't absolutely get rinsed on the MNQ, but this was a good trade. I took it out a little too early. Maybe I should change these outs here because I don't think people can see these outs. Why are they showing yellow? Short sell. Oh, I have to flip this one to purple. Okay, so I'll send this to you while I do this, Adair.
Yeah, no worries. Also, I have to apologize. Thank you, Kyle Burdett, for pointing this one out to me. So it was actually Frank Boso, I looked back and saw in the chat, who called NVIDIA to 874 and then selling back off. So my apologies. There are lots of names in the chat, and I am just trying to furiously read them all. But thank you to everybody for being a great participant. Also, we are rejecting, again, at the micro, like, you know, obviously the micro ranges are made up by me and they are useful pretty much only to me. But it is interesting how I feel like they are giving some levels. I think I might need to be respecting them a bit more because I spent all this time drawing them all out. I like this 878. Let's see what we do here. Also, like I said, I was shouting out earlier the Piper for pointing out this Dell range. Took a little bit while for us to get running on that, but we are running a little bit. We're a couple pennies away from my first fill. I wanted to get out midway through the range because we're a little bit slower than anticipated, and also I feel like, you know, slightly petering out a little bit on this, and because the range is so tight, I wanted to ensure there were some profits made. So let's see if we get that mid-80s fill here, saving a piece of the dream at 106. Also, Bears vs. Bulls saying shout out Whole Foods on that organic apple comment, which I very much enjoyed. Also, Ramin was sending us this video earlier too about that AI assistant guy on YouTube. What was this? There was Devin, the first AI software engineer. It was pretty funny. One of the top comments in that video was, imagine getting fired for an AI named Devin, which I thought was pretty funny. But all respect to everyone named Devin. It's just a really weird thing to name your AI.
No, but like, I don't even want to laugh at people losing their jobs for AI.
No.
Because I just have a sneaking suspicion that this is going to be a thing.
Yeah, I wasn't trying.
Yeah, I'm talking about myself. Okay. I'm talking about myself. Yeah, I was giggling there that the guy, you know, but, you know, in all reality, I think that, say that again, go back to the barter system, says Ram. I sent you the video of the robot guy. I know you already have it because you were watching it today. If we can show a quick clip of that, just so that we can, the viewers know exactly what I'm talking about. The company that actually made the robotics is called Figure 01, and it's a collaboration with OpenAI. So it's Sam Altman's crew there. It's just not Joe Schmo doing this, baby. AI, it's a case of Sharif being accurate accidentally. In what case you mean? What are you talking about? Neil, Robert, technically some apples are GMO. Those are not organic. I got you. Okay. There's organic and inorganic chemistry. I'm assuming maybe that also applies to apples. So. Say that again, Neil? No, the robot can't tell what's non-GMO. And you know, the whole thing of why I said this, there it is. Okay, so there's the dude. He's the guy from either OpenAI or that Figure 01, and he's asking the robot, see how he's got like the dishes there and stuff, and then he passes him the apple right there, right? And then, you know, he gives him a whole bunch of other stuff. He's asking him questions. You can't hear the dialogue that goes back and forth. Suffice it to say that the robot doesn't respond right away. It takes him a second or two, so he's not like a human where you get an immediate response. But look at how dexterous he is. That's number one. Number two, I mean, he's obviously quite intelligent. And we're going to have to see how this all works out. But this is the real deal, guys. This was not green screen. It was not CGI. It was nothing like that. This is the real deal being released by OpenAI. If you guys want to go ahead and watch the video, just search OpenAI robot, I guess. That'll come up. But that is the real deal there. What do you got there with Dell? I see a range.
I do, yeah. Also, I love that you called the robot dexterous. I have to say, I really enjoyed that. Also, that guy looks so intense. Like, he looks more intense than the robot. The robot's like chilling, and the guy's like, robot. Dude, I haven't listened to the dialogue. I'm making that up. But so this Dell, I have to say, I'm very emboldened. We go to that 105.60, and I'm about ready to press sell, and it bounces right back up. And I'm like, Dell, if you're going to keep behaving in a range like way, I might trade you more often. You might be a permanent fixture on my side chart. You might be taking it out Lily. No, I'm joking. But I do like this look on Dell. Like I said, that the range is getting smaller, so I'm going to have to be a lot scalpier, and we're going to be trying to get everything out right about now. I think we should hopefully be getting filled within a couple pennies. Like I said, my strategy, much like that of Michael Scott in The Office, sometimes you have to react, adapt, readapt, act. But in all seriousness, you know, I call it scalpulation. I have a plan. If the book makes me switch up that plan a little bit, so be it. So I do like this, but like I said, these slightly lower highs are making me cognizant. We could have a bit of a flat bottom break. We're very much down in the day with Dell, but thanks again to the Piper for telling me about this range. I always appreciate when people in the chat like drop some really, instead of dropping hot lines, you have hot ranges getting dropped in the chat. I got a really great square range ones from, I believe, Pillsbury in the chat. Z Trades last week telling me about that Alibaba range. Dell today. Like I honestly, I think we have a great community, and I'm very happy to be a part of this. Also, live trading with Trader TV Live, killing it. Thank you so much for Ramin and Fabian, but I think these comments are coming from Ramin. Shout out the Jetsons. Give me her, not this weirdo robot.
So I started giggling.
What a show.
Like Ram dropping hot lines. Do you remember we have this thing on how to trade called The Lesson? I totally forgot that.
So we were getting so caught up in robots, yeah?
Yeah, we're half an hour late on The Lesson, which is fine. Today, guys, we are talking about trading psychology during periods of volatility. We're talking about volatility all week. And, you know, we've had a lot of volatile stuff today. Just go ahead and look at Tesla, right? So the way we start off here is, you know, we want to talk about the first type of, emotion that a lot of us get, and you get it right from the get-go. It's FOMO. It's fear of missing out. You see that big small cap gapper moving 300% on the day. You see Tesla tanking. You see Nvidia moving, and then you're like, I'm missing out. So we've all been there, and all those emotions are valid. But the logical thing is here, don't chase every stock or hot tip or jump into trades based on pure emotion, guys. Develop a trading plan, stick to your trading plan, and wait for the opportunities that align with your strategy. You see Adara doing this every day. She scours the tickers for what is ranging. She wants to trade the range trades, and she sticks to her guns. She does it every day, day in, day out. Shout out to her. And that's what I mean by that, right? If you're a momentum trader, look for the momentum there. If you're a long trader, wait for the longs. If you're a range trader, do that. Just repeat over and over and become the best at it. But just try to stay away from the FOMO. And staying disciplined kind of goes hand in hand with what I was just saying, right? Volatility can tempt you to abandon your trading plan in obviously search of quick profits. Try your darndest to resist that urge. Discipline is the key to long-term success. We talked about discipline on that week, or during that week that we talked about trading psychology. And discipline kind of means something a little bit different when we use it in the trading context, right? It's obviously, it means many things in real life. In the trading context, it really means trying to stay away from your emotions and sticking to your trading plan and waiting for that setup to come in, that one that you were looking for. So stay disciplined here. And emotional trading, I mean, who hasn't been there? I've been there. I continue to be there. I'm not out of this emotional trading problem that I have, right? We all want to be emotionless, whether we all get there or not, or, reduce emotion probably comes down to the person. But emotions like fear and greed can absolutely cloud your judgment. Avoid making impulsive decisions based on how you feel the market will move. Rather, instead, rely on the logic and your analysis of what the charts and what the tape, what the level 2 is telling you before entering and exiting your trades. I gave the long-winded analogy of The Godfather 3 and how the Don couldn't make good decisions. I'm talking about Sonny, the oldest son. Couldn't make decisions because he was always angry. He was biting his fists. He was throwing stuff around. You know what I mean? And you clouded his judgment. Don't be Sonny Corleone, all right?
Good advice.
Yeah. Acceptance of losses, also super important here. I mean, unless you're, a deity of some sort, you're probably going to catch a loss every now and again. While trading, losses are part of the game. So make sure that you are fine with losses being inevitable, especially during volatile periods. Accept the fact that some trades will not go your way, and focus on learning from them and to improve your overall performance. And try not to dwell on any one trade after it's over. It's one trade of many. It does not mean that all your trades are going to go the same way. You need to kind of have a short-term memory for some of these losses. Again, a lot easier said than done. I talked to my old man about this, like some months ago. And I was basically talking to him about the fact that the L's fester with me more than the dubs. The dubs feel good. You're happy. But I feel that the joy from a good trade lasts way shorter than the bad emotions that fester when you have a bad trade. And so that's kind of, I think, part and parcel of human psychology. You focus more on the bad things than you do on the good things. And I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that when you execute a good trade, you're just doing your job, right? You're just doing what you're supposed to do as a trader. But when you have a bad trade, you kind of feel like that's not what your objective is, and you feel like you kind of failed in that way. So I think maybe that's why things fester a little bit longer with the L's than with the dubs. I don't know if I'm just speaking for myself or anybody else has that feeling, but so acceptance of loss is super important, Ram, and maintaining the right perspective on things, right? Don't get fixated on every single price movement. Zoom out. Look at the bigger picture. What is the price action telling you? Remember, short-term volatility doesn't necessarily negate your long-term goals, right? So you need to really put that into perspective before you get out of control there. And here are some bonus tips. Limit screen time, right? Especially if you're newer, right? Constant exposure to market fluctuations can heighten anxiety, and anxiety causes you to be less logical and more emotional, okay? Take breaks to clear your head and avoid information overload. The Katina man takes his walk and talk. The Neil puts on the headphones. You know what I mean? I post up there on the couch sometimes. I'm not sure what Adira does. I don't want to speak on your behalf, but I'm sure
Or am I? I'm not even really sure what I do.
I'm sure you'll have a coping mechanism sooner rather than later. I mean, I think you need for the stress of these markets. And focus on the process. Trust the process, as Joel Embiid says. Focus on executing your trading plan effectively rather than obsessing over the outcome of each trade, and develop a trading routine. This one really helped me a lot. I felt like at times, that I lacked a routine generally in life and even in trading, and so now I'm obsessed with the routine. Like I have to do the same thing, the same way. And Neil gave me actually a tidbit there. He's like, when someone ends up, making a big boo-boo, it's usually because they've broken their routine somewhere along the line. Like they forgot, maybe their cell phone at home, and that precipitated a whole bunch of different problems that came from that one problem that day. So try to stick to your routine, cross your T's, dot your I's, so that you have the same mentality, you have the same setup, everything is in line and nothing different on that day. And practice mindfulness, right? Techniques like meditation or deep breathing can help you stay calm, centered when the market throws curveballs your way. And just remember that, guys, trading psychology is a skill that takes time and practice to develop. Being aware of your emotional triggers and implementing these strategies, you can approach the volatile markets with a clear head and a winning mindset, guys. So try to have control as best you can on those emotions, Adira.
Yeah, thank you so much for going over. That was a really fun lesson too, because I feel like you get a little bit of perspective, you get some of our takes. Yeah, Sharif posted up on the couch. I feel like that couch seems like it's been really mentally helpful. Because I've seen a lot of traders just there like decompressing, breathing. Yeah, I don't have a strategy yet. Sometimes, just kind of like rapping in my head to kind of like calm down, bring it centered. Also, I will say, being in a room that's so lively, in a chat that's always so lively, always kind of brings you back to earth, right? Like you're around other people. And I think that, to me, that aspect of that is a bit more emotionally healthy as well. But yeah, no, I think it's a really cool lesson. I think especially given the volatility of the markets this week, all these news catalysts, PPI, CPI, jobless data, et cetera, right? There's so much going on in this market. There's also Tesla doing whatever Tesla would like to do, right? So I think in such a volatile market, it's certainly an interesting lesson to keep in mind. Also, we did get involved in the SPY. I was showed up, Kyle Burdett was mentioning, I'm looking to get involved at 5:15. I was watching the tape and I decided, completely on my own, this was just a me decision. I liked the idea of getting involved here around these 5:14.70s because we were kind of doing something interesting around VWAP. Then the second we get in, I get in. I say we. I don't know why I said we there. Second, I get in. We kind of bounce up again. They're off that 9 EMA, but wasn't a perfect entry, but I don't mind it. I am going to get out here, though. And now the plan is going to be, if we get back to the 9 EMA, take the short in a smarter way. Take it, or sorry, not the 9 EMA. If we get back to VWAP, my teal line here around 515, I'm going to play that range short. Because as Kyle Burdett was saying, you know, we have these lower highs. It's really, I don't know, it's like one of those names, it's like you got to say both names. Maybe it's also because I'm always hearing Sharif say big Kyle Burdett, right? But I feel like it's, you can't just say Kyle. But right, no, I think that 515 rejection is strong on the SPY. I was going to add to it there, but also just how the my account works. I cannot, like, it's too big of a position for me to have that much of the SPY, so that's cool. I did try, and they were like, nah, and I was like, cool, rejected order. I'm gonna leave you be.
You can ask them to boost your buying power if you want. It's because it's a
That's
sim.
true. It's a
Just
sim.
tell them.
I might actually do that.
Wainers or Brenkels.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I didn't know it because it's on the sim too, right? So
Yeah.
it's like the computer is not going to be upset if I'm taking its money. But anyways, yeah. All jokes aside, I do like this trade. I think there's some kind of range there. And yeah, Kyle called it lower highs, lower lows, little bit of a move to the downside.
All right,
yeah.
I just want to cover a couple of things
Please
here.
do.
The future is continuing to reject off 18.3, but it's not just doing that. It's putting in this downward channel that we just had another rejection off. So this candle over here had nothing. I did not draw that line when this candle touched. This line was drawn before when I showed you guys we were doing a bit of a downward channel. So yet again, we move up into 18.3. And yet again, we do the wick shimmy dance from the sell side and reject. And here we go, down again. So I'm going to be looking to play the range once it makes its way down here again, just like I did last time off the Qs, baby. And, you know, I was mistaken in not taking the range trade initially off 18.3. I should have been more alive to the fact that we were rejecting off 18.3. And then there was another trade to be had here. So we'll see if this one makes its way down possibly into 18.250 or thereabouts, maybe 18.2 1/3, and then we'll look to get long on the Qs again. But yeah, below VWAP, below 18.3, the future still looking negative on the afternoon. That is, unless something changes fundamentally. Now, let's look at what is making a move. So I feel, again, a little silly. I had the long on Tesla at that 162 area. We wrote it up nice for like a 50, 60 penny winner, but look how it continued to go. So we had like that 162.80 out. This one made its way all the way up to 163.50. It's still well below the volume weighted average price, which is hanging out at 165.50. So we're $2 south of VWAP. This is the first time we've made it into the 20 period, which is the yellow solid line on my chart, since essentially 10:15 this morning, off which we rejected. So eyes on the 20 period right now for yet another rejection on TSLA. I'll be looking to see if this one can break and hold above the 20. Not just a quick wick and then see you later. No, we want to see a break and hold. And if it doesn't hold at that level, then I'll be looking at 165. Why? Because 165, we troughed out there earlier on, and that was a key area of support that we broke later. It is also just a smidge above support level 1 on pivot. So it's nice when there is confluence between those two bad boys. But first and foremost, we got to get above the 20 period in order to break this, dead cat bounce look that we're doing at the moment. So eyes on Tesla right now, as it could present you with another opportunity for a trade. What else is doing the thing here? So we're getting VWAP bounces, Adara, off the stronger Mag 7 names. I'm talking about Microsoft and I'm talking about Google, both of which they don't look identical in their chart patterns, but they're awfully similar in the fact that we made highs and then we retraced back down to the volume weighted average price and we're holding it generally. Microsoft looks like it's holding it a bit better than Google is, but what does that really matter? If they both bounce eventually off the volume weighted average price because they're both strong on the day, then this could be an interesting curl trade. In fact, I'm really thinking about getting back into Google. We saw the Katina Man take a $2 banger on this one earlier. 142 or thereabouts is where VWAP is hanging out, which is nice if you want that even dollar level to hang out with VWAP, because again, it presents itself as a bit of a better support. Say it again.
I'm long Google 141.
The Katina Man is long again, or is this a new position? 141.80, the Katina Man is long. So I happen to love that entry because it's a little bit below VWAP, and then right above VWAP we go again. 142 1/4 is coming in here on GOOGL, and we have an obvious area, a target area there, which is that 143 area. Multiple wicks off 143. It also happens to be just a smidge south of resistance level 2 on pivots, which is also right at that 143 level. So you love when things converge like that. I'm going to set up a dip trade on Google at 142, see if I can get a better price than what's printed right now. But I have to be cognizant of the market when I take a Mag 7 name, because if the future starts tanking, VWAP be darned on Google. It will break VWAP and I'll end up getting stopped out. Keep your eye on the future if you're going to trade a Mag 7 name.
VWAP be darned indeed. Also to pull up Fun, let's see what kind of, I think we've had a pretty fun midday show right now, and Fun is trying to have the same thing. The volume on this, though, negligible to borrow Sharifism. We're below 500,000 shares. Thank you, Neil, for putting this in the chat. Funware has filed a new patent application titled Hybrid Organizational Systems for Data Management and Tracking using a blockchain architecture. So yeah, not reacting too much here on this. Is it halted? Is Funware halted? I can't tell because I'm on the sim. Is it open? I just can't tell sometimes. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't. No, I think we're fine, probably. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure. It's doing nothing. It's kind of hanging out. But yeah, thank you, Neil, for putting that out there. And keep an eye on, if you're looking for fun times, Funware may be for you, but it really would probably need to pick up some volume because the volume is very low on this name right now. Also, Jay Lee saying, Sharif and Adara, bring up Broadcom. Seems a short to me. 1270, possibly 20 or more back down. Just range daily, especially given NQ and SPY heading down. Thoughts? Yeah, let's see. Let's pull this guy up and see what the thoughts are indeed on AVGO. AVG, oh boy. Yeah, I mean, to me, there's, I was trying to make, it didn't really work as a pun, but we're curling up here. To me, the only thing that suggests short, Jay Lee, is this topping tail candle at 1272. Other than that, we haven't made a lower low. But the thing is, too, I'm kind of hesitant to say wait for a lower low, because if you're looking for $20 or more, by the time you wait to make sure we have a lower low, you've already made about $10 of that move down, right? So to me, it's honestly really hard for me to kind of make a call either way in this one. We are up about 1% on the day, though, and we are curling up. The only real factors to me that suggest this could go lower, topping tail candle, and the fact that we do have the general futures heading to the downside. Also, there was this question that I appreciated that I would like to answer, and that was from Hugh Manti. Adara, what are your range trading strategies? I need to work on making better ones. I have to be really honest with you. A lot of it's me earning or learning as I go. But I like to draw what I call, as of yesterday, micro ranges. This is my second day using the strategy. I found it helpful, pretty helpful so far. Basically, just drawing levels that the stock has found interest in and just finding ways to play it. So we had NVIDIA, we had that bounce and then resistance off that 889-esque area. Then I noticed we were kind of making lower highs and lower lows, with that 886 kind of being an interesting area. So then we start trying to play that range. First short entry doesn't work, then we try to take it long off the bottom, then we go short off of it, right? Then, as we come into new areas, we find new ranges developing. I sound like a science teacher. I just find range trading really cool. So I get involved again at that 880 or 879 area, sorry, because I notice, look, we're continuing to have these kind of wicks up into my previous range zone of 882, but we can't fulfill them. That's when I take the short. We take it short down into the bottom of that range about I was trying to go for 877. We got 878. That's okay. Sharif is pumping his fists, so I guess damp it is happening on the NQ. But yeah, I just find a strategy that works for you. And I find for me, my range trading strategy is just drawing ranges that even if they don't make sense to anyone else, it makes sense to me. But something's making sense to Sharif. How is that going?
I'm loving this range on the future today, Derek. Short 439.10 covered. There, 438.75 again on the triple Qs. It's ranging, guys. It's really showing you that it's hanging out in between this this downward channel today. Yeah, there's levels. It's not just a channel. Essentially, it's 18.3 to the high side, and so far it's been incrementally lower, though. That's the thing, right? So initially we bottomed out at 75. Then we bottomed out at 63, 2/3, so 3/4, 2/3, and now half. So every little bit seems to be that 2/3, 3/4, half, 1/3 level. We'll see if it makes its way back down into 50, or maybe this time 1/3, right? And 1/3 happens to be where support level 1 is on pivots, and it's the general area from which we held up in the morning. So please, as punch, tickled pink. as this new Sean and Neil are going to kill us, by the way. I don't think they really like any of these.
Phrases?
Yeah. Because I always see them like cringe. Anyway, took this bad boy, flat bottom break, whole dollar level break down there. Got bottom wick so far right now on the triple Q, so we'll see if we can get another trade into this bad boy if it starts going right back up, right? Because we're anticipating that it might bounce off 18.2 1/3. Essentially, because it's been bouncing off 3/4, 2/3, half, now 1/3, let's see. And then if that's the case, we'll take it back long again. So we'll see exactly what we get on this bad boy. The other thing, though, that I'm keeping my eye on, TSLA, I have to keep my eye on this. It's a bit of a mean reversion trade. I'd like the rejection of whatever level this is going to bounce off. I was initially positing it might be the 20 period, right? But since that time, it's broken through the 20 period, and what else has changed is that the 10 EMA is now pointing northward, right? And the 20 EMA is now lateral. It is, horizontal. So I'm thinking maybe the winds of change may be coming, at least on the short-term basis. So now I'm looking at that 165 level. I like that 165 level because we bounced off it initially, and then the second time around we broke it. It also happens to be support level 1 on pivots. It's also the 50 period currently. The 50 period may not be there once we make it up into 165, but we'll see if there's confluence between those three factors or not, Adair. But I'd like Tesla short on a pop, but into a key level. I'm not gonna jump into it here unless that is, of course, it rejects off the 20 period like it may. We still haven't really broken the 20 period decisively by any standard. So we'll see what we get here on TSLA, but we'll continue to watch this.
Yeah, congrats on that QQQ trade. It's a nice little look there. And I know you were pleased as punch to get that trade. I can vouch for it. But yeah, I will say too, I kind of even pulled up the Qs and started drawing little ranges because I think this rejection there, you're right, it's like weirdly thirds. It's kind of thirds that we're seeing these rejections. But yeah, I think from a micro perspective, that 439, by micro, I mean micro range, not microeconomic or macroeconomic. I do like this 493. Let's see, we can kind of get going into 439 on the Qs. If you could get even 439 to 438.83, that could be an interesting look. Kind of wait and see, though. I don't have really as much of a read on this. I am not the futures trader. I know, Sharif, you're all over it in the futures. I trade them a little bit less. I am in this Microsoft trade. I have drawn the ranges. As we can see, I liked the idea of this lower highs, lower lows, and now it looks like Microsoft's like, oh, joking, we're going to bounce off this previous area of support. So I might have misinterpreted this chart. That's okay. If we break decisively above this earlier kind of peak around this 425, 45 area, we're going to have to get out. I am ready to leave part of this position around the bottom of that range, and I have no problem kind of entering and exiting as we go. I have no reason to leave yet, so I'm going to stay for the time being. Also, speaking of my questionable abilities with futures, I did take that SPY short. I got out, took a cool less than 10 pennies. Appreciate that, but I don't know if that sound is warranted there. I remember one person was saying once the 10-cent club, and we were partying up in there.
Kept mocking
so I'm
us.
going to have the 7-cent club. Thank you, much appreciated. Yeah, I mean, honestly, obviously could have stayed in here. My issue was I had a bad point of entry. I love this.
Yes, we have a lot that I haven't been using as
It's a
of late.
fun one.
We're gonna get to using some of them. I'd like some of the sounds that the Chilean Nightmare has been using there. He's got the Randy sound. He's got the crickets, the booing. We need some clapping like the Compound has. I like the Compound clapping one. The dime time. Okay. Well, I'll get those numbers off you later, Chilean Nightmare, because I want those on the stream deck over here. I think they've got a great place. Guys, I'm watching Softy. We're holding that 424 VWAP level on Softy, and here comes a new high. I'm looking at this 425.50 right now. Microsoft has been the big boy on the block on the day, 2.5%. And now it's looking at coming back into highs. Where are highs? Well, hanging out at the doorstep of 428. 427.82 technically HOD. Softy looks the most bullish. Softy and Google look awfully bullish together. They're both up over 2% on the day. Well, Goog is up 2%. Google is 1 3/4. So I'm looking at weaseling some sort of trade here on one of them, whether it's Softy or Google. But I like the look of their jib.
Oh, the jib?
The jib. Yeah, Microsoft's jib is good at the moment. Well, unless we can get something better than where it's currently printing. Ideally, you want something in that 424 mid-range because this thing moves dollars at a time. So I don't want to be punching in mid 425s or low 425s and have this thing retrace to 424 against me because it can. That's where the volume weighted average price is. And so I ideally like to set up a trade in the lower end of this range over here and try to get filled. In fact, that's exactly what I'll do. So what we'll do is we'll set up a trade at 424 and 2/3. I'll send it to you, Adaro, as I put it in.
Yeah, that makes a lot of that's a really smart idea. That's what I should have done on this Microsoft instead of trying to go for a flat bottom break. And it's like, Adaro, you don't even really trade that way. Instead, it is moving up. And I think that the bottom of this range at 525, where I entered the short, would have been a much better area for a long. So best of luck. We need to come up with a phrase for trading that's not best of luck because you don't want to wish luck with trading, right? You want to best of skill, good skill. That's not a good one, but we'll come up with one.
We'll figure something.
We'll figure it out. But yeah, so I did get out of the short because we broke above that area. And then of course we get top wick, and then it continues to kind of curl down here. So we're gonna have to wait and see. If it holds that 425, that could be, I don't want to steal Sharif's, I don't want to cop Sharif's style here, but I do like the idea of this 425 range, playing it correctly, because I did not play it correctly, but that's why we don't do revenge trading, we do avenge trading. We do not John Wick the stock, we say, hey Microsoft, let's be pals. Let's take this crazy ride to the upside together. So I might have to do that handshake deal with Microsoft. We're gonna have to wait and see what occurs. Honestly, yeah, don't ever read on much now. NVIDIA, kind of topic and trading, there is still some kind of play off of the micro ranges. Specifically, that 877 has been remarkably spicy, 877 to 879. So I need to keep a better eye on NVIDIA. Thomas Johnson, may the trade be with you.
I like that.
I like that one. I think I might steal that from you, Thomas Johnson. Other thing I'm looking at too, Sam Yip was mentioning Micron in a bit of a range. Yeah, I would say so. The Micron one I feel like is moving a little bit more slowly, but there's a 1 cent spread. There is some kind of range happening here between 92 and 92.30. I'm gonna have to keep my eye on this. Is Microsoft being nice to you?
It's not. It's still hanging above 425, but we want to shout out the pawns, the Fonz, Ponzi Fondy, shout out to you, my man. I don't have any Lambo trades today, but the Katina man had a bunch of them. Can we hit the Lambo thing, Katina man, there for the Pawns, the Fonz? He's always asking for the Lambo trades, and some days, he's less ambitious. He asks for the Honda Civic trades, so that's fine. Well, we have Honda Civic trades on this side of the desk. The Lambo trades are going to have to be on the other side or back there. So we'll keep your eyes on that. Shout out to you, Pawns, one of the OGs in the chat, no doubt. So we'll keep eyes on that, Adara. Sideways movement here on a Softy, sideways movement on Google. The Future, though, headed back down. Keep your eye on 50 points. I'm talking about 18,250. And keep your eye this time at the 1/3 level, 18,237, 33, thereabouts, somewhere in the 18,230s. Okay, 18,230s, excuse me. Why? Because that's where we've been channel downing on the Future. So while I tell you about that, let me also tell you about this. I think Aaron and Joanna Brewster in the chat were saying Apple flat bottom, and you're not wrong. Look at how many wicks we got into this 172 1/3 earlier. This range is from 9:45 till about 10. All right, we haven't been at this level. Bless you, Ty.
Bless you.
I gotta give you the machine gun moniker over there. All right. Ram, let me show this chart. Thank you. 172 and 1/3 is where we were wicking. We were doing the wick shimmy dance from the north side on that. Now we're right there. Now we're looking at giving up the ghost on that level, but we have this gnarly downtrend here to support us on our move down. So Apple was trying to stay above the 200 EMA on the 5. That's the dark blue line on my chart, but it looks like it's giving up the ghost at that level. So we're going to have to see what we're going to do here on Apple, because there could be a trade to be had on this, no doubt about it. So keeping an eye there. Oh, dang. And this is the missed trade. Look at this on Tesla. I kept saying 20 period. And I got busy with something else, and I missed that trade. That's That's $1 right there. That 163.50 down to 162.50. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough to trade and talk and do all this stuff at the same time. But maybe I can help myself by using alerts, right? So we'll keep eyes on that. All right, I'm Phil that Softy. I'm going to send it to you.
Yeah, I am also, you have a much better cost basis than I do on Softy. I did get involved in Microsoft at 425s. I was trying to take it up into 425.50s. Microsoft was like, cool, you wanted this for the short, now we're gonna go down. So I find with Microsoft, I don't wanna make assumptions, but I have found with Amazon, I've always said the second I get involved, Amazon will break out at whatever level it's been holding all day. Microsoft, it's a little bit different with Microsoft. What I find with Microsoft, and not trying to assign things to stocks, but what I've noticed with Microsoft is my direction on it is often incorrect the first couple of times. Well, have a look, I get involved, the vibe is wrong, I get out, then I go in the direction it now seems to be going, and then Microsoft's like, you were right the first time. So for me, my timing with Microsoft seems to be a little bit slow right out the Bill Gates. So we're gonna have to work on getting that a little bit more immediate there on the timing. We're holding up this 60 area. If we fail this, like around 60s, I'm gonna have to say sayonara. Yeah, definitely may the trade be with you, Sharif, because your entry on this is fabulous, and your instincts with Softy seem to be much better than mine, which are a little bit flailing. But I will be out of this before we start the lesson one more time, so gonna give this a few minutes. Softy, if you'd like to hold up here, that's great. If you don't, but please make up your mind. Also, okay, I have to get out of this. We're gonna say au revoir to Microsoft. It was fun while it lasted, and it was deeply stressful while it lasted, and it's no longer lasted. I'm out of this trade. Yeah, what a ride, Microsoft. My weakest name of the day, but we're still up on the day. We're still staying positive, and where's the next trade? As we often say here, shout out to Obi. But yeah, Microsoft has been really, really bamboozling. It did look like it was going to be a long while I was in the short, and then it was like, oh, should have stayed in the short position. It's all good in the hood. We're going to have to wait to see what happens next. X Sing would like to know what Sean's having for lunch. A salad.
Can we show them? Oh, there it is.
Egg salad is on top. Thank you, Sean, for that. I know Sean has the what's for lunch segment, so I thought that's a nice little update. X Sing asking about that there. Also, I'm happy to report not spicy chicken. It's not. I noticed, yeah. Fabian saying that it is not, in fact, spicy. I concur. There's a nice little tortilla there. I've had like a couple bites, but yeah, good times. Fabian and Sean showing you both sides of the lunch spectrum here today at Real Trading, at Real Trading, where we make real trades and I make sim trades as I learn to trade. Yeah, I will let Sharif Microsoft.
No, you can start the lesson. It's
I was going to start the
right?
lesson. Yeah, well, I was going to say I will let Sharif Microsoft while I do the lesson.
Oh, sounds good.
So there we go. I should have finished my thought there. But yeah, so trading psychology using or during volatility. So we talk a lot about fear of missing out. There was a really fun poll there in the chat, because really this is a huge thing you're going to have when there's volatility. There's all these big moves, and with big moves come big misses and big heartache. But really, volatility can be a roller coaster ride for your emotions, and there's some ways to stay cool, calm, and collected when the markets heat up. You don't want to chase every hot stock, and you don't want to trade an emotion here, right? You want to make sure, I was talking yesterday, I was reading that there was this woman, Melissa Brown, who's this analyst, and she was talking about noise versus signals. Noise is all the stuff that you're hearing the market saying. Signals are the actual concrete reasons to enter a trade. So you could maybe use that to combat some FOMO. Make sure that you're sticking to your trading plan, as Sean talked about yesterday during his walk and talk and stock, and you want to wait for opportunities that align with the strategy you have. You also want to make sure you're staying disciplined. Volatility can tempt you and lure you to abandon your trading plan in search of quick wins, but you want to resist that urge. Discipline is going to be the key to long-term success. I'm a couple power. Oh, there we go. Now we're on emotional trading. Emotions like fear and greed can really cloud your judgment. You want to avoid making impulsive decisions based on how you feel the market will move, and rely on logic and analysis before entering or exiting trades. As Odyssey Fight said earlier, trade with the chart, not with your heart. And I really agree. You also want to make sure you accept losses. Losses are going to be inevitable in trading, especially during volatile periods. So just accept that some trades aren't going to go your way. You have to know when to hold them and know when to fold them, and focus on learning from them to improve your future performance. And you also don't want to dwell on the trade after it's over. It's one of many trades, and it doesn't mean that all your trades are going to go the same way. In the words of one Obi, where's the next trade? And that's something I'm really trying to figure out and learn from, as we all learn to trade here. You also want to make sure you're maintaining perspective. Zoom out and look at the bigger picture. Don't get fixated on every single price movement, because there's going to be more fish in the sea, and there's a whole market full of lots of little fish jumping around for you to trade. Short-term volatility, also worth keeping in mind, does not negate your longer-term trading goals. If you're in a swing and one day the stock goes a little bit awry, as long as it's within your trading plan, take a deep breath, look away from the computer, unless you are Ramin, as she said. She cannot limit screen time when she is running a stream, and just keep going. Bonus tips as well to keep an eye on. Limit screen time, again, unless you are Ram and Fabian. Constant exposure to market fluctuations can heighten anxiety, so you want to take breaks to clear your head and avoid information overload, which is really easy to get when you're interacting with the markets, let me tell you. You also might want to focus on the process. If you're focusing on executing your trading plan effectively, you can avoid obsessing over the outcome of every single trade. Develop a trading routine, also really important. You want to make sure you have a consistent routine, as Sharif was saying. A consistent routine in life can be really important. And just ways to deal with your losses. You know, if your routine is going to the couch to recoup after an L, maybe stick with that. So it's really been really fun having the couch on the trading floor, I have to say. But yeah, basically just finding ways to keep yourself grounded during volatile periods. As you know, we have Neil in his headphones, Sean in his walk, lots of traders in couch, and I'm still coming up with a plan for myself. But also you want to make sure you're practicing mindfulness. Techniques like meditation or deep breathing or just taking a moment to zone out and then come back, that can really help you stay calm and centered when the market throws curveballs, as it is wont to do. And above all, you have to remember, trading psychology is a skill that takes time and practice to develop and hone. And by being aware of your emotional triggers and implementing your strategies, you can approach volatile markets with a clear head and a winning mindset. So that is volatility in these here markets. What a time.
Yeah. All right.
How are you doing?
I'm still holding this Microsoft long. My line in the sand is going to be the break of VWAP. The break of VWAP on my chart is just a little bit below that 20 area, 20 penny area. It looks like, you know, the future doesn't want to hold up at these levels. So if we break, we break on Softy. But, you know, I chose a strong name. One of the strong names to go long. We had a winning trade on Google. We thought maybe we'd get into Softy here. Anyway, about 10 pennies out of the money, or no, 12 pennies out, 10 pennies out of the money right now on Softy. But I needed to hold the volume weighted average price. Doesn't, that's going to be my line in the sand. We got to draw the lines somewhere. But the future now is below 18,250. So as there I'm at a Softy, as it broke below 18,250, on its way down into that, I believe, that 18,2 1/3, like we talked about last time. I mean, this is the level that we've been bouncing off with respect to this downward channel that we've had over here, right? So if you extend out these lines, it's still kosher that way, and then this one as well. So this takes us down into around, yeah, we'll see. We'll see if we hold this pivot area over here. This has been the area that we keep bouncing off initially, but the downward channel means that we typically get a lower low. And the reason I got a little frustrated there is because, you know, I had an option. I had Google or I had Softy, off which to take on VWAP. One is going up and one is going down. 50-50 shot, right? We had a trade on Google. Like, thought maybe I'd take Softy this time around. Softy breaking down now below 424 on its way down. It looks like to the 50-period moving average. All the while, Google is putting in higher highs. So annoying, having chosen the wrong one, but that's part of trading. So you got to be ready for that, ready to move on. So looking, my next trade is going to be on the futures. If we get that bounce off the bottom down trend line over here, I'm looking for that bounce again, give or take, in this area, and then we'll look to get long on the Qs, which we already have loaded up. In fact, I'm probably just going to set up a resting order to get long there. Now, let me also tell you about this stock that just came into my purview, STI. This one is a multi-day runner, and it started its small cap gapper life on the day south of the volume weighted average price. In fact, south of yesterday's closing price. This thing locked in yesterday at 125. Started the trading day at 90 pennies. So south of a buck. This thing's made its way up to 205. So even though this is only up 48% on the day, it is up 110% since the open, right? And so that's what I'm looking for. That's why I have two columns always on my scanner. The percent change on the day, which is from 4 a.m. onward. That's when you can start trading in the pre. And the 9:30 change. What has it done since the bell rung, right? Because that's when a lot of orders get executed. Like all the orders on the New York book, none of them print till 9:30. And if you've ever looked at the New York book, it's stacked, right? So a lot of orders can't participate in the pre-market. So that's why I have those two columns there. Anyway, STI. Oops. Let's talk about the technicals on this bad boy. It's putting in lower highs right now, but it's also putting in higher lows. So we have a bit of a compression pattern north of VWAP on a stock that's up 42%. So if you listen to the textbooks, they say compression patterns resolve in the direction of the original trend. Well, the original trend is to the high side. So let's see if we do that here, right? We've got the higher lows. You can see that off that 205 rejection. And we've also got the lower highs off that 205 rejection. And we've got the higher lows owing to all these bounces here, namely off the 50-period moving average, it looks like. So we should probably bamboozle some sort of trade here on STI. My line in the sand has to be the volume-weighted average price. It's nice when that jives with the 10-penny level, which is $1.70, right? VWAP pointing right now at $1.70. We're trading at $1.78. The great majority of the prints have all been north of the 50 period. So I would be a little bit concerned if it does break below the 50 period, which is at that $1.75. So STI showing up late to the party today, but better late than never, I guess. We'll see if we can bamboozle a trade on this small cap gapper, as we haven't not traded a small cap gapper on the day. Maybe STI will be the first of the day. So watch in there. What's up, Katina Man? The Katina Man is also fighting Microsoft long. So I think the Katina Man was looking at, we were jiving on that. And I hate to point this out, but Google is on the way up. So I feel like, for having chosen the wrong one. And that's on me, right? So we'll continue to watch, see if Softy here does the move back up above VWAP. But look, guys.
Apple.
Yes. What the hell just happened? Go, Derek, don't even let me finish.
Okay, sorry, I'm
don't even let me finish. You got to interrupt me when that happens.
Sorry, I put it in the chat as well. I'm seeing this on Benzinga, but Bloomberg reporting that Apple has bought the startup Darwin AI as part of its race to add features, and Apple's added dozens of Darwin AI staff to its division. Looks like, though, as quickly as we had that move up, we're kind of trickling back down here. We bought back towards VWAP. We did see a little bit of rejection around VWAP, but also around that top and turn area earlier. So that was a massive move up if you got that long. And it's interesting, too, we had a little bit of consolidation before that pop. Looks like the biggest volume candle on the day from what I'm seeing. Yeah. Maybe with the exception of this one we had right before the open. But certainly I think one of the biggest move that we had here was this AAPL massive move. C-Wave saying so emotional and overreactive. Yeah, I mean, Apple certainly that. Yeah. Yeah, sorry, next time I will interrupt. I should have...
Who is this Darwin AI?
Darwin in the chat saying, sorry, guys, I signed a deal and had to keep quiet. Way to participate.
Attaboy, Darwin. Darwin's one of the OGs in the chat, by the way. Darwin AI. Let's find out what this company does. Who is this company? Rapidly growing visual quality inspection company providing manufacturer and end-to-end solutions to improve product quality. All right. Let's find out here. They got a YouTube channel. Oh, page is not available. Okay. What's going on? Darwin AI on GitHub? No, that's not what I'm looking for there. All right. Well, we'll leave this for now. Where is this company? Darwin AI? This is in Ontario. This is in Waterloo, bro. That's a Waterloo company. Yeah. Shout out to the Neil who went to Waterloo, baby. Yeah. Are you looking at what I'm looking at? Do you want my? Okay. So Darwin AI being bought up by Apple. They're a Waterloo AI company. I'm looking for some more information about them here, but it's kind of slim pickings, to be quite honest with you. Here's the X account. This account doesn't exist. All right, so everything's shut down here. Something, yeah, so they obviously did something here in anticipation of the buyout. Their Twitter account is not working. Their YouTube page is also not working. So it looks like, they took everything offline in anticipation of this purchase. Okay, so we can't really find information about them. We'll see. Google's pumping up here, 142.50. Here comes Google, breaking to the high side. Look at that curl up and hold on view up. Makes me angrier every time I look at it. No, I'm kidding. I'm not angry today. I'm actually chill today. 142.50 incoming, rejecting right now, but the future also getting that bounce up off this area that we were looking at. 18, 2, and a third. I'm looking for support at this level on the future. It's been bouncing off this lower trend line over here, moving back up into the 18.3. So if we can catch it here like we caught it on the Qs last time, I'll take that trade all day. Let's see what we get.
Yeah, let's see what we get. Story of the day with all of these wild moves on the market. I did have a Tesla short. My issue was I did not take very many shares in this because I wasn't feeling burned by Microsoft, but I was just trying to ease back into trading after the Microsoft situation, wherein I did take a short, then was like, oh, it's a long, and I took the long, and then Microsoft was like, Adara, what are you doing? So I need to give her a rest. We can't look at Microsoft right now, but basically just trying to contextualize this trade. I got involved because I was watching here, and we did have that rejection, which kind of coincided with the 9 EMA off 163s. Got in 163.10s. Then I was saying, Adara, we'll draw our lines. If we get into 163.60s, we're going to have to leave. So we're going to add to the position if we hold it. And then we're going to leave if we get at 163.80. However, we held 163.30 like a glove. Kind of kicking myself for not adding to the position. As Sharif said, you're always angry as a trader. And I'm really feeling that right now because it meant I only had one beak wetter. So I decided to leave that beak wetter at the bottom of one of my ranges here, that 162.80. But also, look what we're seeing here on Tesla. As you said, the future is kind of trying to climb back up here. So is Tesla. At this area where we had some chop and churn, we had a micro range drawn there. So we might have to get involved if we continue to hold up above 162.50s. I think this could be a tasty trade, and I'm tired of talking about it, and I'd like to make some action happen. There we go. Let's see if we get filled at 162.58. I had to breathe. I was like, 162 Tesla, but Tesla is 162. If we break decisively below this 162.50s area, I'm getting out. I have to keep this very tight because it is Tesla, it is the Cybertruck, and it will go 0 to 100 or 100 to 0 in a freaking heartbeat. So I would like to not give it the opportunity to do that. We're going to be getting out some of this around 162.82s. Should we get there, then saving a piece for the dream, which is going to be 163.20. Though who knows if we'll get that. We need to be holding this range first. I might have been a bit too hasty in this, but I'm trying to, and I want to clarify, I'm not trying to rush into trades that make no sense, but if I have lines drawn out and we're coming into these levels, I think I owe it to myself to take it as I'm learning. So that's what I'm really taking. As Sean says, a scared trader is a deficient trader. And I am trying to not be that type of trader in my life. Also, we had that Apple story. And with that in mind, I would like to take a moment to shout out our lovely friends and sponsors at Benzinga, because that was how I was able to have that story. The second I heard that there was that Apple news, I just got the page ready to just see that drop when it came out. And in fact, it did drop, and we did get that Apple story. And we are brought to you by Benzinga Pro. You can sign up today for 50% off their premier news and research platform for retail traders with code TTV, capital letters. Use the link in the description to go to checkout. So that is Benzinga, and that is Tesla. We're in the 2 penny club. No, now we're actually not. We're falling below now. We're basically flat. Let's see what's happening. I'm seeing some mentions of AMD losing the 20 EMA, so let's see what's happening. AMD. Yeah, AMD and its EMA are kind of in a bit of a fight. They're having a little bit of a breakup now, pulling apart from that 9 EMA here, at least what I'm seeing. I don't have the 20 yet, but I do have the 9 EMA. Bit of weakness here, not seeing any clear levels. We're at the low of day for AMD. How are the Qs going?
No, they're breaking down. So we're still continuing to fight the Qs at the moment, but they are on the way down. Looks like we're on the way down to 18.2 here. Because while we're breaking that level that we earmarked on the downward channel, it looks like it's bouncing off a little bit right now at 16s. It's probably going to be an 18.2, either break or hold. It's going to be one of the two here. Here we go. So I'm going to show you exactly what I'm looking at, and that's a big red candle that showed up here on the future, probably owing to that big red candle that showed up on Apple, but it's holding that downward downward trend line for now. So we're going to have to watch here and see when, if this turns back around. And if it does, do we go long on the Qs or what do we take long here? Because now, still positive on the Qs on the day, but I'm positive on the Qs on the day, but now I'm in negative territory, albeit very, very, very slightly negative at the moment. We could go green pretty quickly, very, very light. So we'll see exactly what we're getting here, whether or not we get a hold up at these levels. I'm keeping my eye on the side chart, which is where my future is, the future chart. But yeah, I think that the right thing to do here would probably be to wait for that 100-point level at 18.2 before you try to get a dip bounce. And I'm going to need it to prove to me this time that it's going to hold up at 18.2. That means giving up a better entry, because you're going to have to wait for it to curl, right? And by definition, waiting for it to curl means that you give up some profits, because then you get in a bit of a higher price. So watching here, 18,203.25 is technically the low on the day. We're printing 215s, 214s, or thereabouts. We'll see what we get here. SPY doesn't want to bounce back, says Yagna. You may be right, man. Killer Cam Palantir is an interesting spot near low of day. Let's pull up PLTR. I just don't want to digress too much from what I'm looking at, because last time I digressed, I missed that short on Tesla. So I'll look quickly at PLTR, see what it's doing. At these levels, what's Palantir doing? Let's zoom out here. So downward channel for Palantir, lower highs, lower lows, catching some sort of support here at 24.15. The best print was this 24 print. Is this a real print over here? All right, I can't look at Palantir at the moment because I'm gonna have to look at the future, because I definitely want to get in if this starts curling up again. I'm gonna send it to you right now, dear.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, may the trade be with you on that.
Thank you.
Putting that together. I will look at NVIDIA. CompSRX was saying earlier, NVIDIA long stage, and it looks like they are now printing, so congrats to you. That 870 to 873 bounce was beauteous. I turn over and I look back and I'm like, it's already up, so congrats to anybody involved in this. I did all about the Cybertruck because it got below my area, my out, and then the Cybertruck was like, oh, Adara, you shouldn't have left. But actually, I should have, Tesla. You broke below my area of interest, and I can't have that happening. If we do see that rejection of what, also I like that I was just casually talking to the stock. If I do see this rejection of that 162.60, which is my little my literal line in the sand here, I'm gonna maybe take this short. I do have these levels set up, so I'm gonna have to wait and see what happens here. But what I'm trying to do lately is being less directionally biased and more, how are we doing with regards to what I'm looking for with regards to these ranges. So I think this could be interesting. I think the biggest issue with Microsoft, and I've been really open about this, is trying to take less trades that aren't purely ranges. This wasn't purely a range, especially the way I wanted to play it, so I should have stayed away from it in the first place. You live and you learn and you try to make some more trades. Meta is getting rangy again. I was taking advantage of this earlier range. I did clearly get out a little bit early, but that's okay. We took some profits. I'm not going to sit here and complain. You know what I mean? Don't cry over spilt shares, as long as we're able to make some on here. So I did like this range. We continued to hold this range. Then we kind of end up forming a new range around 494 to about 497 area. So that's about a $3 range here. I think there is some opportunity, but the spread on Meta is worse than it was earlier today. The spread is not one I would like to really be messing around with here. It is about more than 10 cents. It's about like 20 cents. I got involved with Meta earlier today because it was about a 10 cent or less range, which is kind of more of the range I like to see on a Meta type name. But I think that's such a good look there. Yeah, congrats to CompSRX and everybody else killing it on N to the V to the D to the A. Elon is really important here, saying still be patient on buy the dip. I agree. I think it's a market where you do have to be patient. Sharif is going pamp it in his head, I'm pretty sure, because we just had that pump. I also love when you actually pump the fist, because I think it really echoes the pamp it ethos. I think it's really...
Yeah, like you have to not just say the words, but you gotta feel them.
You really
all right, well, we were getting cut up on the future, right? But I think, all I heard was a Katina Manning's walk and talk yesterday about, sticking with the guns. I mean, if you get cut up a couple of times, fine. Make sure the losses are smaller than the wins anyway. So we'll see if this one can run up. Long 87s. Let's see. We took some out there in the mid-teens, looking for a break of the quarter and a move back up. Guys, I mean, it literally is holding I mean, it's a downward channel and it's holding this line. I mean, I didn't adjust this line. This is exactly when you extend the line, this is what it looks like, right? So there is a range today on the futures, whether, it's helped your trade or not, it's there. So looking for a move up. We're holding nicely now, about 50 pennies in the money on the future. Let's let this go. The next level of resistance is going to be 18,250 on the future. We're trading the Q, so well cognizant of the fact that there could be a little bit of a difference between the levels that I see on the MNQ and the ones that I see on the future. But hopefully I'll be quick with it, and I won't suck too much. So we'll be able to maybe get that out if we hit that level of resistance. And we're coming into pivots, it looks like right now. So I think I might sit at the $0.50 or thereabouts, 438.5 or there. That's about 14 pennies, 15 pennies from where we're trading at right now. I think that that's a reasonable level off which to base. Apple is moving up. I see you, JJ. It is rejecting the volume weighted average price. So it's doing, say again, Katina Man? The Katina Man is long, 172.40 on AAPL, essentially the bottom end of that range. So 60 pennies in the money there, printing on that. Shout out to the Katina Man, putting in work, baby. What else we got? So I'm waiting for that 18,250 touch on the future, and then I'm going to use my flatten key to get out of the Qs. We'll see what we get here. Waiting for that move up, Adair.
Yeah, it's what a market. I mean, I think a great week for volatility. The market heard what we were talking about, and they said, sign us up. And sign up they did. Here we are. Sorry, how to trade. I always forget that we are how to trade. And Sharif just said Pamp, so he's pleased as punch. I'm in a short, so I'm a little offended. No, I'm joking. It's cool. I'm just trying to take this short here. I decided I did want to go short Tesla because now we're having a hard time reclaiming that 162.60. So I'm taking that short. We're trying to scrape it as we get to the bottom of this area here. We haven't really gotten that much lower, though. I'd like to see a little bit more oomph in this push to the downside. Also, I will be adding, if we get to this 9 EMA area, that could be a nice place to add. And I will be leaving if we get to that 162.88. So basically, like I said, I've really been talking about playing these ranges that I've drawn, these micro ranges. I'll play them in either direction. Tried the long, it was wrong. Tried the short, I was going to come up with another rhyme, but I can't. We'll have to see what happens here. Try the short until we abort. Thank you, Sean. Yeah, Killer Katina, as Sharif calls him, killing it there. Go, Sean. Yeah, this Tesla move is fun, and now Tesla's decided to be a bit more of a long here, trying to do what Microsoft did and get a little directionally bamboozling. Let's see what happens here on T to the S to the L to the A. Pan W bounce, says Renata. Let's look at Pan W. I just put Pan Q. So let's find Pan W. Yeah, this is not quite a W for Pan W. Oh, this is a range. Yeah, I totally agree with what you mean there on the Pan W bounce, Renata. We did have this nice little push up off that 286. Now we're in 287s. I have been neglecting this range. What a look. Volume above 2 million. So it's honestly, embarrassingly enough, better volume than I've traded on Eli Lilly sometimes. The volume is here. I do not mind what we're doing here is at all. The only thing, though, is this range is going to be a little bit of a slower moving range. Like if I compare to the meta range, you could kind of get this in about like half an hour, 20 minutes, right? Pan W is really going to make you work for it. You have to be patient, which is, as I've said, not necessarily my strong suit, something I want to work on, but I do think that the Pan W range might be a little bit too slow moving for me. I do agree with you, Renata. Pan W has certainly bounced. We're still down in the day, but we did have that nice push back up there off that 286. Not seeing any news on this one. Yesterday, they had just reiterated rating from Stifel, but nice look on Pan to the W. There's a lot of different, Ricky Paddington wanting sound and rum. Let's look at Rumble, because I know that was one that was rumbling the last couple of days, and it was Sharif was involved in that name. Ooh, okay, Rumble's interesting.
Today,
Pardon?
It's down. I'm assuming because of the Mnuchin news. Did you hear about the Mnuchin news?
No.
Steve Mnuchin, he's a...
I did. Yeah,
he's trying to buy TikTok. So, I mean, it's obviously a rival to Rumble.
Yeah, they're going to get into a Rumble, head-to-toe Rumble, over Rumble.
That was set up perfectly for you there.
I enjoyed that. Yeah, if it sets up, I like to be able to volley it back. But yeah, pseudo double bottom here at 775, curling back up the 9 EMA. I would be watching out to see what we do around that $8 area, because that could be a little bit of earlier pseudo support becoming resistance. That's the area I would be keeping an eye on. Joanna Brewster saying Meta giving me whiplash. I get what you mean. Meta's been so rangy, and this is a range I've also been neglecting, continuing to kind of pop up above that 9, or that VWAP, sorry, not the 9 EMA, above the VWAP. But also to go back quickly to Soundhound for Ricky Paddington there. Soundhound, honestly pretty rangy to me. I actually might also look at this. We have that $8-esque area, then we come into 770s. Very much down in the day. I know Sean was involved in this one earlier when we had that nice movement up. Honestly, I have to say to you, Ricky, both these names look like they've taken a little bit of a nap, but I do think there are some range opportunities there.
Hang out for a little.
Also, hi, Obi. But yeah, Tesla, we got our first fill. We're going to try to get out of the rest of this Tesla here. Sorry, hi, Obi.
What's going on, guys? Obi.
How are you doing?
We have the Ob, the one, the Knob gracing us with the. How are you, Ob? How's everything?
I'm good. Well, how are you guys doing?
What are you trading today, my man?
Oh man, I got to check the blotter because there's a few names.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Was there a trade on the Amazon?
No, I wish.
No trade on the
The
Amazon?
setup was there. The setup was there. I missed the trade. I was looking at other things, but yeah, I guess we'll talk about it next time I see you guys.
Did you see the range trade at 177 yesterday? Because I had a couple of bangers off that. How would you feel about that?
There was actually I had the trade yesterday. There was actually a nice refresher at 177, but he kept on like reloading. He lifted a little bit, reload, and then I had a couple trades off that didn't work, and then I ended up getting a bit of a short afterwards.
That's
But
nice.
It was nice, but broke out today. That was a miss for sure on my part. But yeah, I hope trading is going well for everybody.
Yes, sir. Ob1 Knob, thanks for coming on. And you're getting a lot of love in the chat as per usual. Everyone, the fans, the Obi fans, really making it noise there. Look at the zoom. Get him, Ram. Thanks for coming on, Ob.
Thank you so much for stopping by, Obi.
The Ob, the one, the Knob, gracing us with his presence, or otherwise known as the Amazonian, whatever you want to call him. He is more than welcome on this show anytime.
Always.
Gracing us with his presence. I just had to kind of do a little bit of a move there. But Adara, as I anticipated, we did get a bit of a rejection off that 18250 on the MNQ, and that's precipitated a big boy down move on the triple Qs. Let me show you the MNQ, because this is where I base my levels. I don't necessarily chart the Qs, guys. Look at this wick candle over here. Where is the top? Exact top, you ask? 18250 and a half. So I was off by half a point. All right, cool. That makes me feel pretty good. Didn't make too much money off it though, but executed the trade properly and back in Greensville, baby. Didn't exactly have top wick either, but had the near the high, so I'm happy about this. But this now tells me that we're no longer fully channeling. And what by that I mean touching the upper trend line and the lower trend line. Yeah, I can do it. There we go.
Oh, I like that.
Right? What I mean is we were touching the upper trend line on here on every single ascent, save and except for this one over here. So should we expect here that an 18250 break or like top break, breakout trade would be valid? Because we've had 1, 2, 3, 4 rejections all at different times, different time segments. Those are not back to back. Off that upper trend line. And we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 off the bottom. So if the trend is to continue, then we should have a breakout trade above 18250. Let's see if we put in a hammer candle here or something that shows us some bullishness because, well, we've been playing this short and long. I'm just thinking out loud here, guys. So if you guys have any suggestions about how to possibly play this type of trade other than just having a resting order on the north side of 18250, I mean, what I could look to do is exactly what I did prior to that, is to get something near the dip here. But I got cut up so many times trying to get in near the low end and ends up holding. And I had to give some money back as a result of that. That's the thing. So I'm trying to think about how to do this without getting cut up so many times. I could have a resting order essentially at 18.2. I mean, we have nothing left to defend. We've defended 275. We've defended 2/3. We've defended halves, and now we've defended 1/3 Katina Man. Do we defend zeros here at 18.2? Finally, I mean, we got the initial hold at 18.2 right here. What's up?
It's like how you're talking so definitively.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. That's what I see. I got to tell you the truth. So we'll be looking out for a possible break trade here above the 250 or thereabouts on the future. Apple making another attempt at breaking the volume weighted average price. It's been 1, 2, 3, 4 rejections. Does this one right here, now breaking through 173.15, end up being the 5th volume weighted average price rejection? We're going to pack our patience and watch in case you're wondering what is causing all these bigger candles to show up on AAPL. Looks like that they will be acquiring an AI company, a Canadian AI company, baby. He had the exact same thoughts as me. From Waterloo, shout out to the Neil. That's his alma mater, baby. And yes.
I also went to that city.
Oh yes, that's right. I forgot you went to Laurier. Yeah. There's 2 universities there. Both the Katina Man and the Neil went to university in the city of Waterloo. There's a couple of universities there. It's known for its like tech. It's like essentially the tech haven of Canada. BlackBerry was located in Waterloo. RIM, Research in Motion, that was one of the famous Canadian companies. Defunct, well, not defunct, but not great now anymore. Anyway, so that is what's causing a lot of this price action change here on AAPL. And as Adara astutely pointed out, the second biggest volume candle came in at 1:05 p.m. Not typical.
No, definitely not typical. And also, I had Apple up as well because Louis Tortora saying range LePage. I like that. Thoughts on AAPL short? 173 buy, 172 rinse and repeat. Here's my thing. So I had these lines drawn up before we pushed up here. I see what you mean. I think there's some kind of range opportunity. The thing I'd be really cognizant of, though, is I've already drawn like a couple levels that would be outs, and we've already kind of blown through all of them, right? And I'm sorry I didn't get to this earlier. We push above that 173, then we push above this earlier pop into 173.20. Now look at this earlier area of support that kind of became resistance, 173.35. We're knocking on the door of that too, to borrow Sharifism. We're knocking on that door. So I think Louis Tortora, if we reject here, I think there could be something, but I think it does look like Apple, especially with that positive catalyst, is trying to burst down the door. And I'm sad to see it because I think this would be a fun range if it wasn't doing that. But I have to be really honest. I do think that we're trying to make some new push back towards that 175 area. So I'd be pretty cognizant and cautious of an Apple-related trade at that time. Also, thanks again. So it's always nice to see Obi. So shout out to Obi for showing up here and saying hi. I was saying, like, I don't even know, mad respect for him for trading Amazon because Amazon is a very stressful name to trade. And I've been trying to do battles with Amazon. I've lost every time. So shout out to him, killing it. Also, Amazon actually coming into an interesting level here. Look at this 177.75 area. We pop up into it, we reject twice. Then we come up and we see a little bit of support at that 177.70. Of course, because I noticed it, now it's going to sell off. No, I'm joking, but Amazon is weird like that. But also, the other thing I want to point out too, and the reason I'm not going to get involved in this until I have more confluence, is look, we also have these candles at 177.75 we have these candles showing that buyers are getting overwhelmed by sellers. We have these wicks up, and then we close lower. So I don't want to get involved in a long yet, even though we have seen some support at this level. But I know that those candles too can be really important. I know you're talking about Tesla with regards to one of those candles here having that move down and then. So I think those can be really important. That's also why I decided to re-enter that Tesla trade. Like I said, I initially tried to go short or long here at that 162.60 area, lost a couple pennies. That's okay. You fall down, you get back up, or get back down in this case, because I was in the short, down. We got involved at 162.60. Then I took out some of this at this, I think one of my lines disappeared. But at that one, oh, never mind. It was just because I was looking at previous areas in the book, that 162.30. Saved a piece for the dream around that 162 area when Obi said hi. And then I got out of the trade. So pretty happy with this. We do have that bounce pseudo double bottom on Tesla. What a ride in the Cybertruck if you've been taking it. This one's been up, down, and all around. And always a bamboozling name. I feel like I keep using that word, but it's a really fun word to use. So
I'm ready. I mean, I'm not in a trade, so I can.
Oh, you're not in a trade?
No, I'm just looking to find out what happened to Starship, guys. CNN reporting world's most powerful rocket reaches new heights before likely breaking apart. No, I swear. That's what they wrote, Fabian. Literally, that's the headline. Yeah, I wanted some sort of confirmation. I mean, I love space, man. Anyway, watching the future as, again, we come back in to 18,250, and now we have multiple wicks into that area, all of which have rejected. However, a bit of a trend change in that we're getting higher lows. So I think we likely take out the top at 18,250. As I look as well, we're at 5,200 on the ES June contract. So I'm not saying that there has to be a confluence between the ES and the NQ, but the ES may end up holding that 5,200, in which case I think we probably curl back up here on the NQ. Well, it's not hard and fast rule, obviously, no question about that. So let's go ahead here. I think we are now breaking above, so I'm going to go long on the Qs, see if we can get a nice move, at least a mean reversion, maybe back into that midpoint in between 50 and 300 a Darrow. We'll see what we get there. What price did we get? We got 64s. Okay, so out of the money. Well, out of the money by a few pennies. We'll see what we get here.
Yeah, I'm also kind of looking at a futures trade, but I'm looking at this micro SPY short. Someone in the chat as well was saying, Adara, short SPY. And initially I was thinking, well, no, I don't really want to do that. Then I already had the chart pulled up as well when I saw that comment, which is funny. But then I was like, actually, maybe I do want to do that as a micro short because look, we had that earlier area of support. We come into it, then we see some chop and churn, we fall, we get to this area, and we're having a hard time. I might do this, might take it very small share size and just kind of scalp it out. Also, too, like I said, though, I'm trying to be less cognizant of chart levels when I do trade the ETFs. That's something as well, or I've learned from Sharif, because I know you talk about your chart levels that matter less than price levels when it comes to these futures trades. For me, the book is really key as well. Yeah, shout out to that person who told me to short this, because this would have been a really nice short. If we get back to the area and reject again, I'll take it, but I do not want to get involved too late in the move. Like, I think to me, there's a difference between getting in on the back end and getting in when the move's already happened and you're getting swept up in the move, right? So I think like the back end to me is like as the trade's setting up. I'll show an example. I was pretty proud of myself here on this meta trade because I did get involved in the back end of the range bounce. So instead of getting it right at the bottom of the range, I got in when I saw that curl up starting to happen, right? To me, getting involved in the SPY right now is just not my type of trade, though I should have gotten involved. I can definitely recognize I messed up there. But you know, as we say, or as Obi says, where is the next trade? And I will be looking for one. NVIDIA getting really interesting here. That shout out to CompBestRx for calling that 870 bounce that we had earlier. Definitely had it. And look, we're rejecting off that earlier area that I was liking as one of my micro range areas, that 874. If we come and bounce again off that 870, 871, don't mind if I do, with very small share size and a very tight stop. So that's the look here. Brad Gobbler saying that thing is dropping like it's hot. I think everything's been dropping like it's hot today. I really have to say it's been a hard look, but SPY kind of giving, instead of giving up the ghost, giving back the ghost, returning the ghost, coming back to life, waking up. Like, I don't know. At that we get to that 513.40s, then we try to come back up. Right now, we're continuing to dip down lower, though. But yeah, we're going to have to wait and see what we get here. Hard to find a good trade to make when all of these stocks are trying to decide what they want to be when they grow up.
Yep. Yeah, trying to fight with the future, looking for that half-point break, that 50-point break. Sorry, that's what I'm talking about. Bit of a tight range right now. Not much is happening. I mean, Apple's flying, guys. Apple is the one that we really should be in right now, but it's not having the effect of lifting these markets, as it's really the only one that's moving up at the moment. I don't see much else in Mag 7 world to the high side. I got Softy below the volume weighted average price. I even have Google on its way down to 142 and a third. I mean, NVIDIA's trying to break through that 875 level. I've got Amazon as well, trying to break and hold above 178, but it's really Apple here that's pumping up, and not much else is helping boost up this futures position. So maybe we should leave the future alone and go after Apple here. We're about 16 pennies in the money on this futures trade, but I'm looking for, I keep seeing these bottoming tail candles show up on the side chart on my futures, but they're all south of 1850, and that's making this long a little bit harder than I'd like it to be. So I think I might be trading the wrong thing here, And I think that the best thing to do would be look at the strong name directly, which is Apple. We'll see what we get. All right, the future making another attempt here at 18,250. About 20 pennies, 25 pennies in the money now on this Q trade. Let's see if we can make our way back up to a key level of resistance, which is going to be that 18.3. But we got to get ahead of 18.250 first before we get to 18.3. Goes without saying. We're having a lot of trouble breaking through the 50-point level. It hasn't been just for a few minutes. We've been having trouble breaking above 18 since essentially 1 o'clock. So we're going on 45 minutes worth of rejections at the 250 level for whatever reason. That's not typically a level that we have trouble with. Usually it's either the closing print or the 100-point levels that we use as areas of support and resistance. So keeping an eye here and looking for a move up. We'll see what we get.
Yeah, we'll see what we get. Unfortunately, the market, you have to get what you get and you don't get upset. Although it is, as we talked about today, it's very sometimes easy to get upset.
Right.
I do have this Tesla short again. We did fat finger a cool 3 cents out of this as a loss earlier because I was trying to set my area and I didn't type it right. That's okay. Only my second fat finger of the day, which should not be a brag, but for me kind of is. So I'll take it how it is. I will say I'm trying to be more cognizant of how I'm typing in my trades because my biggest issue with the fat fingers was just I was punching wildly and not looking at like, hey, am I typing in 163 or 162? Do you know what I mean? So I have been a little bit more cognizant of that, and I think I have noticed this week a massive decrease in my in that situation. But pamp it, says Sharif, which is not fun for my Tesla trade, but we're 20 cents in the money, so it's okay. No, I'm joking. I'm in the Sam. I'm all good. Congrats to you on that pamp it.
We're at 30 pennies in the money, Adair. It's not, well, 40 now as it moved up into that 75. All right, we're above 18,250 right now. And thank you, Dan the Man Emmons. Roll week, because we rolled. We talked about we're on the June contract now. We left March behind. Wow, right back down again. Unreal. Dan telling me 18,250 is essentially the equivalent on the old contract, the March 15th contract, of 18,000. So you know how that 18,000 point is, that level is going to ask. I'm getting out of this trade because Apple's tanking. And we're right back down again below 18,250. I don't need this headache. So we'll take a small win, like 5 or 6 pennies or something like that on it, as it keeps rejecting that level. Unless it gets above that level and it's gonna start moving up, I'm not gonna try to guess where this one is when this one's gonna go. So I'm out. Could have taken a nice 50 penny winner. Didn't do it. So watch in here as it comes all the way back down again, yet again. 18,250 rejecting essentially for the last 45 minutes or so, and right now no different. All right, let's see what Apple's doing. So Apple got a ways away from the volume weighted average price at which it's been having trouble all day. So this one kept wicking into the volume weighted average price and then rejecting. Then we got the break eventually here at on the half an hour at 1:30, and now we're coming back down off that 173, let's just say 80-ish rejection, almost went to 90s there. Do we now get support at VWAP? So should we be looking maybe dip trade-ish 173? VWAP's at 173 low teens, maybe 11 or 12. And then there's that 173, the whole dollar level right before it. I think that that's probably the more prudent trade, is to take that 173 dip on Apple with a really tight stop, 10 cents at the most. I mean, 10 cents. Essentially, and let's see what this one does. Turin, $5 super chat. Sharif, we wait break 438 down to 439 on a 5-minute candle and enter. So I'm assuming you're talking about the SPY. Are those the levels on the SPY?
No, the SPYs. I think it might be the QQQs.
The triple Qs.
Not the QQQs.
Oh yeah, what am I saying? 439. Yeah. 438 down. Let's see what he's talking about here. 438 down and 439.20 on a 5-minute candle. 439.20. Yeah, you're not wrong. So you have that crest over here and that 438. What do you say? 438 exactly. Yeah, but there's a general area over here, but we did come into 437 and 437 and change, right? 437.60 or thereabouts. So I don't want to hold hard and fast to these even dollar levels. I do like your look over here at 439.50, but I don't really base my levels on the triple Qs. It's more on the NQ, MNQ, and then, it's actually on the NQ, not MNQ. I trade the MNQ, I chart on the NQ. but we'll see what we get here. It looks like these dip trades are getting bought up because we're getting bottoming tail candles on this futures position. So look at this. So even though we're having trouble breaking and holding above 18,250, the dips here look to be bought up. So every time it dips, there's a hammer candle looking formation that's taking place because the dips are getting bought up, but we're having trouble breaking through that top, obviously. So that's the look there. That's what the bamboozling aspect is. We'll see what we get here again.
Yeah, what a market we've had. I've been scalping in and out of the SPY. I was noticing too, it's kind of hard because I've been like, having the little triangles all over as I've been getting involved in this, but kind of trying to take these moves in and out here of the SPY. We kind of get into that. We were having a really hard time breaking above that 513.70. I saw that rejection and I said, I want all the smoke within reason. So I took the long up to that area, though I didn't take as much as I should have. And then now I'm taking it short. If we decisively break above that area with the viciousness, with the swiftness, with whatever word you'd like to use, I will be getting out. But I want to really take this into about 513.40. So going to be about a 20-cent scalp. I don't love my point of entry. I was trying to wait to get in the middle of the movement at that 513.61. That might have been a bad call. But I do agree with what you're saying, Sharif. Like, I think the futures across the board here have been very rangy. Not even in a fun way. Rangy in like when you breathe and it's like it's just like breathing. Like, it's like taking these little tiny moves and it's not really giving you the movement that you want to see. Right now, I am getting, okay, I think we're gonna have to leave post haste on this. We're out of the SPY. That's okay. We're slightly negative on this name right now, but honestly, I'm just happy I tried. Like, I was talking to Cal Burdett as well about this in the chat, and he was saying, it's just good to get the reps in, right? I'm really just trying to get my trading reps in, lifting those weights, and trying every 2 seconds to have those opportunities to happen here.
Right back up.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, it's been so. I'm so happy I got out where I did. I have to say, this is. And one thing too is I'm trying to align my instincts more. I know someone was saying once in the chat a while ago, new traders don't really have instincts. So you have to rely on rules.
So true.
That's a fair point.
That is a good point.
But I think too, in some ways, it's like you kind of have to try to build your instincts as well, right? So that's what I'm trying to do is using the rules and my very limited analysis of the tape and the chart to try to develop my instincks. So happy that worked out on the SPY. Yeah, what a market. So many things happening here. And yeah, Tesla, I did end up getting out the rest of that Tesla short that I had earlier. With that fat finger move for a 3-cent loss for part of it aside, not a bad move. Getting a little bit too tight, though, for me to play in this range anymore. I might have to leave this one in the parking lot charged with its EV charger. Back in the queues.
Back in the queues, baby. Doing the thing here, looking to get shut down on the day. No, I'm not even close. I'm looking at NVIDIA, man. NVIDIA's making a move, guys. We just broke that key level of 875, and it looks like we're on our way to 880. This thing moves dollars at a time, my goodness. And we're also well above 1850 now, so now it's time to wet our beak on some profits over here. So we'll take that in front of the whole dollar. It's a nice 20-penny winner. Let's see if we can get a continuous move up here through that level. But their bamboozlement is real, and it's not, as directional as you would like it to be, but you don't really get to choose. So taking a little bit of profits there through the break of 439. Shout out to the individual by the name of Turin for shouting out that level. Yes, sir, that was a good call out. Now we're looking for a break of the upper trend line here on the NQ. And here's what I'm talking about. We've been ranging within this trend line all dang day. And so right now, it's the line comes to...
Bless you.
That 7.5 or thereabouts. So we'll see if we can get a move into that area here. I'm talking about 18,275 or so. So packing my patience there, Dara, see what we can get.
Yeah, patience should be packed. Also, someone was saying, I guess someone was like, oh, I went to lunch, came back, what's happening to AMD? And someone else said, AMD is AMDing in response. And I mean, yeah, AM dead.
You've said that
AM
before,
done,
yeah.
AM destroyed, AM desecrated. It's a bad look across the board here. This was actually an interesting flat bottom break-ish. Not a perfect flat bottom, but this whole area around 192, 189.50, it broke with a swiftness and a viciousness, continued to fall to the downside. No read on this except, wow, big move down here on this AMD. Also, it's nice to see so many people excited about JOMO, the joy of missing out here for I think, honestly...
Love it.
I voted JOMO. I find hits me a little bit harder because it's like, sometimes you just have to be happy you missed a move. You know what I mean? If the move didn't work out, or if, you got it and then you would have made a mistake, you know what I mean? It's a little bit harder to have JOMO, though, for Microsoft, which might get the prize for the most bamboozling name on this here desk. I know you and I both tried to tangle with this one.
Yeah.
And I think Microsoft might have choked us both out.
Right up it goes again, Adara, into 425. The strength, yes, Katina Man. Believe it or yes, the Katina Man is long, so he's printing. He's long 423.03. So another bottom wick for the Katina Man. It's all right, he says. Yeah, dust the shoulder off, baby. Yeah, you and I both. He says he took some hits, trying to get into that, as I've been taking hits on the Qs, but we're nicely about 20 pennies in the money again here on this Qs trade as we come up into that 75-point level on the future. That is what I'm earmarking our level of resistance to be, and I will look to take profits in and around that level. I realize I'm trading the Qs. I realize I'm looking at the M or the NQ level. That's fine. That's kind of how I trade. Here comes 75, and there it is, flattening out there. Please just dang punch on this trade. It still may go to 18.3, sadly, and if that's the case, we're gonna give back a little bit of money. But yes.
Yeah.
Wow, hold on. Sorry, I just paused for a second because I couldn't believe what I saw there. NVIDIA breaking 880 and on its way to the volume weighted average price, bouncing off that 867 level that we printed at around 115. Here comes 880. There goes 880 on NVIDIA. Now it's looking to come in at 882. That's where VWAP is hanging out on my chart. I do like the fact that we broke this crest over here. So this was our attempt to go back above 880 and we rejected it. We haven't had a VWAP attempt on NVIDIA since 10:30 this morning. That is the last time, Adara, we touched the volume weighted average price. We are gonna touch it right now. It looks like 82, where is it exactly? 82.05. Or thereabouts is where the volume weighted average price is. Looks like we're going to break it right now. NVIDIA may be coming back here. If we do break above the volume weighted average price, I'll be looking to this area over here around 890 or thereabouts to see if we do encounter resistance there, because that is the pre-market low range this morning. We did break above the volume weighted average price, but in typical NVDA fashion, there is going to be bamboozlement at these levels. 883 incoming. Keep your eye on 890. That's where I think that we may find that key level of resistance on resistance. Did you ever study European history?
Un petit peu.
Yeah, I know. I had to do it around here. Did you ever hear of the Jacobins from the French Revolution?
It sounds really familiar.
Yeah. So that's kind of what when I say resistance. Yeah. Like the Jacobins, there was a lot of killing back then. Let me tell you.
There was a lot of resistance in Europe.
Yeah. There was a lot of resistance during that time. Yes, there was. Anyway, what is this guy saying? I don't even know what this guy's saying. All right, so on our way to 18.3 or thereabouts a day, and I should mention that the NQ, the volume weighted average price, is at 18.304. So just like 4 points above that 100-point level. It should be interesting.
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting market. Also, in terms of the micro ranges for NVIDIA, I know probably no one cares, but just that I found interesting that I found pretty easy to play, or not easy to play, mind you, but worth watching. 882 is one of them that we're kind of struggling with around VWAP. 886 is another one that was gave you some wiggle room earlier. And then on the way to the downside, you want that 887 and or 877, as Sharif called, also 879. So those are just the micro ranges that were some fun to play earlier in NVIDIA. Again, you can totally take that with a grain of salt. Not at all advice, just me drawing lots of lines on a chart and trading them. But I have to say, I'm really happy I've started this strategy the last couple of days. I think it's kind of been working for me. I am really shocked to say, and I'm very tickled pink to say, my top name today is NVIDIA. So I can't really be disappointed about that, I have to say. Thank you, I appreciate that. But yeah, I'm happy with how this is going on this NVIDIA. Elon saying, hi Adara, got the courage to long AM destroy at 187? I probably don't, but I guess you got the courage. Congrats to you and Elon taking that 187 long. You are $1 in the money. Go
Wow,
you.
this thing's at
Congrats, Elon, if you took this. This is an awesome look. Paul Fisher saying it's working for you. I guess this is for me. Yes, it is working for me. I know as well, you know, there was some comment in the chat earlier like, oh, don't go short. Well, Sharif is going long. And the thing is, too, is I was shorting Tesla. Tesla doesn't really do what the Q does, right? So,
No.
and honestly, those Tesla shorts were working for me.
I'm telling you, Adara, there was a time when you looked at the Future and you looked at the Mag 7 names, they moved in tandem. There was no difference between the three. What's going on over there? What are you printing on now? Who hit the bang?
I was just saying we were short.
Yeah.
No, they.
Oh, okay.
I was just saying we were short 197 AMD.
The Katina man was short 197 on AMD today for anybody who was watching in the morning. Guys, we're about to break 188. Well, we did break 188. There we went all the way to 18. Sorry, let me show it up on my chart here. I know I'm not talking about it. Let's load up AMD. It did go all the way down to 186.44. I mean, that's over a 10 banger right there. That's what we call an 11 banger. But anyway, it's trying to recover a little bit, trying to break through that 188, but it's having trouble with that level as the Future rejecting off that top end of the range like I anticipated, that 18,295. Looks like we're rejecting off that level now, and that's precipitating this down move, micro down move here on AMD. But as I look on my watch, Adara, I know you're typing. I know, Sawa.
I was just looking at the
you're
Netflix
doing your
range.
thing.
Apologies.
We got 1 minute left on the show,
Ow.
and tomorrow is Friday, so it'll be the last day of the volatility lesson.
Yeah, no, apologies there. I was just typing there. Hog Rider was mentioning this lovely Netflix range, which I'm very sad I missed out on. But you know, don't miss out on tomorrow's lesson.
No.
Because we will be there, we will be square, and we will be trading. And
Yes, ma'am.
yeah, I think today I don't want to speak for. I'll speak for myself. I think it was a really fun trading day.
Yes, it was.
And I think there was so much happening in this market. We took a lot of trades. We hopefully dropped some hot lines about lessons. I think we did. I think some people got some stuff out of it. Thank you, Bears versus Bulls. Thank you, greatest moderator. I know we said some hot lines about Reddit moderators earlier, but shout out to moderators everywhere. We love
Bears
being
versus
here.
Bulls knows exactly how we feel about it.
Best moderator.
Yeah, easily.
But for now, we will be going to the best news desk. We'll see you tomorrow. Same bad time, same bad channel. Brendan's at the desk, guys.
Hey guys, yeah, welcome back in. Just seeing U.S. Steel downside in a hurry here on pretty heavy volume once again. So I was just bringing up X this afternoon, looking like more of the same sort of headlines we were dealing with this time yesterday. But just be aware, U.S. Steel getting sold off pretty heavily right now on significant volume. Overall, it's been, that's Bitcoin, but yeah, that one's red too. On the day, not as red as X. X down better part of 10% at this point and falling pretty hard. But yeah, there's Bitcoin down, what is it, about 2%, 1.5% today, back to 71,000 there, but trying to hold on key support areas. I'm just noting the 30-year back to the upside in a big way this morning as well. Still holding at day highs. 4.43 once again on the U.S. 30-year, 10-year higher, dollar higher. Here, let me bring up the DXY here real quick. We'll have a look. That's what happened off PPI this morning. That's a 15-minute chart for the dollar. So a ton of strength coming back into this market. If you zoom out a little bit, you get a little bit better perspective here. We held on to 102.80, 103 for most of the week, and now popping back up on not one but two inflation prints this week. They came in hotter than expected. If you missed it this morning, PPI, a huge miss, 1.6% versus I think it was 0.7 or 0.8 expected. We'll talk to Frank Caberna coming up this afternoon at 2:45. We missed him on Tuesday after the CPI print, so we'll touch on both CPI and PPI this week. Some of the strength again as a result coming back into the treasury markets as we've seen, and the dollar as we just saw there as well. Amazon just popping up in front of me here on a volume scanner, 179. I guess next stop here, nice bounce off 178 again for Amazon, now 1.3%. Pretty mixed board here right across the entire market. Again, weakness today, 2 days in a row here, downside for NVIDIA. Some of the chips selling off AMD, 4%. Yeah, let's be honest, they need a little bit of a pullback at this point, but 2 days in a row here, downside for these. Apple, Google, Microsoft, Amazon, XOM standing out as positive. If you missed it during lunchtime, yeah, Apple making some AI headlines, 1.5% right now. It was right here when this came out. You can see a nice volume spike up through 173, 1.5%. Picking up this Darwin AI, kind of unusual for Apple mid-session to just announce an acquisition like this, but picking up Darwin AI. Shout out to Canada. Apparently, Sharif was mentioning from Waterloo, Ontario. So we'll keep an eye on Apple. We already know they have that event coming up later in the year that they'll highlight some AI work that they are, quote unquote, working full force on perfecting. So yeah, keep an eye on Apple, keep an eye on the overall market ripping back to the upside. Qs just went through 440 like they weren't even there anymore. This was this morning. If you missed it, again, a hotter than expected PPI print on top of a hotter than expected CPI print from earlier in the week. Market doesn't care. Here we go, guys. Back to towards day high. Obi in this afternoon for Neil. What's up?
What's up, everybody?
The man, the myth, the legend is in the building.
You guys didn't think you'd be seeing me so soon. I just saw you like 10 minutes ago.
Hey, man, you know, this is what we're doing here. We're just rolling it out, man. We're just rolling out the traders. Neil had to go. Obi filling in. Thank you so much, Obi, for that one.
Anytime.
And yeah, Brendo, as discussed there, nice dip down in Apple. We finally were able to get that long. We wrote down here that we wanted Apple long in and around these levels. So let's go. Here's the chart right now on Apple. Came in there. Thank you so much. Makes the move up. Honestly, like we're now $1.50 in the money. Spin the damn thing because this is honestly like we're just having a good time here trading today. Levels have held. We've talked about how this has been sort of a good couple days of trading. Thanks to Sharif and Adara for that midday show about volatility because it's been pretty volatile. Look at this. Here's the move up on that news up to the 200 period. And I was like, you know what? Why is this bad news? Like we came back in, it's going to fill this level. I thought we would take this 172. Now it's not a full position because we wanted to wait for 172. And you guys know that I'm not ever going to start on a news trade. I'm not going to put a full bunch of shares there because we don't know that story. We don't know anything about it. But it's AI. As soon as we hear that, we go long. And then there's a piece out at the 50 period moving average. There's another piece just because. And then there's one at VWAP. And now we hold for the dream here. It's Apple and it's fantastic. And it's a long. So this is what we've been waiting for, man. We'll come back. We'll talk about some other trades. Oh, by the way, we still are $3. I don't know if we'll get to this. We're $3 in the money on Microsoft.
Wow.
You know, this is another good trade. We talked about taking hits on the way down, and we did. We took a hit, but we got it right back upside there again now for $3. We'll talk about these hits, but when you're taking 30, 40, 50 cent hits, and you're even able to hold, even if you hold 10% of it, like I actually have right now, you make it all back because you take 30 cent hits, you hold 10% for $3, it's right back in the money, right? So good trade there for Microsoft. We'll wait to see. But how's your morning been, Mr. Obi?
It's been okay. It's been an interesting week. I've been on a little bit of a downtrend over the past couple of weeks. So I was like, all right, well, it's enough of that.
Well, now you're back on the show, so these vibes are going to be
get some vibes back. Thank you. But yeah, no, this week has been a little bit for me about just sizing down and making right decisions, getting that confidence back because I don't want to continue to tumble into like a negative downward spiral, right? So I'm like, all right, I gotta stop those dominoes from falling even further. So this week has been a little bit of a reset. Yeah, there's a lot of opportunity. I'm really feeling that, being a little undersized, but again, the decision making has to get back on point. And I think we've been doing a little bit better over the week. We still have a little bit of tomorrow. I guess tomorrow's Friday, and then next week, hopefully we jump back onto the horse.
Yeah, tomorrow though, be careful. No, it's not witching yet, is it? Is that tomorrow or is that the week after? There's some rebalancing coming, so we'll pay.
There's some rebalancing.
There's some rebalancing. Okay, so we'll pay attention to that tomorrow. All right. Yeah, let's go back to the desk. We do have confirmed on as last. I wasn't here on Tuesday. We'll have Frank Caberna coming through at 2:45. 2:45. I just heard Brandon say, don't say that. I think he's coming on. Anyways, all right, let's go back to the desk and start with this rundown, and I believe we'll begin with the chips.
Yeah, I mean, we can talk about NVIDIA. I think the more exciting thing is what's next? Apple, as we just said, AI. It's really interesting. I just pulled up the guy's LinkedIn. Hey, here, we'll give him a shout out. This is the CEO, Sheldon Fernandez of Darwin AI in Waterloo, Ontario. So shout out to him on his way to... where is it? Cupertino, California, where Apple is. Good for him. Probably a nice payday for him.
You know what he just said?
I heard him.
That was really good, Brendo. Sheldon Cupertino.
Don't worry about it.
All right, guys. No, seriously, though. We went on the midday show. We tried to look at the X profile. That's been removed. We tried to look at the YouTube channel. That's been removed. So looks like they're organizing a PR release here, a PR strategy. I'm all ears. I'm invested in the stock. I want to see what they have to say, Brendo.
It's very interesting. Yep. Very interesting. We didn't talk about NVIDIA at all there, but hey, you guys can.
Now, okay, let's go back for you guys. Okay, what's up with Apple AI? Okay, so look, we started the day. So the number one trade here for me is easily going to be AMD. And then when I came back from my walk there, we got that smooth dollar coffee. You know how we roll. Look, I couldn't believe it when Sharif said AMD's at 188 or something like that. I was like, huh? 188 must have misspoke there. But no, I don't know. We shorted 197. It's on the sticky note here for 197. As we all know, there it is. Let's go to the sticky note box right there. It's on there for 197. We shorted the you-know-what out of it. It is the number one stock today. We did take it back again, but look, we do as we preach, or whatever that saying is, right? It's like you take small hits, you take huge winners. This is my number one stock today, the number one stock on the floor, and quite frankly, it should be the number one stock for a very long time if we would have held it. But it goes all the way down there. I did not expect that. This was a big miss right here. Should have shorted that break of 190, Obi, because it's not doing well today. That's AMD, and because we say NVIDIA on the screen there, look, $900, right? We have a huge move up in the morning on this name. Remember when we said this at 8:30 when we came on? I said NVIDIA's weak, right? And I said, so we're going to have to short these things because it's much weaker than the market. There's not many days where we come in and this is trading counter the market. It was just yesterday, Sharif actually mentioned NVIDIA and the futures trading very similarly. So today we get that disconnect, and that might have been the signal. You know, the minute that the futures were a little trading differently, then finally these chip names, maybe that was the thing. But now you have VWAP, you're dancing around it. We'll look to trade this in the afternoon. It's been bumping in the afternoon, so I feel like the long is probably nice. What I'd prefer, honestly, Obi, is that if we can hold this 880 area, then we can start to play in this range, and then maybe if it gets on and the futures want to go. By the way, we're now 330 in the money on Microsoft. I mean, what else are we supposed to do? But right there, this 885 break could be something. Just watch out for some of these ticks up here, 886 and change. So I think this can go. I'd rather play an 870 drop into 875 here. But we'll wait. Wow, Microsoft is really, guys, starting to play catch up here. I don't know. Microsoft new all-time highs today. MSFT, and we're long it, but any opinions there on the chip names?
Yeah, no, this market's pretty strong, getting pretty strong there, Sean. I'm watching on the side. I'm watching Amazon as well. It's pushing back up into that 179.5. Maybe that 180 we'll get today. But yeah, NVIDIA. I think I was watching this name earlier today. I didn't take NVIDIA, but I did take the move on NVDL, nice. And I really liked this 890 here. Right, so it's like we go on.
What is NVDL? That's a triple long or double?
NVDL is the double. I think it's the double long,
okay.
Right there, 2x long NVIDIA ETF. So pretty much the same price action. But yeah, I didn't want to necessarily give 2 to 3 points of risk on NVIDIA, so I chose NVDL. Kind of moving a similar way, looking at NVDA for NVDA tape for the trade. But I really like this pre-market kind of low. 890 comes in. Was consolidation yesterday as well, and then we started trading below it. Couldn't really get back above it, so that definitely gave us some decent opportunity there. But a little bit of a pullback off of that 950. We were all looking for that 1K mark just a few days ago there. Clipped 975s, and we've pulled back off of that 975. So where will we go? Who knows? But we are trading below 900 on NVIDIA.
All right, we can skip over Apple. We've kicked it down the road.
I just want to mention.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, so with respect, just with respect to what this company does, guys, Darwin AI creates technology to visually inspect manufacturing components, serving customers across industries. And here's Alexander Wong. He helped build the business, and he's joining Apple's board, Brendo. He also works as a researcher at the University of Waterloo.
Very, very interesting. No, it is. I mean, they're going to try and expedite or improve, I guess, the manufacturing capability of their products or something. I don't know. It's very strange. 3.5% here for Tesla, trying to bounce as well. Tagged 162 at the bottom there. Wow, it's 162 at the bottom. 2 times today, 3.5% more negativity coming in here.
Yeah, UBS trimmed the price target big today from 225 down to 165, and it broke down well below 165. They're forecasting fewer deliveries in Q1, and they're saying the Model 2 is going to take a lot longer to roll out, so they're looking bearish.
Sean, you were talking about this level going back a couple of podcast episodes ago on the daily chart. 150, 155-ish for Tesla might be next stop.
Yeah, I was thinking about picking some up here today, but the last couple of days we have the one right here where we shorted yesterday 176 on Tesla. That was the best stock of the day. I still hear Sharif in my ear, by the way, so we'll cancel that right now. But yeah, and then today I'm hearing something in my ear. Is it Obi's mic? Oh, you got it good now. Okay. Anyways, today we were short Tesla right off the open. So we let it jump up. I mean, it's a good trade. We wanted to go short Tesla. We talked about 173. It's written, as it's written here, shout out to Nas, on our sticky note as well. Short Tesla 172. Honestly, and that's what we did. I mean, there's Tesla right here. It came in, we shorted 171. I mean, it didn't get to 172, but we short the pop against that 172. And as you could see, the rest is just down. So, I don't know, man. We took this 165 break. That's a 163 fill. We danced around here. We actually lost money playing with this in and around 163. It hasn't really traded that well down here. So I'm feeling like this could be the jump spot for a long, honestly. I thought we were doing pretty good buying this name at 186. Remember when we're like, all right, it came down, it came down into 180s here, and we bought this dip down there on just a negative move. Gets back into 200 on some talk about him getting 21% of the company. Now you're just making the moves down, and here's these levels we talked about. I think Tesla's a buy. We had the question earlier, and again, we can't give financial advice here other than what we think, our own opinions. At some point, this name's going to catch a bid. There's going to have to be some good stories coming through, whether or not that be the bankruptcy of all the competitors in this space, or quite frankly, the new model that's coming out. I like Tesla for the long run. But you know what we really like? It's Microsoft. Microsoft, man, now $4 in the money. Microsoft is continuing to go higher here to the upside. Where do we get out of this name, man? Microsoft climbing into the close here and still going. We're $4 in the money on Microsoft and $1.50 in the money on Apple. But I like Tesla. We've been going short on this name back-to-back days, man. Yesterday we had this short too at 175.50, and we really like Tesla. I think it's to the downside right now.
Yeah, it's been a wild ride here. I've been watching this trend from like 260s, 250s, and it just feels like yesterday we were in the 200s. Literally a couple of weeks ago, beginning of February, I have this alert in here from God knows when, but yeah, a little bit of a top happening at that 205 over and over again, and we finally kind of crack that shelf. But yeah, a little bit of weakness, continuation to the downside here happening on Tesla, and a little bit of a bigger picture move as well. I think we broke some interesting consolidations that were happening here in and around that 200, and yeah, that 175 breaks. We're just continuing to sell off aggressively off these highs. But yeah, I didn't really have any ideas or trades on Tesla today, but I know a few definitely did, and the trend has definitely been to the downside here. I'm sure if you throw up a moving average on this thing, you can see that it only recently just started to break that, and it could just be slowing down here. But the market looking very, very strong. Tesla going in the opposite direction. What are you doing, Tesla?
Let's talk about UiPath. Got absolutely crushed right out of the gate this morning. It was up in the pre-market. If you missed it, coming off better than expected results after the close yesterday. We get all the way up here to 27.28 after the close, and then it just got absolutely smoked as soon as the market opened today. Back to 23 here now, despite their decent report.
Yeah, the report was fantastic, Brendo. It was the guide that was suspect here, and that's what caused me to wonder why it was up in the pre-market. I thought it would sell off on the weak guide. Earnings grew 37.5%. Revenue grew 31.3%. So it was great on the reported quarter. The guidance, though, coming in late. They're guiding 330 to 335 million in revenue for Q1 of 2024. The street was looking for 347, so well below that guide, Brendo.
I keep seeing this Build-A-Bear popping up in front of me as well. BBW, new highs again. $30 just got broken there for this one.
Build-A-Bear worldwide?
Build-A-Bear AI.
You're not impressed that I knew that was worldwide at the end? All right, so let's just find out what the short float is on this guy here. 16% BBW right there. All right, so we'll find out what is going on with this name. Oh yeah, wow, up 20%. Yeah, that's a big middle finger right there. Nice move up for Build-A-Bear. I don't know enough about this company to know what's going on, but look what you're topping out to. If this is not, it's too bad I don't know more about this, but right there, $30. I don't know, man. You're long today and you've enjoyed this move. I think you take something out at $30 right there, to be honest with you. Up to you guys. All right, I didn't even look at UiPath today, to be honest with you. I mean, you can see sort of what I've been doing here. We're almost at the high of the day for ourselves. I told you we did take, well, I'll show you. We took a couple hits on Tesla. We gave some back there. But all right, so UiPath, the reason why we didn't look at this, we made it clear early. I'll bring this down for anybody that wasn't here this morning. So UiPath, I learned this from Danielle Shea, who will be on, as far as I know, the recap show tonight. Hit that QR code to find all of our podcasts and whatnot. That's gonna be live after market every day. Here's UiPath right here. You see this? 16%. So the expected move here, 17% right here for UiPath. Today's move, only 6.5%. This morning it was like 3%. So we were like, stay away from this name. But it did break lower. So I'm just gonna break down for you the strategy that I say every day. And I actually, you know what, Obi? Tomorrow, I'm gonna try to do this. So I'm going to do this tomorrow. See if I can remember to do it. Right. And that is that when you have a stock where you're sort of uncertain about earnings, just play the pre-market break high or the pre-market break low. Now, it's not rocket science. A lot of trading isn't actually, believe it or not. So with this one, all you're going to do is something simple. It breaks this 25 bucks and the rest is history. You don't have to worry about it. So when you get down there, that could be a trade for you on UiPath. The other trade is the gap to VWAP, but we haven't filled that yet. So I would say once you know the direction, you wait for a pullback into VWAP, which would have happened early, but again, you would have had to be real early on that move. That's 932. We don't see VWAP since then. I like that trade. I like UiPath for that kind of a break. Look at this, holding 22 bucks. I'd say you look for a flat bottom break, AKA Neil's style of trading, right, Sharif? With that flat bottom break right there. So we'll wait to see if that comes in again. But UiPath, I like it. It's a pre-market breaker. I'm going to try that tomorrow.
Yeah, no, I think
find a name.
I think that's a great place to look. I also like to look at pre-market highs and lows. Just an interesting place to look at tape, I think. For sure, but Path was definitely on my watch list today as it is an earnings day one. It was pushing roughly into its 52-week highs. It was pretty close, so I did have it on watch there. But yeah, earnings reaction high at that 28. Can't really get past, and off the open, didn't really do what I was looking for, so I kind of left it to on the side there. Right. But it seems to have sold off quite aggressively, and yeah, Sean's look is definitely right here. If you were looking at that pre-market low, that was also kind of like this after-hours consolidation. Sure, it wasn't the earnings reaction low, but look, right there, it's very distinct, and then right at the 4 a.m. candle, it's very distinct again, and look at what happens when that breaks. Right, we pretty much don't really look back, and now we're consolidating 2 points slower. But yeah, definitely a good look on Path. I didn't really have a trade on it. I was looking. I'll be honest. I was looking for a sustain of some of these highs for potential continuation because it was so close to its 52 weeks. But that never really came, so it was not really on my table coming into the morning there. But UiPath definitely a lot of opportunity if you were looking at it the right way.
Just quickly here because I have to talk about a trade that we're going to punch out of soon. So our stop on this was 50 cents. We're now 350 in the money on this, so 7-1. Well, that's a good trade. But look at Microsoft. We just touched 427. We talked about possibly holding this one into the close because the market was trying to go upside, holding VWAP. But look what happened now. Now the market goes the other way. When you are the largest constituent in the S&P and the NASDAQ now is Microsoft. So, I mean, it's going to fall back in. So we're not going to be stubborn about this one, baby. We're going to put $3 in our pocket. If it breaks this 425.85 area, and this is what I mean, like, there's no way I'm the sharpest knife in the drawer. Not even close. Look at levels, find your levels, trade off them, and let's call it a day. So we're going to do that right here at 425.85. If it breaks down, look, hands off, man. If it breaks, it's gonna take me out. That's the trade there for Microsoft. It's never a profitable trade until that profit's in your pocket, my guy. So we got to make sure that we hold on to that one. Let's go back to the desk. And by the way, we'll talk about Adobe in a minute, but Adobe's a big report tonight. I'm excited for that one.
Let's talk about Robinhood here. End of the day, I mean, people taking profits. What a month it's been down here. 69.39% in a month for Robinhood. So yeah, rightfully so. A little bit of profit taking coming in. They provided this update after the close yesterday. Net deposits in February, 3.6 billion. Yeah, total assets under custody, 118.7 billion, up 16%, better than expected across the board here.
Everything, Brendo. Assets under custody, 16%. Trading volumes of all types. It's okay. It's okay. It'll come to me. Of all types, up big on the year. Whether it was trading volume on crypto, which was up 10%, trading volume on equities up 36%, even options contracts volume up 12%. So it was a good look here, but you have to wonder how many people were holding for the top and then took this opportunity to sell it, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's holding 18 right now. So, yeah, definitely still positive on the day here.
Yeah, what a wild run. 69.39 overall, another 0.3, and we're talking, right? So Hood, I don't know why it wasn't necessarily on my radar this morning, but looking at it now, it's definitely doing a lot of R-vol coming off into the open. I was not aware of the news on this, but yeah, straight dump off the open. And again, Sean, pre-market highs and lows right here. You can see that happen right there again. It was the after hours kind of a high right there, just underneath that 18 and change. And look at that, pre-market lows, 18 and change. And as soon as you kind of get below that, boom, to the downside, a little bit of a sell-off there. But yeah, Brendo's definitely right. This name has been trending up since earnings. Let's take a quick look at the hourly right there. Earnings was at the beginning of February 13th after hours, and since then we have been catching quite a strong bid all the way up to $20 from 10.5 on earnings.
Yeah, Robinhood was a pretty impressive day here for Robinhood. By the way, we are probably going to get out of Microsoft soon. So we say impressive day. I mean, obviously it's pulled back. I mean, I just heard what you said right there. You know, a nice move back in. This could be another one of those things. It was not an earnings report, but they did report their numbers. Pretty good overall. Obviously, there is a little bit of a shortfall. It's only 4%. It's not as high as 7%, not as high as we thought. But there's that bottom break again. Of the pre-market. So like that breaks and then downside, and then you should have probably reloaded it there around 1875. I'm just really happy for anybody that was long into Robinhood. It's been a great year for them. You know, getting more reserves, getting more deposits. I think that's great, man. More user base, more daily active users. I mean, it's a good report for Robinhood, and it's upside, right? But the thing is, when you're looking at a name like this, they're still not making any money. Nice move to the upside here on the daily chart. Well extended, well away from the 200, well away from the 50-period moving average. Here's the real true breakout price there at 14. So you're well up. And I'm not in this name, and we always go back and forth with Robinhood and SoFi, and I guess now we definitely see the winner for this year so far is going to be Robinhood. Yeah, this is the IPO price, $36, $37. It ripped up as every single IPO did. Can you imagine at one point Rivian was $180? I mean, it is what it is. And then there's the move up to 80 something, and then just, you know, ever since meme crazy has been gone, you do see a nice bottom of $5 or $6 for Robinhood. So again, I like it. I like the new finance. I like fintech. I like some of the new ideas that they were doing. I'm not sure if it was Robinhood or somebody else, but they were matching like 1% deposit or something like that. So I feel like that's a nice bonus as well. I mean, you put in there, even if you put in 10 grand, I mean, you'll take the $100. I mean, it's, you know, it is what it is. You know, that's a good deposit. And
so some.
Yeah, anyways, as you go, I like Robinhood right there. Nice beat for them on those monthly numbers. Still trade Robinhood to the long side. Just got to find out where.
All right, volatility has been the topic of the week on how to trade on the midday show with Adair and I. Tomorrow we finish off that lesson with back testing during volatile markets. Catch that with Adair and I tomorrow at 11 on how to trade.
That's it. Okay, so good report today, man. Volatility and how to short and how to get into volatile names. I mean, I think that was a really great report. And I got to shout out Obi here because I did not notice. I knew this existed because there's a Tesla one too.
Right. Yeah, there is a Tesla.
TSL.
TSLA.
All right, what I'm talking about here without getting too carried away is this NVDL. So again, this is a double long ETF. I mean, it says ETF. I don't know. I kind of felt like these things are really exchange traded funds, but anyways, this is just another thing that you can trade here with NVIDIA. So obviously today it's going to be down double what NVIDIA is, I assume at this point. There's also NVDS, you said. Right. The only problem with this is I got excited because I saw the price and I'm like, you know what? Same way I trade TQQ, we can go over and trade NVIDIA. I'm not afraid of a $900 price tag, but I was just thinking for some traders that maybe have less buying power,
Right.
like I could throw around millions here, but some traders that can't, this is a good, you know, sort of a good avenue to go if you're looking for some NVIDIA love. Yeah. NVDL, the double long for NVIDIA. Why not? And again, I don't think this 220, I don't know why our chart's doing that. NVDS you mentioned? Yeah, there it is right there.
They just had a split yesterday. NVDL was over 200 points,
Okay.
$200. They just had a split yesterday, so that's why it's 40 right now.
Right.
So 6-to-1 split.
Perfect. Okay, that makes sense. So our charts aren't completely on crack. Yeah. And here's NVDS the other way around. So obviously this is going to be way less value than the NVDL because of, you know, if they both start at the same point, one is up 300%, one is down 300%. But that's why these are not investment tools because they get time decay.
Yep.
So to your point, you'll look back and be like, why is NVIDIA up 200% this year, but the double's only up 130%? It's because they keep rolling over and you get time decay. So just be very, very careful with that as well. But all right. So Microsoft's still going. The other trade that we have on board is Palantir. We haven't talked too much about Palantir today, but missed opportunity. We were not sitting here when this happened, and I don't know if we would have done anything about it anyways. We had talked about here, we actually wrote down Palantir today to get long at 24.50, which is actually where it's at right now. We've gotten a lot smarter because now we're trying to remember past trends and what's happened in the past, right? We've seen numerous times that off the open, Palantir has been pretty nasty, right? So there's a move a couple days ago off the open. Here's another move right off the open. So today, we actually let this name come in. I mean, how crazy is it to write down 24.50 when we're up here at 25.20? Well, it came in. And when it came in, we bought that 24.50. We bought it all the way down here, man, until eventually it broke at 30s. Then we got this big wick like that. And you talked about that on Microsoft a little bit. But a nice wick to the downside. And we said this live on the air. Wow, that scared me again, all that red coming up there on the screen. But, all right, isn't it so funny how colors change you?
Yeah, I mean,
like,
think about it.
I was like, oh, what happened? But it's just for IG. So make sure you scan that up and go find out about IG.com. But
we're reacting to color all day.
That's probably what it is. Yeah, it's like, I'm like,
you're like, whoa.
I'm talking about a long, and all of a sudden this red flash in front of me. But anyways, nice move back to VWAP. And, you know, the one thing that I take from sitting beside Neil as well, and every person that we sit here and talk to, it's like, and I've said this numerous times as well, is that if you're going to play off something, you don't need to get it all the way back. Like if it goes from here back to VWAP, back to the 50 period, like we took some out here, back to past resistance levels, like you just want to take it out. You're not always going to hit the home run. Sure, do we have home run ability? Come on. I mean, you know, I wouldn't say we're Aaron Judge or anything, but we could hit 50 bombs. Like we do that all the time. Every day we're dropping bombs on this market, but it doesn't mean that you have to every day. You take what's in front of you, you know? And it's just like, if I knew Microsoft was going $4, I wouldn't have got so much out here at VWAP and really count my blessings. There it is. What's up, Neil? Count my blessings as you go, you know? But at the same time, you got to be careful with your trades, and I feel like that's what we were with Palantir. So it's not going to be a home run trade because we did slip up and got hit there, but a nice recovery to the back end, and look what happened right there again, VWAP. So I had Ty behind me talk to me. He's like, "How important is VWAP?" And I was like, "Dude, like I use it all the time.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily use it for entries, but a lot of the time I'll use it for exits." Okay, because remember, when a stock is trading below volume weighted average price, what's going to tend to happen is they're going to try to levitate it back up to volume weighted average price. And then you're going to, make a decision point. That's why the book's over there at the desk. It talks all about it. This is from Brian Shannon. You go find him at Alpha Trends. VWAP is not necessarily the indicator that you want to use to get in or out on. It's an indicator that you want to watch to see the action around it. It'll give you an idea of key levels on where the average price is traded for that day or for that time frame. But at the end of the day, you're going to want to use that as almost like a pivot point. Find where the trades are coming off of that. And right here on Palantir, I mean, it worked up here and it worked again right there. So it comes up to VWAP, hits it back down. We'll probably make another move back up there. Down 2% is Palantir. Looks like we're about to get out on Microsoft right now as it is dropping in. And the good thing about this is it's also coinciding finally with the 50-period moving average. So I'm really happy with that. Looks like Microsoft will hold it out. A little bit of a dip down into 425.80, and we'll be stopped out of Microsoft.
Yeah, I think I definitely agree with you there. VWAP is something I do look at. I've been looking at a little bit more and paying a little more attention to it, just because I think it's an interesting place to look. And if something is respecting it, you might want to take a quick look at that area, wherever that VWAP may be. Now, shout out to Dynamic EV saying he's giving us another ETF for NVIDIA, NVDX. Now, this one, I didn't even know about this one. Apparently, there's a TSLX as well, but NVDX, it's another 2x long by Trust T-Rex, ETF Opportunities Trust T-Rex. All right. But yeah, about a 100-point ticker here, but I don't know how the spread is, so let's pull it up.
Yeah, let's pull it
right
up.
here, I'm going to pull it up. NVDX, I think it trades on the Amex.
I have to drop Apple here too, guys.
X, let's pull that up. That is not on the NQ. That will be on the Amex. Let's take a quick look here. I'll pull up the tape for you guys here as well.
Hold on.
NVDX, not two N's, VDX, and it's on the Amex right there. Boom. All right, so the spread isn't, I guess it's not as good. I think I like that NVDL a little bit better. It's done at 1.4 mil, and the spread's about 10 pennies right now. You can see that's the level one right here, and we're sitting at 96.75 by 96.85, so 10 penny spread there. And just to give us a comparison with NVIDIA itself, let's take a quick look at NVIDIA here and what's the spread NVDA is sitting at right now. And yeah, so clearly definitely better than NVIDIA if you're looking in terms of a spread there. But I think right there, so you can see almost less than a point there, real quick. So about half a point spread there on NVDA. I don't have the rest of the chart here as well. So my chart's getting a little buggy right now. I don't have the full history on it. I'm supposed to trade off of one candle apparently on NVIDIA here. So we'll just go back to Softy. But yeah, let me know what you guys are trading in the chat. A lot of my tickers that I did want to interact with kind of came and did what they were going to do, regardless of whether that fell in line with my plan or not. So I am kind of just sitting on the sidelines for right now. Nothing's really setting up as of right now, but I see that Apple kind of got back up into the 174. I did have a short just above it earlier on this morning. Clearly didn't hold to what the trade definitely deserved there, as I got a little too antsy before VWAP even came in. But you can see us talking about VWAP. Look at the chop that it has when it does get down into VWAP here. I do have that red line there. So yeah, not very clean, but definitely something to watch out for if it's going to be doing some action in and around VWAP. But yeah, it does a little bit of a consolidation around VWAP, and then that consolidation continues with another leg to the downside here, going all the way to 172 halves from 174 and some change there. So definitely could have played that a little bit better. But what is the next trade? Maybe that 174. Sean says he has one. What's on the board?
Yeah, let's just see. I don't know, Brendo, is there anything on DraftKings? I know he's getting ready to go with Oradera, because I know Frank's coming on right now. We got to prep for him as well. But DraftKings all of a sudden with huge volume spikes right now. I do have the Benzinga Pro here, and it's not showing me anything, but I don't know. So we'll just we'll short this one. It just came up on the screener. Again, we have Trade Ideas screeners. Now we have IG up, but go Trader TV 20 to get that. And look, it just wicked into. Again, this is kind of like pre-market levels. There wasn't a whole heck of a lot of volume in the pre-market at all, but it's kind of like yesterday's closing levels right here for DraftKings. So here we go. This is going to be a risky spot for me coming through right now on DraftKings. Not something that we're going to, really rely on too much here for like a big profit center, but we're averaging it back in. If we can get something up here at 45, we'll take that against 50. But right now, DraftKings starting to go up. I don't know if there's any news. Market's trying to pull down a little bit here. Good volume spikes on DKNG, and we'll just wait to see if there's anything, but I don't know. So we'll trade this against a pre-market high, and right there, that's 50. right? That's yesterday's kind of close. We dipped into that. So we'll trade this off 50. I do have my stop set for 55. So a little bit of a breaker through 50, and we'll get out in case there's something there on Mr. DraftKings. But that's a new trade alert right now, so we'll hold out for that. Another one that I wanted to look at was going to be ARM. This one is, again, a little frustrating because, hey-oh.
Yo.
Jesus, man. No, I actually got a little shitty coffee from 7-Eleven here, $1. No, it's good. Actually, I'm gonna take you next. Oh, you don't really drink coffee too much, do you? Like you have the Tim Hortons, but after like in the afternoon, you.
What's your choice
Really?
of caffeine? Yeah.
Yeah. Injection is his.
Straight coffee.
No, I'm okay. I'm okay. Thanks, Randy. Good luck on your way home. It'll be good weather, obviously. So it's beautiful weather here. Right now, thanks for checking in, Randy. All right. So I just want to say about ARM today because this is normally a name that we look at. And this 135 short, honestly, it's pulling back down in right there. That was a great level. I'm not sure what was up with that earlier on. We'll look at it. DraftKings is still starting to go to the upside right now. I don't know once again. Oh, yeah, here we go. Adair said, DraftKings announced a new, here, I'm going to go over to DraftKings right now so I can talk.
DraftKings going.
Uh-oh. Okay, now it's
right
going.
now,
Okay,
yeah.
so we are going to get stopped out of this. All right, so here we go. Thanks, Adara, for this news. But we'll put a bid here at 46 and just try to see if we can get something out now. And if it drops back in, we'll take some more outs because it looks like we'll get stopped out. DraftKings announced a new stat tool earlier today, seeking a mild amount of Twitter attention, but nothing massive specific. Still looking. So, all right. I thought there was going to be the story there, so I read the whole thing. No. It's all good. It's all good, man. Yeah, so basically Adair not finding anything, but there is something that was released earlier today. But anyways, DraftKings starting to go there. So again, we are short. We were short there at 40s. I just took a piece out at 45 just because it got a little aggressive there. But we'll hold the rest and see what we're going to do now with DraftKings. Hopefully we fade back out a little bit. Let's put something where we started this story. If it comes back into 30s, mid-30s, then we'll take it. But there's definitely, I feel like there's something going on right now, right, because of this. So we'll wait for the volume here on DraftKings. Hey, if we're wrong on this short, then it will be a 15-cent hit plus slippage. Let's just say 20-cent hit. And I think, Obi, this is important that we all try to understand as well, and you already understand this, but it's like, you got to understand the risk. Like, so if you're up $100 on the day and you're saying, I like this idea, but I don't love it, you got to decide how much risk you're going to put into that because like you don't want to lose $50 or something on this. So if you're like me and you say my out is 56 and I'm short now at 40, so 100 shares times 16 cents, so it'll be a $16 hit. So that would be reasonable if that's in your wheelhouse. If you know the story and you really believe it, it's kind of like this Apple story here a little bit, you know? Like we take the long because we believe in it. I don't know how far it's going to go up, so you take some profit. You know, it's the same thing here on the way down for DraftKings. It's like I see the news move up, maybe no story. Let's trade what we think. And if we're right, hopefully it pulls back in and someone just spiked this up. And if we're wrong, then we have a defined risk. So that's kind of how I trade. But you know what? Now that I'm seeing this on Apple, I guess if we don't hold VWAP, we're going to have to get out. This is, I'll slap a fail on this one. Even though we have 20% left, we definitely did not maximize this. So I don't know. Again, I feel fine about it, but I don't feel great. So that's 173. I'm just going to take it out and be disciplined, right? So 173.10. If we break that, let's get out. My stop on this is actually pretty good. All right, DraftKings, we just said, oh, no, we were bidding 37s. It just goes to 38. So let's see what happens here with DraftKings. We'll put a little bit at 39. It just flushed in a little bit. This is actually 39. I'm only short at 41 here. What am I doing? Cancel that. All right, so we'll see if it comes back in a little bit now. We'll try to get a fill. We said we'd get a fill in the mid-30s if we could. So if we do get that, that'll be all good right there. Something just came out, Microsoft. So Microsoft just flushes out. We'll go bang on that one and we'll go, oh my God, because honestly, that was a good trade, well worth the risk. Microsoft sort of helping us stack a little bit there, so that's a good one. Apple, we got to put that order in, Obi, because if it breaks, then we're going to get out. But my stop on that one, we'll cancel it and put another one in for Apple.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a nasty flush there on Softy. And you said you were trailing it off the 50 there. Is that
Microsoft?
that
Yeah. So I mean, we can go over that quickly. I was just I should have used the 50 period, but really realistically, I was just using this level here. Go to my screen here. I was just kind of using using this top level right here. And then gave it a little bit more room. So we should have been out at 85. We got out at 75.
Okay, cool. I'm just curious as to what it was there.
That's all good, man.
But yeah, no, it's coming in, and yeah, look at the futures there. The NQ pretty much all day, just in a range between this what is this 17,960 and 1880 there. So it hasn't really gone anywhere. Same thing with the ES and a lot of these tickers. It seems like that 174 seems to continue to be a place where sellers kind of show up there. They were there in the morning, and apparently they show up again right now with the futures also kind of pulling back as well. I did get a little bit short here on the Amazon, but it seems like the bid is picking right back up. So I will kind of reassess that there. But 179 as of right now, just chop and churning there. Market taking a little bit of a pullback. Let's see how far this goes as Softy kind of reclaims back into 426 right away. Apple 174 holding as of right now. And if you take a look left on Apple there, that 174 has been a little bit of trouble over the past few days. I think it'll be interesting to see if and when we do break above this 174 there on Apple. But the futures taking a little bit of a pullback, Sean. I think we were just at like 18.7s just a couple days ago. Yesterday we failed to kind of push through that 18.5, and today we're back down at 18. So about a little bit of a pullback, it would seem. And yeah, we'll take a look at that Softy, man. It rips right back up. So that flush got pretty much taken right back to where it came from. That was pretty wild there. But a lot of people in the chat, when we were asking, when I was asking what you guys were looking at, were mentioning Tesla there. I did have DraftKings up here. I was watching that. This is on a side note. This is pretty interesting price action, don't you think? Here, like yesterday's action here on DraftKings. When you see something like this, like what's your first thought? Like, does that look natural? Like to me, that looks a little unnatural, or just like there's clearly a seller
or what?
Yeah, it's like just stair step down, and there's clearly a seller on this name, and we're getting a bit of a reversion back through into some of those closing prices as of right now on DraftKings, which again.
But look how it has all those.
Yeah,
it has
boom,
those
boom,
up
boom,
and
boom.
downs there for a
yeah,
minute,
exactly. So
yeah,
interesting price action. I think when candles start to kind of do things like this, I think it's an interesting look. I have a lot to learn. I don't know what the meaning of a lot of things are, and sometimes you don't even need to know. You just got to take the trade,
it's
right?
Like the meaning of life.
Yeah, exactly. 42.
You figure exactly. You figure it out. So I would say 42 for that. Is where
and it's at 42.
And it's at 42. You see what I'm saying?
There
So
you
this
go.
is what I mean.
Genius.
So you've got it already figured out. So don't ask me anymore. We did short some more DraftKings, but we're gonna go over to Brendan, handle some business, and then we got Frank. So
all right.
Always good, but please let's let the market go down because like I'm short DraftKings right now, so maybe we can get the market to go down here. Let's go back to Brendo.
All right, we won't keep him waiting. There he is, Frank Caberna from IG.com over in Chicago, joining us once again. Lots to talk about, Frank. It's been a very, very action-packed week. Lots of data to sift through here, and I think it's safe to say, I mentioned to Sharif before we ended at 2:30 there, just the simple fact that it's clear the market doesn't seem to care at this point, or at least not yet anyways, that we get two prints in a row here on the inflation front that are definitely hotter than expected. CPI nowhere near what we got this morning. But talk us through your thoughts here as far as not only PPI today, but take us back to CPI as well.
Yeah, I mean, both higher than expected. CPI not as much of an outperformance or whatever you want to call it as this PPI that came in 0.5% higher than expected. The CPI, I think, was just around 0.1, and it was kind of mixed. One of those numbers that it was around the expectation, and then people also kind of talked down certain parts of why it was a little bit higher than expected. But yeah, with this PPI, I think we've seen some significant fallout. Yeah, funny, not really in the stock market, but in a number of markets, 0.5% higher than expected. You might say, hey, Frank, well, it's only around 1.5%, and Fed Chair Powell's been targeting 2% inflation. So now you're going to tell me 1.5% inflation is a problem. Well, they haven't even been talking about producer side inflation here in the U.S. for pretty much the last year. As you can see, hasn't been higher than 2% since March, April of last year. And now it's starting to uptick, and it's the last thing that you would want is, okay, PCE, CPI, consumer side inflation is starting to tick lower and lower, although, again, the CPI isn't necessarily ticking lower like they want it, but closer to 2% than it was 2 years ago. And now out of nowhere, producer side inflation is 0.5% higher than expected. And if that one rips up beyond 2%, it would likely make some waves across the inflation landscape here in the US and might push out these potential rate cuts even further, Brendan. But to your point, in the stock world, not seeing that big of a fallout, but we've seen this. I mean, I want to get your take on stocks' reaction to inflation. Then we can go deeper on the rest of the asset classes. Again, it just seems like unless inflation is really ticking up to 5, 6, 7%, the highs of 2022, the stock market is more infatuated with AI stocks, earnings, and what's going on with single names, really, than an inflation number like this, where, I mean, gold is off $20 here today, US dollars rallying, rates are moving higher, but stocks are relatively unaffected.
Yeah, non-event, it would appear anyways. The past couple, I mean, even CPI going back, to earlier in the week, we have, you get the initial algo move down on the number, and then it's just bought right back up again. So as I mentioned, when we came on here, I think it's just a non-event for stocks, at least at this point. But as you said, there are huge moves in other markets that are happening today. I mean, you mentioned, I was just looking, the 30-year 444, as we sit here right now, 429 for the 10-year, dollar back above 103.30 here. So huge moves in treasuries and the dollar index to go along with this.
Yeah, we're seeing some big moves across pretty much every asset class aside from stocks. As NASDAQ and S&P fighting for unchanged. But we did see stocks slide, to your point, on the number, and a couple different points today. S&P's toyed with being down 40, 50 bucks, but not, and 40, 50 bucks, sorry, from their highs, because I think they were higher last night. So not net change on the day. But yeah, the bigger moves being seen in gold. It's bounced back a couple of times, but has been off as much as more than $20 on a net change basis here today. And then Bitcoin, last time I checked, it looks like they're going to take another shot at their lows on the day. Bitcoin off more than 3%. Same with ETH. Some of these other markets are feeling this a little bit heavier, a little bit more prone to this potential pushing out of interest rate cuts. And I want to, it's been a week now since we've taken a look at this stuff, and people maybe get annoyed. It's like, God, these guys are talking about, what the Fed's going to do all the time. Well, the stuff is really starting to change. We're still not through the March FOMC, Brendan, where it's essentially a 0% chance that they change rates. And now you look at the May Fed probability, and it's down to a 4% chance of a cut in May. And last time I came on, it was only 20% or 25%, whatever it was. But that's a significant chance of at least getting back to 50-50 at some point between now and May, whereas down at 4% now, it seems like inflation would have to come in at sub 2% across the board for April for there to be any chance at a cut in May. It seems completely off the table.
Yeah, I keep going back to what you just mentioned there in this conversation, in that we haven't got through March yet, and March is going to be the meeting that we get that first economic projection outline from the Fed this year, along with a fresh dot plot. The exciting dot plot is back, everyone, in March, so hold on to your hats. It's going to be a wild ride. But my point here is, how much will these change? If you look at May, you look at June, how much will these change when we get that coming up here in March?
I understand your joking facetiousness around the dot plot normally, but I mean, I don't think I'm wrong in thinking that this is maybe the most relevant dot plot since we've been in hiking mode. Is will they rein in even further the potential cuts for 2024, and that would have significant fallout across interest rates and US dollar. And maybe at that point it spills over to stocks, because we came into this year, the last meeting of 2023, with the December dot plot. You and I chopped it up. It was around 3 rate cuts. And in the same time, the market was projecting 6 rate cuts. Obviously, the market has come in significantly. Now they're pricing in more like 3 or 4 rate cuts. And now if we have Fed members that are saying, hey, CPI is higher than 2%, PCE is higher than 2%, and now PPI is getting closer to 2% and beyond, we're looking at only 1 or 2 cuts this year. That would be a pretty wild set of projections to get. And then you would expect a pretty hawkish Powell at the press conference as well. So the March meeting will be very relevant for exactly this piece, because it's no coincidence, Brendan, that again, we're approaching the March meeting and the May odds have shifted to close to 0 versus 100%. In June, it is very close to 50-50, and it wasn't close to 50-50 a month ago. It was, 75, 80% chance of a cut in June, and now that's down to 63%. And of course, this can go one of 2 ways. The inflation data actually comes back in throughout April and May, and we do get this cut in June, and this probability curve starts to look more like 100% in the area of the cut. It goes from 63% to 100% of cut. But I would be remiss if I didn't bring up the fact that March was a more likely than not scenario of a cut, and then that got completely washed away over the course of the last 2 months. The May meeting was, 85%, 90% chance of lower rates by the May meeting a couple of months ago. Over the course of the last couple of months, that's now down to, like we just showed you, 4%. And now June, it's still 63% chance of a cut, but these odds are way off of their highs. And if you get a more hawkish dot plot, a more hawkish Powell, and then April and May data that is not closer to 2% in terms of inflation, or maybe another non-farm that's outperformer, whatever has gone on the last couple of months continues to go on, they're going to push out that June cut as well. And then that'll be really interesting. At that point, I think stocks really start to pay attention if some of those pieces start to align. If it's like, oh man, we might not see any rate cuts here in 2024. We're not there yet, but I mean, June, Brendan, that's midway through the year. We're going to get through midway through the year with no cuts. Going into the year, they were expecting 6 or 7. We'll see where those probabilities for June will shift with this FOMC meeting next week in March for sure, and will likely shake at least interest rate markets, the treasury bond markets and Forex markets, and likely gold and crypto like we've been seeing. But yeah, we'll see if stocks play along. But we're in the midst of what could be a bigger shift, or what could be just, oh, you remember in 2024, we just didn't cut as much as we had thought or as soon as we had thought. Not to mention the dynamics globally, Brendan. I know, you're tapped into what's going on, obviously, in Canada, but also Australia, Euro area, UK, major economies globally. If their data continues to slip and US data continues to stay strong, very meaningful for US dollar markets.
Yeah, we've alluded to this in the past as well, touching on the simple fact that the market equities anyway, seem to be getting comfortable in this, range that we're stuck in when it comes to both the CPI and PPI numbers. So what is it going to take at the end of the day to break out of that, 2.5 to 3.5 kind of box that we seem to be stuck in at this point? And let's be honest, when it comes to those economic projections and the dot plot to come, it could also go the other way. It could also just cement, the other side of the narrative in that they have to cut at some point this year. It's just a matter of when and not how. I want to get your take on, we touched on the dollar. I mean, everything downside, every other currency downside in a pretty big way against the dollar today. If you zoom out, though, I'll show you a chart here, a daily chart of the dollar itself. If you zoom out, it is also kind of working itself into this, back and forth range on a higher time frame at this point. So all of these, yields included, the dollar included, it seems like we're kind of just sitting here waiting for something else to happen.
Yeah, and I think that will change pretty significantly once we see the first cut from one of those major global economies that I just listed off there, but also especially the U.S. That'll be, I think, a significant change in volatility across all these asset classes. Because you're exactly right. I mean, volatility, even with today's move, volatility in the Forex market, for example, is relatively low. This market was used to seeing, parity with the euro and then jumping up to 112. And it's been circling really 107, 108, 109. But I think that this is a lot of wait and see to see who will cut first. When will they actually cut rates? Will it be, summertime 2024? Will it be next year? And in that wait and see, you get this lower volatility. And a stock market that is totally cool to just focus on itself, and it's been doing well focusing on itself. But I think you will see a real change in environment once that first cut comes through. Or to the other part of it, if we do get through the summer of this year, and Powell has changed his rhetoric to maybe we're not going to cut at some point in 2024, then you see a really big shakeup in these asset classes. But for the time being, it's one-off stories. Oh, CPI is a little bit higher, PPI is a little bit higher, but no one is seeing a significant move. But that can change on a dime in either direction. You make a great point. That the dot plot could come out and still say 3 cuts, and the market could, move in the opposite direction to what I just laid out off of that, because it was last week that Powell said, maybe it was 2 weeks ago, that they're still likely to see these cuts in 2024. And so, you'd think that CPI and PPI and PCE need to probably get up and beyond 4 or 5% to really shake markets up relative to what we're seeing right now.
Yeah, and as we sit here, just to wrap it up, I mean, yields back to highs, dollars essentially trying to get back to highs here. So the story continues, as always. I mean, I think we have to, acknowledge the fact and be thankful of the fact that, I mean, you and I were on here talking during days when we would get 1.5% changes and, almost 2% changes in these numbers on a month-over-month basis. So it's at least not that at this point.
Exactly right. Yeah, there's plenty of stuff to look towards here, and it feels like it's starting to ramp up. As the question again, like if they price out that June, then the question really becomes, are they going to cut it all? But if they do finally commit that cut, you might see a really big shakeup across all these asset classes. But right now, it's a little bit of wait and see, but more definitely to come on all these fronts.
Great insight as always. Frank Caberna, IG.com over in Chicago. Appreciate it. Thanks, Brennan.
Being frank with Frank.
Thank you, Frank.
I like that one. That was a good one there, Frank. Thank you so much for all that talk. And I feel like that's right.
Thanks.
If we can get a bigger, thanks, Frank. If we can get a bigger, if we can get one of these G7 nations or a bigger economy to start to cut some rates, then we'll be able to see. I don't know if Canada, I would like for them to be one of the first ones to get going on this. But as you can see, energy prices up again today. We talked a little bit about the dollar. There was some talk about the dollar earlier, getting to be real strong right now as well. So lots of stuff happening. Looks like, I don't know, a June rate cut. We just keep on kicking the can down the road there. I still think later on, but a hot PPI number today possibly signaling maybe they need to do something quicker than we thought. So we'll wait to see if something does happen in June. But thank you so much, Mr. Frank Caberna. And this time it went the other way around. Went to the downside. So we were able to, once again, come back and tell you that DraftKings is now a positive stock for us. So we had to hold it for a minute. It may not be. I mean, I'm only out a half here. Actually, I'm out of 2/3 of it, as we just got a third. We got multiple fills down here at the 50-period moving average. So again, short into here at 50. We talked about it. Whenever there's news or we see some spikes like this, we'll always take an early position. And then when it tanks down, I'm like, oh man, I don't have enough shares. But when it came back up to 50, we talked about why we liked that position. So there it is right there, 50s. So we took that. Get it back out to the downside. It's another money-making opportunity right there. DraftKings. It sure takes my money when I'm gambling, but we'll take a little bit back right now, as I don't consider trading gambling. I feel like we know a little bit more about trading than picking the Maple Leafs on the puck line or something like that. We'll see. What's puck line, says Obi, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, what is that? What is the money line? Who knows? But anyways,
chart? I don't know.
That's okay, Obi. It's all good. The only lines Obi knows, there's Bollinger Bands, averages.
Support and resistance. That's all I.
Yeah, you don't want to ever bet the Maple Leafs on the puck line. That just means a straight win. And it's cost too much because the Maple Leafs, they always get too much credit for how they perform. But the money line, the puck line, and then you have the run line in baseball. You have the spread in football.
I know a little bit about the spread.
All right, good. Yeah, the spread here. Oh, yeah, on stocks.
Yeah, on stocks.
Yeah, Randy one time, when meme craziness was happening and Randy was running around, he came over and was like, man, those stocks are spready. And that became that spread like wildfire.
Wow.
Okay, here we go. So DraftKings making a move down to the downside right now. So we'll go back into our auction voice here. And we'll see what happens with DraftKings. So we shorted it off that level. We'll see if it does pull back down. The problem with this trade is right now, the NASDAQ has come in quite a bit. And DraftKings really isn't. So Obi was kind of like, he wasn't mocking me, but I kind of felt like, no, you weren't. Don't worry, Obi. Obi looks at me like, oh God, what did I do now? Nothing, okay? But look, this is what happened on Microsoft. It dropped below, and then Obi goes, man, did you see Microsoft? It went right back up. I called it up. I'm like, what? And it just, as soon as we got out, the next 5 minutes, it went right back up $1.50. Up to $427.50 before absolutely collapsing again. So making me feel that my out now is fine. But we could have waited for that, but you got to stick to your rules. And then, feeling a little bit maybe a FOMO for not shorting that, but not this guy anymore, because we're not shorting this name today. So even if this goes all the way down, I'm not going to be like, man, we missed that short. Did we miss it? Yes. But were we looking for it? No. So, you can always find those canary in a coal mine if you're looking for them, but we weren't there. So the only trade that I'm mad about, well, I'm not mad. Obi, I don't know if you've read this yet, but I posted something up on my Twitter. I think you should actually read it, to be honest with you. It's this little thing here. It's pinned, and it's talking about how the pursuit of all be happy when is a common saying we have for traders. But we're never going to be satisfied.
Yeah.
So we talk all about that. Now we have to go this way. No FOMO, just positive vibes. And if you can have that, then this is what we're talking about. Go read this if you're in a little bit of a struggle spot right now, because I wrote that, and it's helped me sort of realize that we're not going to have every trade, but the ones that we do have, make sure you have them and you have them right, so that when you look back, there's no FOMO. Like, look at this trade on Tesla. Yeah. We got out at the 200-period moving average. What are we supposed to do? Like, that's the target that I wanted there. We shorted it again.
That was the plan.
But now it's down to 160. So we've shorted Tesla now 2 days in a row. Yesterday it was the #1 trade short at 175. Today it's going to be there again. But the idea is at least we were short and the right way on this kind of a name. Let's go handle some business.
Thank you to our sponsor, IG. Get as much as 50-to-1 leverage when trading Forex at IG. Currencies like Euro and USD can require as little as 2% margin rates and offer $0 commission trading using a Forex account at IG. For a limited time, traders can open, fund, and trade with IG for up to $10,000 in funding bonuses. Terms and conditions apply.
Thanks, Adara.
Thank you, Ms. Adara.
To speak a little bit more on that, I kind of had this, I said earlier. What? I said to speak more on that. I kind of had
more on. That's all.
Oh, sorry.
Keep going.
I didn't catch that. But
keep going. My bad.
Damn, I lost my train of thought there.
To speak more on.
Oh, right. To speak more on what you were saying on. We're never going to be satisfied. That's kind of what I was reflecting in my journals over the past week. Like I said, I've been in a little bit of a I guess I would call it a little bit more of a mental drawdown as well. But yeah, on the revamp, I was just like not really satisfied with the performance, and I realized I was like, okay, sure. It's okay to be not satisfied, but you have to learn to be content with what you have. Like, we're hunters. You hunt. You get what you kill. In this game, it's a meritocracy for a reason, and it's like, all right, cool. That's my hunt for the day. If I don't like it, become a better hunter, right? It's not about like, okay, well, yeah, I know I'm never going to be satisfied, but I have to be content with what I hunted today. And yeah, the improvement process, I think, has been getting a little bit better when I switched my mindset towards a little bit more towards that kind of perspective. But that is kind of just a reflection of what I've been writing in my journals over the past couple of weeks. I'm gonna go read that afterwards.
Yeah, you should.
Yeah,
go have a shot. Let me know what you think about it. Yo, Chef Joe, by the way, what's up with that? We are starting to get out more of DraftKings, man. DraftKings did start to tank down. Is Tesla gonna break 160? I think so. Someone that just asked me in the chat, but I'm not putting my money where my mouth is now. It's 308. We'll watch it. If it breaks, I think we should smash it. We'll have a look. But here comes DraftKings. Look at this, man. It's now dripping back down. I like DraftKings coming back into VWAP. Let's see what happens at 42.10. So no more bids yet. I don't want to lie. No, I don't have any more bids out. Yo, Chef Joe, what do you mean? We'll be happy when you have a camper that's coming here to Canada, food trailer in place. So I just said, yo, what's up, man? I mean, if you're ever coming around here, that'll be cool. Oh yeah, we will be covering. What's up to Christian? Oh, here it is. You know who I am, man. Yeah, food trailer. Here we go. Oh, Cybertruck. Yeah, that's right. I saw you mentioning Cybertruck. That's CT, not camper van. Cybertruck coming. He owes you a lot. Okay, well, hey, man. Much appreciated. The minute you're here in Toronto or anywhere, man, we park that bad boy right out back, and we'll have a lot of fun. So shout out to Chef Joe and everybody out there. A lot of love for you. So thank you so much for all that. What's up to Lemlo there? I just saw the super chat. What's up, my guy? Thank you so much there. Fifth super chat on the live stream. Thank you so much, Lemlo, for that. But yeah, we are going to be doing. I agree with everybody about Tesla, man. Tesla needs some Mary Jane. If it gets some Mary Jane, it might be sleeping a little longer than this. So I would say no, pass on that right now. Puff, pass right now for that. But yeah, look, everybody, Marcelo, let's just go bang, 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 bang for everybody in the chat because you guys gave me one, I gave you one, and then we're gonna find another one. Because yeah, this is what trading's all about, man. We found that DraftKings trade, we'll find another one. Shout out to everybody. Yeah, the last couple of days, man, Tesla's been a short. So it's a short. AMD, the last couple of days, man, we've been really banking out on the short. And look at this right now. Wow. What is happening? This market, we talked earlier today that we wanted the short, man. We had mentioned that. We were a little bit uncertain. Obviously, this guy's been a bear over here, so we go for that. We were a little bit biased there as well. We did say here on the sticky note today, and as I'm rereading it, that as long as we stay under 18.3, we like the short. So the short's in today, and we're having, again, Obi, we're just having another one of those days. It's been a good one here. We'll just continue to watch out, see if we can get a little bit more money back into this. But hey, man, it's a great day over here. And too bad. I mean, what kind of a day would it be if we still had these? I mean, very good. But for right now, we'll just be happy with, as you said, what we have and look for that next trade. So right now, you're short Amazon.
Yeah,
what's that looking like?
I was shorting it earlier. It was kind of chopping and churning. I was trying to take this move on the market there. Clearly missed out on the Apple short. We were talking about that 174, and wow, oh boy, 174 to 172 within a few minutes there. So yeah, a little bit of FOMO there, but we just talked about that. I'm content with what I had. Can I have had that? Yeah, for sure. The idea was to get short below that level, and I didn't really have it. So I got to get back and be like, all right, when you see your prey in front of you, you gotta take the shot, right?
Yes,
like we said, trying to hunt here, trying to be a sniper, and that 174 definitely seems like a little bit of a place to watch for that. And we missed that trade. That's perfectly fine. Let's see how well this Amazon kind of works, but not really as weak, relatively strong. compared to some of these other names as the NQ and the ES make fresh lows on the day. And Kyle Burdett talking about dump it, baby, woohoo, yes. Thank you for the super chat there. Mind talking about Reddit, asking Lemlo. All right, yeah, Lemlo was asking about the Reddit IPO. That's happening next Thursday, I think? Next Wednesday or Thursday, on the 20th.
I thought it was the 18th.
Was it the 18th? So it's sometime next week.
No, it might be the 20th. 18th is a Monday. It's probably the 20th.
Let us know in the chat if you guys know. 21 says Adara. Thank you, Adara.
I got Josh the 20th
for
back
that.
there.
Yeah, I thought it was something else, but yeah.
We'll
Okay,
double check.
So 20th, 21st, it would seem is the date there, but yeah, coming in next week.
What do you think? You ever on Reddit or anything? I actually never on it.
I do use it quite often just to see what the crowd is saying.
Right?
It's a forum.
Okay. I used to look at for
and there's a lot of there's topics for everything. Literally anything and everything you could think of. There's a forum for that, right? So that's a beautiful thing about it. It's like the global village, right? It's like you want to talk to people about with like interests, you're gonna find a crowd there.
Right. No, I get it because of obviously Wall Street Bets.
Of course, yeah.
I mean, so I just feel like that's but the thing is that my whole thing about Reddit is like, I was actually talking with Baxter, my eldest, who's all over AI, and he actually has a business and he's doing quite well with it. He's waiting for, well, I'll talk about that when it happens. But anyways, he was just saying that AI right now, there's so much content out there that some of these large language models just aren't being trained. And I think we talked about this earlier, aren't being trained on the right information. So it's like when...
for example, Gemini.
For example, Gemini.
Yeah, that's a prime example.
So it's just like, it's taking AI-generated images and almost treating them as if they were real images, so that when you ask for something, it's drawing from the wrong pool of resources there.
I see.
So I didn't understand it as much as maybe I pretended I did, but that's part of the problem right now. And I just wonder if Reddit, and I know there's talk about AI with Reddit and all that, I don't know enough about it to be an investor, but I think it's a long-term story there with Reddit. It's been around for a while. I've just been burned by so many IPOs, honestly, whether not burned by them, but just left a sour taste in my mouth, whether or not be like investing in Clover or some of the marijuana names, but that was a little bit of obviously of a different story. A good one for me was Palantir. I was also in on Spotify. Both of those were direct listings. So those were already businesses that were successful before, which might be something like a Reddit. So we'll wait to see if there's anything to do with that one. But you know what's coming in right now? We'll spin this for 35 cents. So if anybody was watching, damn, Nvidia's going down. Well, yeah, it doesn't surprise me. I mean, AMD is getting kicked right now. There's DraftKings, guys. We put this one in our pipe and really did smoke it. So nice move to the downside right there. We're holding Palantir, but we don't have enough to even worry about it. So we're going to wait to see if Palantir gets down to that $25 mark. $24 mark. And here's AMD, really, man. Like, I passed this over to Patrick earlier, and I was like, check this stuff out. We're already short 197 right here on the sticky note of AMD. It's at 185, but we already took that short. It is the number one name for me, and we're happy with it. But again, with no FOMO, AMD just keeps going to the downside. So let's flip over to NVIDIA, which we've scalped really well in the past. We talked about possibly going long on this into the close. Well, it didn't break the level that we had talked about up there. Instead, it's coming right back into some of these bids. So what about a buy down here at 870? We just wicked off that level. I mean, that's going to be good. If you can hold a 70 fill down here to that wick bottom, 68, $2, this is right in our wheelhouse. These are the kind of trades that I look for. You know, buying something down here at 70 that's already showed us a bottom, if it comes back in, we can use that wick bottom right there at 68. So like this is where I say, okay, if I'm going to take a $200 hit on a name, and I feel like that's reasonable, if that's what you think, then this is 100 shares right there. You buy it for 100 shares there at 70, you have 68 as an out. Now remember, maybe you don't buy 100, maybe you buy 75 for slippage, but that would be a trade that's kind of what goes through my mind. How much am I willing to make, or not make, but lose on this trade? And we'll deal with the wins when they come. Try to go 1-to-1, try to maybe scalp out some initially. But I like this trade down here. I'm going to be buying some 870s on NVIDIA.
Yeah, I like that as well. Kind of NVIDIA, one of the top names in the market. I think it's pushing for number one spot with the pace. It's been kind of moving up.
What do you mean by tops?
top dog. Like, you know how Apple was top dog, now it's softy. We saw that movement kind of come in with the pace that like Nvidia keeps on clocking that market cap. Yeah, well, I don't know. I can't really tell the future, but it seems like if it continues in that direction.
You cannot tell the future, Obi?
Absolutely not. What do you mean? It's a probability game.
Okay.
Yeah, so I don't know. I've just been observing it, kind of stepping up in terms of its constituent like ranking in both the SPY and the NQ, and it's just an interesting look. That's all I'm trying to say there. But yeah, a little bit of a strong bounce there on Amazon, it would seem, and it seems softy as well. Wow, take a look at that. That 427 all the way down to 423, absolutely wild there. So you know what? I will kind of piece out of this one right there. Don't really need to hold on to the trade anymore if it's going to rebid that aggressively. Again, not really planned, just taking a quick scalp. I did take off the majority of it already there, just holding on to a piece of the breadcrumb right now.
Breadcrumb.
Yeah, just breadcrumb trading. No, like I said, I'm just trying to make better decisions this week, and with that, I'm not really focused on the sizing right now. Just trying to bring that confidence back, kind of build up that mental, and then next week we will go. We will give things the appropriate risk there. So. I think it's I've heard from a few traders there. They're just like, yeah, if you're having some trouble there, it's probably better not to have heavy risk on. You don't want to get into like a downward spiral. And I've just been sized down to minimum size and really try to push that process and decision making. And I think it's been a good kind of fix for that mental instability, or like that the inconsistency, right? We're always trying to talk about how we're trying to be consistently profitable traders. That is the goal, and what can we do to kind of protect that mind state and the mental over time, so that we can kind of preserve that consistency, right? So I think it's been working well there. People talking about Nvidia new low. Yeah, take a look at the futures, 18.2. Shout out to I forget who it was in the chat. They were saying, "Oh, pull up the June contract." Yeah, it's been a couple days since I logged on to this computer here. I had the old contracts for the future, so thank you in the chat for that. I did switch over to the June contract there. It is the M24. What's happening, Sean? Insta-fill?
Nah, man, we're $1 in the money right now. We told you we were buying Nvidia 870s, right?
Yep.
Okay, so when it's at 872, it shouldn't surprise anybody that we're long, but we're not out yet. Come on, man. What about this high right here? Let's go for 874.50. Let's go, man. We're here to play. Let's ride. Nice little win here for us so far. We are literally long at 870.15 right now, so we do have, it's printing the ask, everything you want, so you can get right now. And I said this yesterday, you know, this is a very volatile name. It is now $2 in the damn money. What's up with that? Right now, we're here, we're live. It don't matter who's sitting beside me. I mean, you know, I like you, I like me, I like everybody. But we're not stopping what we're doing. It's a nice move right there. It is now $250 in the money for Nvidia. Another trade that we discussed live right here for you. Here we go, man. Do we take $3, Obi? Say once, twice, sold, and we may take $3. Let's see if we can do that. Let's put an offer up there. It just bounced off 873. We'll see if we could take it. I mean, I don't think this is found money, because this is a strategy that we talked about. We did want that. And Obi.
Nice.
Oh no,
Nice
there it
trade,
is.
John.
It's a little props action right there. So nice job there. If anyone took 870 with me, welcome to $3 in the green side. One trade on Nvidia today, $3. We took 950.
That's the fastest 3 points I've seen.
Yeah.
It's like boom, boom.
All right. Okay. Yeah. It's a nice 3 points there.
It can definitely be faster, but there have been faster.
It was actually only
moments, but
270.
Nvidia, boom.
It was only 270. But nice move. Thanks, Obi, for that one. Nice to get some credit. But at the same time, the trade is not over. So we got out of 2/3 of it. We'll hold another third to see if it can go back up to the upside right now. Looking for the 200 period. I mean, if it does rally, great. Like I said, there it is. There's the move. Yesterday, we took 950 on 3 different trades. Again, averaging, obviously, that $3 a trade has really nothing to do with that. We should have maybe waited for up here, but just it got going, like you mentioned, Obi, there, and we don't need to fight this when the trend has been clearly to the downside. This could still be, I mean, it's coming back right now, could be another losing trade. We will not reload it at this level. We will wait for a little bit lower. Our stop on this trade was always going to be down here. So that was a $2 stop. We just took 3. So playing with house money. Let's see what happens now with NVIDIA. Actually, my bids got canceled. I did have another bid in and around here, 269. I'm going to put that back.
All right, yeah, I'm watching some of these levels here. I think you're right about the kind of things are very rangy today, especially on Apple. We see that it's been in this range there, 74 highs, 72, and some change lows, and we come back to the lows, and we're starting to catch a little bit of a bid there off of these lows. So let's see how far we can kind of get with that on Apple there, if we kind of revert back to VWAP or even kind of cover the range there. Futures very weak, kind of pushing back into that 18.1, 18.2 right now, sorry, that we're at. And yeah, take a look at that, a little bit of a bid happening on Apple there. Amazon still looking kind of choppy there, still in that 178.80, so I'm glad we kind of got out of that one. What is the next trade? Might have been Apple about 30, 40 pennies ago. And yeah, it's funny. I'm kind of, the risk keeps on changing. And sometimes when the risk kind of falls out of what I'm willing to take, I'm just like, all right, well, I kind of missed that. But I got to do a little bit better at being like, all right, well, the risk is wider now, but the trade is definitely still on. So how can I change my share size and risk relatively the same to capture the move? And if that's what's on the table, that's what's on the table. I will take what Mother Market will give me on that. People talking about AMD there. So I know you've been trading AMD a little bit today, right? I haven't really taken a look at it.
We left it alone since like 10 o'clock.
Wow.
I know.
Wow.
Don't even.
Holy, take a look at this.
We started the show, it was 188. I started that story. I was like, man, Sharif was like, yo, look at 188. And I was like, wow, 188. Now 185.
Wow, look at that.
All you can...
It's like we licked yesterday's range highs, 197, and then it's just been...
Could you imagine being short at 197?
Is that where you were?
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
Not damn.
Yeah.
I mean, the damage is done.
Nice.
We put it on the board already, but yeah, we wrote down 197 too. It's not like it's rocket science. We talked about that.
I mean, it's clear, it's kind of defined from yesterday, and if it shows up again today,
it's just if then statement. Yeah, we'll go.
Decent
Did you know
probability.
Marissa sent me something? Do you know that Excel? There is esports for Microsoft Excel. I swear to God, look it up.
What?
There's these contests. Yep, Ramin confirming this.
okay.
So I am losing my mind in my age, but this
Seems
is
like
true.
Ramin's a fan.
No, so they get basically like a bunch of Neils in a room and they put them there and they say, here is this problem. You now need to solve this with Excel.
Okay. All right. So it's basically like a math contest, kind of, or like a calculation using
but
Excel.
how to use
contest.
Excel.
Yeah. Okay, that makes
So
sense.
then you got to like go
Yeah.
crazy, and
Boom,
then you
boom,
do
boom.
that, and then anyways, Marissa said that to me. I was like, huh?
Esports, eh?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, people talking about that. Yeah.
I mean, I'm not a competitive Excel user.
I don't think Neil uses Excel at all. I just thought that was funny.
I don't do ranked
I just thought that
Excel,
was funny to say.
but that's very interesting for sure.
You know. Anyways, yeah. So people are confirming that. So good. All right. All right. So there it is. All right. Just real quick right now, just in case you guys have been wondering, man, we have that 10%. We have less than 10% of DraftKings left again. It did make that move to the downside. And again, if it's not going to be on the sticky note or it's just going to be like an active trade like that, then I saw someone put in the chat stacks on stacks on stacks. Well, whoop. What? The stacks thing has changed over here. There it is. Were you hitting the market recap show? Were you?
No, I wasn't hitting anything.
It's funny, it's not even on my page there to do that. But anyways, all we're doing right there was trying to stack that up. So we did get a good move back into, our best out is 42.15 there. We do have some 42.20s that happen right at this top level. So that was a good trade right there. What's up, Fabian? Hope all is well over on that side as well. All right, now we're going to the downside here again. So we are not reloading NVIDIA. So I just put out, what? Where am I? I'm at 69.15. Do you know how low that went there? 69.12s?
What?
We should have got filled down there. But anyways, maybe it didn't. Let me zoom this in again here.
Is that what
we are
I
at
haven't taken what the low
69.15.
actually was?
What, 69?
I have 69.11 as the low there.
Me too. But look, 69.15. You see, I have the bid right there.
Yeah.
Okay, so it missed me for some reason. Okay, that's strange.
Maybe too
I
fast.
was bidding down there. You know what? Let me refresh. Maybe, did I get hit? I should have been hit. I mean, I do have an active bid down there at 69.15. I'm refreshing, and it's still pending. Okay, all right. Well, we did not get that fill. Maybe we will get it, but we are bidding down there. So anyways, that's too bad because we would have been like, yeah, buddy, there's another $2. But it didn't happen. So we'll wait to see if that does fill out. But we are bidding down there. So there you go. If it fills, it fills. We'll wait to see if that comes in. Any other names that you guys want to look at? Oh, the one stock that I want to talk about here is because coming in tonight, do we have the earnings board? Okay, we'll get that earnings board in a minute, but let's just do this right now to see. Man, this thing's blasting in my ear. All right, so today is March the 14th. So we're gonna go over to March 14th right now. The biggest name coming through is Adobe tonight. So it's not even close, 258 billion, big name. Altria, they came out with guidance earlier today. I don't know if that was expected or not. Market guidance, you don't normally do that. Ulta Beauty coming after market again. Some big percentage expected, man, 7% on that, 7% over there. NVIDIA now well up, $4 in the $5 in the money from that 69 that we don't have, but we still are long on that one. What else coming through there? Dick's Sporting Goods was earlier. We'll have a look at that. We forgot about that.
That was a good one, actually, if you had it off the open.
Okay, so good. You mind talking about that if you want to?
I will.
All right, so that's that. Coming down, I don't really see anything else. We're now into the hundreds of millions. Generally speaking, any kind of name that we're looking for here. There's that Build-A-Bear is before market open, so Brendan brought that story to us before. Here's Fabian's favorite company, Kodak, apparently reporting after market as well. And then after that, I don't see anything else. So it looks like the big bad ones today will be Adobe. Whoopsies, that's a backwards. We don't want that. Okay, let's go over to the earnings board as my screen is all screwed up now. All right, so there they are. Anything that you see on there that might be interesting? I mean, I sort of kind of nailed them all there.
Yeah, no, I think the one I'm interested in is definitely Adobe, maybe some Ulta, something with a decent market cap that does some volume, and maybe some interesting action on the larger time frame as well. But yeah, I'll be doing that work later on tonight. On Sundays, I like to kind of look at the earnings board and write down what the significant ones for the week are. But during the week, I forget what they are. But overnight, I'll go home and I'll take a quick look at what the ones setting up tonight and tomorrow are. But Adobe definitely on watch today after the close with Sean on Market Recap.
Yeah, be with me for sure. By the way, you hit that, Ramin.
Does it just happen by itself? Because look, I'm not touching anything. Like, where is it on here? It's not there, right? I don't know. It's
these guys playing with me, man. These guys playing with me. There's no, come on. Okay. By the way, man, 3, 1,
I think
2,
it might be
3.
Ramin. She's laughing a little too much back there.
She's lucky I like her so much. Okay, here we go. So it's a nice move. Again, we just got that move again for, oh yeah, now you just want me to go to Adair. It's like that, eh? Okay. But anyways, we missed that 69. Nice move back up for NVIDIA. What's up, Abe?
Cleveland Cliffs getting its highest volume candle of the day here, seeing a report that the CEO is mulling a bid on U.S. Steel if the Nippon deal falls through, and it says if they did bid, it would be in the 30s. So biggest volume candle of the day, a little bit of a move to the upside here on CLF, something worth keeping an eye on, guys.
So I actually look at it, thanks to Dara, I actually look at that the other way. If X is only going to garner 30-something from Cliffs, then yeah. This Nippon should back out themselves. I mean, why would they ever pay $50? I mean, you see Joe Biden come in and say basically he's not down with this deal, I don't think. Nice downside move right now. Wow, NVIDIA's really getting going here. Nice move back up there to the upside. I feel like the market's getting going, but not much is happening. And look what's happening with DKNG. We take another fill as it comes into the 20s. Let's put that one on the board. Another very, very positive name for us. We don't have very many negative stocks today, that is for sure. Let's check out what Tesla's doing down near 160 again. Bouncing off 160. That's probably a long. Oh, wow. It's 3:30 already, Obi.
Oh.
Absolutely insane. Okay, so join me tonight because we're going to have Danielle Shea on. We're going to talk all about options. I'm going to nail her with Tesla because that's a stock that she's been short with. She's been talking about it. We're back at some very, very key levels, so we'll figure that one out with Danielle. I really like Adobe down here hitting off this 540 level. So this is the 200 period moving average. We've come in and we've really represented that. I've talked about this on the podcast about how we liked Adobe into this level. What's happening? So let's find out what happens here. If this does pull back into 540 tonight, I'm looking for some weakness in the report if it does get back down into there. But I like Adobe here. I think I like all the AI talk and everything. So I like Adobe. Ulta Beauty, ULTA, Ulta Beauty, right there, there it is. Again, a stock we don't trade too much because as you can see, it does have a dollar spread. This is a name that I thought would be a good winner post-COVID, just because more people going back to work, obviously a nice cosmetic company. But again, bouncing off that 380 bottom, nicely done all the way up to 560. So good little trade there for Ulta Beauty. Again, looking like it wants to break out. I expect some nice moves coming here today on a lot of these names. So we've already broken above on Ulta Beauty. I think this one looks like it wants to beat. Let's see if it does Ulta Beauty tonight.
Yeah, I think they don't have stores in Canada, do they? I don't think I've seen them, but I've seen a lot more stores.
I don't know.
Ramin saying Niagara Falls is the closest one.
I thought they were just, they
in the
had a
States
bunch of
for
brand
sure.
names. Like they just make, like
There's
they
an
sell
actual
their stuff.
store called Ulta, I think. I've
Oh,
seen
is
it
there?
in the
Okay, because I know they
States,
sell a
yeah.
lot of their stuff maybe in Sephora and stuff like that. I don't know
that
any of
would
their
make
brands, but
Sephora doesn't trade, does it?
Sephora?
Yeah, does that trade?
Sephora is,
Or are they held by someone?
was it Deckers? Oh, there's a trade. Oh, is it Abercrombie? There's somebody that has a tie-up with Sephora. Is it A&F?
Yeah, let's check out ANF because we know that's been having a bid since forever. But
DraftKings getting lower here. I don't know.
I'll pull up the hourly on this one, get a little better view. Take that VWAP off. We don't need you there. Yeah, wow. Okay, so it did pull back off of that earnings. I know that earnings we did sell off a little bit there, kind of attempting to break trend, but it seems like we're still kind of, we caught a bit of 115, it would seem. But take a look at this, guys. Pull it up on the weekly. Oh boy, look at this thing right here. 20s all the way up to 140s. And then the first, look at the highest volume, well, not the highest volume, it's relatively high on for the run up, but we've had higher volume candles on the way up there. But the first high volume red candle, it would seem, off of earnings last week, a little bit just underneath that 50, 140 pulling back right now, but it seems that it's well within trend. Let's see what this goes and does.
Kohl's,
going
KSS,
forward.
yeah.
Kohl's, is that who owns them? KSS?
I don't know if they own them, but there was some sort of a tie. I just saw someone in the chat. They mentioned Kohl's, so it could be what it is. Could be what it is.
That ANF long, man, wild.
Well, we were short all day, looking short all day, and now the market is coming back in, right? So again, you know, we had the Microsoft long. I think if I was going to look for any longs right now, I would be going right back to Microsoft. Microsoft's falling in right now into 422 again. The only problem is right now, it's, I was gonna say it's getting late, but it's not that late. I mean, we still have some more trading to do. So Microsoft, again, falling back into this level. We're actually wicking down below 422.50. Okay, I don't have any stops in here again, but this could be a decent long. We could try this again here. We already got it pretty good to the upside. 425.50. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's just the market is really falling off here. Like if we go to the 30-minute chart, we're starting to hit some levels that we had discussed in the past. Like we had talked about this level yesterday coming in, 18,150, remember? Like yesterday we were up here and we were talking about this 18.3. Then I wrote on the sticky note, we want to be short under 18.3. Well, this is why I wrote that down. I mean, I'm not just a pretty face, I'm not even that. So when we come back into the downside, you have to be very, very careful here with some of these names. So here comes NQ back in, watch 8,150. So if we take that, I mean, this long on Microsoft, although it is setting up, it's not going to hold. So I'm just going to stay short DraftKings right now, which, by the way, I don't think DraftKings is ever going to go. So we'll do half dollar club. All right. Half dollar club is all right.
Yeah.
You know, we could take that. Right there, half dollar club. Look at DraftKings. I mean, come on, guys. Like, I gave this trade. We gave this trade to you there. We gave Microsoft. We gave NVIDIA. We should have got out of NVIDIA on that last pop to 875. I think we should get out of that, man. The NASDAQ's just been getting absolutely destroyed. What about getting out at 875 if we pop back up there on NVIDIA? Definitely something that maybe. Do you know what album that is?
No, I don't. Is it a...
Yeah, it's okay. It's Oasis.
No idea.
Who's that, right?
No idea.
Right.
I'm not very musically inclined.
Well, they are your Wonderwall, Obi.
Okay. I'm going to assume that's another play on words, just because of the context of and the phrasing, but I'm still very clueless about that.
Okay. All right. Okay. So that's just a monster song, Wonderwall.
Okay.
Okay. All right. It's a great song. That's a monster song. Like it's a huge song. Huge song.
Yeah.
All right. That's Wonderwall for you, and this is Obi, ladies and gentlemen. All right.
Gotta give me a list of all these these songs.
It's like an older.
I like, as long as it's good music. I don't really like the genre. I don't really have I'm not really attached to one genre or the other.
It's all good.
But good music, definitely worth a listen. But before we continue, we're gonna pass it over to Dara.
Dara. Let's see if she knows Wonderwall.
I do know Wonderwall, and also we are brought to you by Trade Ideas, real-time scanning and alerting used on our desk by many of our traders every day. See what's moving in the moment with Trade Ideas. Check out the link in the description for 20% off.
Yeah, definitely grab that 20% off. Okay, so we're almost out. We're just playing around. You don't have to. There's probably some songs that I have no idea about either as well, probably newer songs. All right, so right now we're gonna get out right here of, although we are a super gremlin over here, we are gonna get out right now at $42. You know what I'm saying? So that's it right there. We'll go props up. And again, if you got it, you got it. If you don't, you don't. But it's DraftKings right there. We will take that out. Are we frozen? No, we are not. Okay, I thought we were just got a little frozen up there. Good trade there for us on DraftKings. Either way, we just took it out on the 200 period moving average. So we are now out of that one. It's 338. We are getting ready for those imbalances. I believe we have some rebalancing tomorrow. So the fact that it's Thursday today, we could see something there today. And we'll discuss what we see when those imbalances do come out. And then just for a little bit of so NVIDIA's right back to that level, man. It's now $4 in the money again. So we'll just go where's that hot dog cannon? If you want one of these, man, just pretend those are NVIDIA shares flying out. You just grab those and get out of your position if you're long. But there it is, Patrick. That's another one right there on the board, man. We're long at 870 again. It's 875 right now. Another reload. And again, you could just keep on doing this. I'm going to wait for a higher take here. Let's see if we get a rally into the close. We talked about wanting a rally in NVIDIA. Now maybe we have it. It's too bad we didn't reload it. We were waiting for 269, 869. Oh, damn. Remember we said we don't know where the dollars are going to come from, but here's $6 right now on NVIDIA. So, it doesn't take a super aggressive market to try to get some of these fills. You just need to be trading the right name. There goes NVIDIA on the pop back up. Hey guys, it's $7 in the money right now. So not bad for that one as we go up to day's high on Mr. NVDA. How about that? What's up, Adara?
Today we're going to take a look at some of these names in the S&P 500 that are making big moves either to the upside or the downside that maybe we haven't talked about. A lot of downside moves today, though, including NXPI, NXP Semiconductors. This one trading lower after announcing after market close yesterday that Impinj has reached the settlement for this patent litigation that involves NXP having to give them a one-time payment of $45 million in an annual license fee. Big downside move for NXPI. We also have Lennar Corporation trading to the downside. LEN releasing their earnings, EPS beat, but a sales miss, and some remarks from the chairman about mortgage delinquencies that are not necessarily a great look going forward for LEN. Last but not least here, another earnings name, Dollar General. DG, the ticker for this one down about 6% after decent earnings, but pretty weak forward EPS guidance. So interesting mixed look, mostly downside for a lot of these S&P 500 names, guys.
Thank you, Dara. Yeah, they had earnings just today, I think.
I think 2 days ago.
Dollar Tree was 2 days ago.
Oh, yeah.
Today was
Dollar General was this morning. Good call.
Dollar General was this morning.
We're out. So right there, I was just going to face slap a little bit. I didn't want to interrupt you there, but we are out of NVIDIA. So it just broke right now. We were going to use, honestly, it went right up to the 200 period moving average right there. And then I didn't have a chance to say it because it happened too quickly there. But I was just going to say, if we kept on going, great. So we were not going to put any offers out until we broke back down below. We did do that. We put out an 875 fill and we got filled there. Sorry, 876. We got 875, 75. This is going to happen to us, man. I wouldn't surprise if it just keeps on going. I'm hearing right now that DWAC is starting to move around. So,
Hello.
I mean, I feel like we're always going to, we know that. Hold on, I'll tell you.
Oh, yeah, that's moving. What's going on?
Apparently, just in my ear from Benzinga, apparently report that there may be delaying some court case. I don't know. It's very, very rough in my ear right now. Once we get that, we'll talk about it. But again, any news that happens to President Trump is going to affect DWAC. So we'll see if it goes anywhere. But if you're just looking technically on a daily chart, I mean, this looks pretty good right now. This still has a de-SPACed, by the way. So like once this de-SPACs, oh wait, Digital World Acquisition? Right, no, it hasn't. So once this de-SPACs to True Social or whatever, it has a $10 value. Yep. So just be careful with this. I would say if you're long, come over to the chart here just real quick. If you're long, I mean, this 34, 35 area has to scare you. So I would say watch out for that. And it's just one of those trades again. If NVIDIA's like at 480 or something, like this happens to me, 480, 880. This happens to me a lot where I get out because it's like, okay, but we're heading into the end of the day right now. So we just took, again, it's just one trade on NVIDIA, but we'll take it back up to the 200 period, trying to follow our rules on that. You know what we didn't look at yet today? Look what's happening with Bitcoin, by the way. Coinbase is $230? Okay, I look at it like I'm surprised. Yesterday we were short 270. What? Straight to the downside there on Coinbase. I think Brett and I talked about this one on the podcast as well. Why is Coinbase just creating such a huge move up when Bitcoin's just taking out highs? It's not, Bitcoin has been very aggressive long, there's no doubt about that, but it hasn't been this aggressive. So now Coinbase coming back in as some of the air is out of this tire as Coinbase just comes all the way back in right now. Where to find a stopping spot for this? I mean, you could look at past highs of 190, but that seems to be a little bit excited, but we were 270 yesterday, man, so you're down $50 from that level roughly. So yeah, big pullback down in on Coinbase. And again, it's not even like much is happening right here to Bitcoin. Well, I guess 68.6, Bitcoin is getting hit to the downside right now. Let's look at that. Did we make a new high today and then fade it out? Here's Bitcoin right now on the day. MDGL is now either halted or back open. We'll find out about Madrigal Pharmaceuticals coming in. But here we go. This is a 1 minute chart. Let's just go to a 3 minute to see what's happened today. Zoom back out a little bit. Yeah, Bitcoin not finding a bid at all. That's the tick right there. 73.7 happening today at 3 in the morning. And then just boom to the downside all the way down, coming right back in as money's coming out of the cryptoverse right here. Nice trade for Bitcoin. We talked about some of these altcoins coming in. We sold some Solana yesterday. Let me just refresh this to see if it's still holding highs. No. So Solana was at 169 today, back down to 160. Cardano was 77 cents, coming back in as well. So some of these names coming back in. What's up, Adara?
So I have some news there on that Madrigal move, MDGL. This one getting FDA approval for a new drug approval here for its Resdifra drug. So some news here with regards to Madrigal FDA approval, guys.
All right, good to hear.
MDGL?
Yeah, MDGL. There was halting around a little bit and FDA approval, so that is good. Right. Here's the story on DWAC. You call up MDGL and have a look at it because I'll just give this story right here. Here it is right here. Manhattan District Attorney suggests 1 month delay to Donald Trump's hush money trial. Okay. So there it is. There's some new records or blah, blah, blah. You guys can go find that story, but that is what it is. So if you are looking at that, we were uncertain, but there's the story there. 1 month possible delay there. So, okay. And again, the more room that gives to Trump, I guess, and gives him a clearer way to running for the Conservative Party. I mean, I guess he's already got the vote. I think it was pretty unanimous at that point. I don't think Nikki Haley, she won Vermont, but that's not going to get you the vote. So we'll wait on that. And I think Joe Biden is officially the Democratic nominee. So we'll wait, I guess, for official word on President Trump, but I think that's imminent. So anyways, I've already sort of said my piece there about Digital World. I think it's a very risky proposition considering it could always de-SPAC, and then it does have that $10 base. So watch out for that. But there's MDGL.
Yeah, no.
Are you in anything?
No, I took a quick scalp on AMD there. kind of been selling off all day, and I'm like, all right, well, with only about 15, 20 minutes left, 184 looks a little interesting. Just watching the tape there, kind of picked up the pace. I got out of it a little too early there. The tape was quite aggressive, and I guess I wasn't really expecting that. But again, it's a work in progress. I'm still learning there. That 184, that bid comes in pretty aggressive, and then we bid right through 85, 86. So it was almost 2 points off that 184, and I barely catch a point there. Again, reasons no reason to really sell the position there. I got to give it the risk and let it kind of work. Yeah, I'm a little bit in a scalp mode there. 186 coming back in there. But yeah, going into the close, selling all day. Where will they cover? Who knows? But the bid is getting a little bit aggressive into the ask as of right now. It would seem off of that 84 area right into 86 on AMD. So quick scalp there. Yeah, it took like I said, I got to become a better hunter, man. Like this is a little unacceptable. I don't know. It's just if the move is there, the trade is still on. I can't be like piecing out just on like emotional jitters there. Let the trade work. Give it the respect it deserves. Is something that I've been kind of saying out loud, saying to myself to really hone in that patience for letting the trade kind of work there. There's no reason to kind of, or there was no reason, I don't know, now it's acting a little different there. It is slowing down a little bit there into that 186, but quick little scalp there off that 184 as we creep right into the imbalance. There's only about 3 minutes left, so I do also want to piece off before that happens for potential volatility. Again, unplanned trade, I'm just taking a quick scalp off of that. But yeah, let's see what's been running today. I haven't really checked out what the top volume gainers on the day were. So we'll pull up on the 15-minute here. I don't know, a lot of people would have been trading a few of these names at least, as they've been doing a lot of volume in the top volume gainers in the market. Definitely a lot of participants. The probability of people in the chat trading these names, I think, pretty high. But yeah, Soundhound, quite an interesting move there. We were a little involved on that Soundhound move off this action there in the morning. Strong, very strong bid that continued into the after hours, makes a 1050 high, a little bit of a lower high off the pre-market session. Can't really make it past those highs, and then just goes right back into some of this consolidation from yesterday. 750 it would seem. Interesting price action indeed. Again, they have a bid from NVIDIA. NVIDIA said that they're going to be investing in 3 AI companies. One of them was SoundHound, the other one being ARM, and then the other one being RXRX. Now that's one I haven't really checked on today, but RXRX, pharmaceutical company, didn't really move too much in step with some of those things. But yeah, let's take a quick check at ARM. I know I've been, or I was trading this a little bit more often a few weeks ago there, but we're just letting it kind of simmer down. It is, I think, giving some potential opportunities every day, but with earnings season coming to a close, there are still some names on watch for me. So I haven't necessarily been watching this ARM as closely, but definitely NVIDIA, of course. NVIDIA is definitely in play for me, and the AI sector as well. But yeah, it would seem that 186. Oh wow, we are blasting now, Sean, off of that imbalance. So let's see.
Oh shoot, it came out
on lock here on the imbalance. I better
get
here.
out.
Okay, my locator was a little bit slow there. So yeah, nothing too crazy, it would seem. Where's my NQ right here? So let's pull up if there's anything significant on NQ. We got Intel with a buy, 1.4. Apple with a 1.3 buy. Nothing too crazy. Tesla with an 800K buy as well. AMD with where'd it go? AMD with a buy as well. So interesting. So we did get a tiny little pop off of that, potentially off of that inbound on AMD there. But nothing too crazy, it would seem. But tomorrow might be something a little bit more spicier, as we do have a little bit of a rebalance.
It's $5 billion to buy.
5 billion to buy. That's the market inbound, right?
Yeah, it's the market imbalance there today. So thanks, Obi, again for covering for Neil. Neil will be back tomorrow, no doubt about that. All right, so Intel with a nice little buy there, Apple with a buy. You just went over everything. So yeah, all buys. I mean, there's a couple sells in there. Ford's not going to be a big sell. Wow, Ford's down to $12 again. Damn. We thought Ford had a chance to go there, but I guess not. Not today, Ford. So yeah, nice move down there for that. XOM, the nice buy. Wow, energy's been so strong lately. That's another win there for anybody looking at the energy space. Good job there, but I don't have it. So, well, I have energy, but we don't have anything today on XOM. And then there goes NVIDIA again. I just want to thank everybody for your kind words, man, about those trades, regardless of what happened, where it goes now. That imbalance could come $5 billion to sell, and we're trashed. Shout out to whoever said to me, I missed AMD in the chat. Did I? I mean, sure, I don't have the whole move down, but it is the #1 name here. Sort of, you know, everybody behind, all this kind of stuff, everybody trading today, AMD is going to be the #1 trade. And we put on some shares up there at 197, and unfortunately, I don't have that crystal ball that I wish I did have. We covered AMD. I have to be super happy with it. We are super, super happy today again. It's been a great month. It's been a great week. And we'll just continue to sort of play some momentum. We did talk about getting some Palantir at that bottom, again at $24. We did miss it. So let's just cover some here at 34 if we're able to. DraftKings was a great trade this afternoon as well, downside. Microsoft was a great trade earlier as well today. This was just another one that went all the way upside. And remember we were talking about this, Obi? And what did we say? Maybe we should buy this bottom at 423. Well, right now it's at 425. So that's another $3 winner. But unfortunately, we were really hating on this market at that point. I thought the market could come to the downside. Obviously, that buy imbalance says no to that. And Microsoft goes all the way back up to the upside. But again, just goes to show you, if you're looking for levels, there's trades to find pretty much at a regular interval, like 422. We'll try to hit that tomorrow. Apple double bottom. Let me just look at this. I'm just going to delay a little bit. I got to pass it over to Obi because I got to get over there. We'll have Miss Danielle Shea coming through to talk about options. Apple, we got out there on VWAP. What a good trade that was. And look at that. So whoever just talked about Apple being a double bottom, where's the props? Props to you. Missed trade alert.
Oh, yeah. Definitely. We were looking at that earlier. You know, it's like one name that's really ranging is Apple. If the NQES kind of bounces, will that 172 kind of hold? And yeah, it did. It kind of reverted right back into VWAP there. But oh boy, talking about missed trades, take a look at this 184 long that I pieced off of. Through the inbound, through everything. The market's ripping right back up. Look at Softy bouncing off that 423 as well, and the ES off this 5.2 and the NQ off of just under this 18.2. AMD goes right to 187 from that 184 on. A little bit of a buy imbalance. I don't know if it's all because of the inbound, but definitely some action and aggressiveness coming in off of that 184 on AMD. I got to do so much better at that. And yeah, nothing too crazy other than that. I was watching. I guess NYCB was on watch for me as since they got that was it $1 billion injection or something like that. They have been. I guess they caught a little bit of a bid, right? We know this bank was or is. I have no idea. It was pretty much going to the ground, and maybe some hope brought in by that bid there on NYCB, but it would seem like it's just still chilling sideways. It does a lot of volume there, definitely a lot of interest as potentially going bankrupt, but I have no idea. I'll take the trade if it's there. It's, Ponzi Fonzie earlier was talking about what is the Honda base model trade. I have no idea, but I can tell you for sure that you're not going to crash it because you won't be able to drive it that fast. But yeah, I have no idea. It'll show up tomorrow. We'll see what it is then. But I got nothing on watch right now. Probably some earnings names. Again, we talked about Adobe. We talked about Ulta. Those will definitely be on watch for tomorrow if they provide any opportunities. We'll definitely take them. Yeah, Wong family saying Honda Civic Type R. Yeah, I think wasn't it the Type R that was a little bit faster around the corners than even the Lambo on the Nuremberg?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
Really?
It clocked a pretty fast time. The Civic Type R. Very, very nice car. Great car. Yeah. No, yes, nice. Fabian with the Honda shirt, sick. Yeah, I'm a little bit more of a Nissan fan myself. Again, with the Skyline. Let's not get into that. But yeah, no, Honda Civic, definitely a nice little the Type R, a nice little car there. I'm more of 86 Corolla guy.
I know. I heard you talk about that. You've already got your dream car all lined up, so you'll get it one day. Don't worry about that. All right. So, what color?
For what? The Skyline?
Yeah.
I'll get the Skyline in either the Skyline blue or I like the Midnight Purple.
Ooh.
Yeah. The Midnight
Okay, I'll
Purple
have
is
to check
pretty
those
bad.
out.
Yeah.
That purple sounds dangerous. I like that one. All right, I'm going to wrap it up now because we got to get over to the other desk. So I'll pass it over to Obi. I just want to talk a little bit about Fisker. Fisker over 305 million shares today, and unfortunately the going concern continues for this name as it is looking like an imminent bankruptcy. They had talked about that. Now remember, if you are holding Fisker shares, it doesn't mean that it's over with. It will go down to the pink sheets. But again, this is going to be broker specific when and if. I don't know when they're going to go down there, but you can't stay under $1 for very long. They will get from the NYSE, they'll get a note that they're going to have to either raise or figure this out. And that's where you get reverse splits. And we don't really want to stock to reverse split, especially if you're long, because that might be the end of it, as we've seen many different names. When's the last time we even talked about Mullen? Does that even exist anymore? MULN. I'm sure people are going to be like, yes, it does. Well, yeah, wow, $5. Okay. So again, another name that just keeps on reverse splitting, like 19. Look what happens when it reverse splits. Up here, now it's all the way back down. This name reverse split to $15. Now it's back to $5. And that's when it was already at 4 cents or 8 cents or whatever this is. So this is almost a negative price right now. Anyways, all right, Obi, only 2 minutes ago. Thank you so much for filling in for Neil, who will be back tomorrow. There it goes, man. NVIDIA does touch VWAP. So in what was a really great trade for me, it did make that move to the upside, but there's no way that I could have ever held it through those imbalance. I could have held it, but I wouldn't have predicted that. So nice move to the upside there. I'll catch everybody in a couple minutes. Danielle and I will talk about Adobe and some of the big earnings that we've seen. We'll talk about Tesla down there at 160. And yes, it does bounce pretty clean off that 160 level. All right, Obi, go kill him with kindness, and I'll see you later.
Yeah, thanks, Sean. Again, thanks for having me, guys. I hope you guys enjoyed the trading day today. Hope you guys had some chops, had some good trades, had some good discipline and some good decisions. Whether you made some or lost some, did you follow the plan? I definitely did well in kind of following the plan. Lots to improve on for sure. A lot of I guess hesitation sometimes, or not enough patience in the position as well. So I got a lot of things to work on. Huck and Luck saying thank you all. Thank you all for all you do each day. Thank you, Huck and Luck. Thank you guys for tuning in as well. Again, market, wild moves, a lot of opportunity in over the past couple of months for sure. The market's heating up a little bit, and now that's just my opinion. But again, lots of opportunity. So hopefully hopefully you guys are getting some value by watching the show here. But don't go anywhere. Sean's going to be on with the market recap in just a couple of minutes as soon as the market closes there. I don't have any more trades on the board right now. I am watching a couple tickers going into the close, but nothing too crazy. Again, tomorrow with tomorrow being a little bit of a rebound, a little more focused on that. But the market seems to be ripping right back up into the range it's been doing all day. So into the close with only about a couple of minutes left. Very aggressive. I got the softy tape. I got the Apple tape right here. You guys can see I got AMD. Oh boy, 187 from 184, 188, 187 halves coming in. Whew. I got to hold on to that one there, but again, it's a work in progress. I see in the chat people are saying that talking about Palantir. Palantir, I didn't really look at that one there. Palantir, I know that it's been having some strong moves, nice little flush off the open there, but kind of sideways on the day here, as you can see. This is the hourly actually. But with only about, there we go. I apologize. I was talking too much again. Thank you, Adara. See, here's the thing. One of the traders in the back asked me last week. They were like, "Obi, you don't have a clock on your screen." I was like, "Buddy, look at all the tape I have." But I'm still not aware of the time. I usually look at the tape for the time. But thank you, Adara, for the bell. Thank you all for spending time with us. Thank you, everybody who makes this show what it is. Now, are you guys ready over there at the big desk? You guys are ready over there at the big desk? All right, so without any further ado, don't go anywhere. Neil will be back tomorrow. Take it easy. Join Sean at the big desk for the market recap. See ya.
What's up, everybody? Thank you so much, Obi, as we'll make sure that we are connected up right now. We are welcoming everybody to the show right now. Thank you so much for joining us. It is the Market Recap Show. I will be talking all about Adobe right now. My long arm of the law. Thank you, Miss Adara, for the water. Thank you so much for that one. We will be waiting for Adobe to come out. We'll be waiting for Ulta Beauty to come out. And we're just going to be talking to Danielle Shea. We do have options talk today. That should be a lot of fun. Wow, pretty red day in the market as we talk about some of these market recaps. We are going to wait for Adobe. I'm pretty excited about it. So let's just go like this and go like this and call up Adobe. So here it is right now. We will watch out for this name on the daily chart. I'm looking for this one to hold. Whoops. I'm looking for Adobe to hold right here, 545. We'll see if it can do that. I will take the time also to log into our software, where I'll go over some of the trades that I was making today. You probably might be sick of that one, but we will review that as we go. So we're gonna wait for Adobe to come out. When that does, we will also have Ulta Beauty coming through today, as that one's waiting to be loaded up as well. Give me a second and I will log in. Today, the NASDAQ, a little bit of a rough day to the downside, as we've seen a couple times before. Bear with me, gonna log in here. NASDAQ and China names to the downside. Thank you, everybody, for joining me. Here we go, over 4,000 of you right now, so let's not screw this up. All right, there's the day today. We haven't seen this too much, man. Energy, nice bounce day for energy. As we'll zoom up here. There it is, scroll up. As you can see, UNG bouncing off $15. What does that mean? Hey, it's pretty warm around here. I don't know what's going on the East Coast, but remember, UNG's been getting hit. They call this the Widowmaker for a reason. What's the reason to have natural gas right now? Oil to the upside. Let's just keep on watching it. Look at XLE. We talked about the run that XOM has had before as well. Welcome to 3,500 of you right now. Today, by the way, was a trophy day, so we had a great day. We'll take the leadership, we'll take the pole position on the floor for another successful day. Shout out to everybody that's with us. It's an early roll call to everybody that's here. Okay, Boyle, yeah, that's another one, man. Anyone watching UNG or Nat Gas, watch the Boyle ETF. That's a very, very exciting one. Wow, it's 96 where you are, Aaron Matthews. Where are you? Is that California? Is that a little Texas action? Right there, you in the islands? Where are you at, my guy? What's up, Benton? What's up, everybody? What's up, Richard? What's up, Lava? Thank you for all the love as we go. Hey, if you have a bottle of water near you, let's go. It's Hydration Nation real quick. Let's go. All right, South Texas. There you go. Hey, we nailed that one at least. Bang. Okay, bear hunting season. Yeah, it sure is. It does feel like bear hunting season here in the market again as well. All right, so we're going to wait out, man. You know what's been really bad? One of the worst performing stocks of the year. Call it like it is, Tesla. Tesla today takes it on the chin. Again, I feel like this is just a technical breakdown for Tesla. The negativity is really in the auto space right now as far as EVs are concerned. I mean, you're seeing Ford down 3% today. You're seeing Tesla down 4% and real nasty. We had this as one of our number one trades today. We're short this name early and it continues to go to the downside. I do want to ask Danielle about Tesla. So when she comes through, we'll see if there's any sort of love for this name as it just continues to break. The minute it broke this 200 level, man, it was downside for Tesla. So again, I'll still continue to watch. If we see anything, hit the like, hit the subscribe, hit all of that. And a big shout out to Obi that was on the show today as well. FXI. Look, we had some negative news from Alibaba today. So as Alibaba goes, maybe so does China. Again, there was an investigation about some of the content that they posted up on their show. This is a show on their website. So we'll have to see what's going on with Alibaba. But look at FXI. Again, $25. Hey, we did it. We went from top to bottom there. We got this level down in 21, but look at 25, just before the 200 period moving average. It needs to break this to get going. What kind of a day did Alibaba have? We're normally looking for longs on Alibaba. Just checking to see if anything's out yet. I don't see anything out yet. We're looking for longs on Alibaba, but not today, man. The catalyst was negative, so look what happens to Alibaba. It pretty much fades out right back down to the 50-period moving average. Unfortunately, I'm not buying any more of this name. We're long at 72 flat, 72.11, something like that. We did not get anything out on the top side. I thought Alibaba was rallying back until these, I guess, accusations. I don't know much about it from today as I don't surf their website. But there it is right now, 15-minute candle all the way back down for Alibaba. So pretty ugly right there. All right, is Adobe out? Adobe is maybe out and it is down. Okay, so Adobe's coming back in, down now 9%. So we'll slap a big fail on this one. We're looking for this trade. So here we go on Adobe. I thought this would be a good trade into earnings for today. I like the AI talk. I would say buy this. On first note, I would say look to buy Adobe as it gets hit back down in. I'm looking for it to hold in and around this 530 area. We talked about the 200 period moving average. Let's go find out what the heck is wrong with Adobe. This is what it looks like on the minute chart. Uh-oh. I need a button because that's what's happening right now to Adobe. So let's go over to Benzinga and find out what it's saying. Oh no. What was that? Oh, those were boos. Okay, I like that. Hit that again because, yeah, this is boo to the downside right now. 448 looking for earnings, or they get 448, which beats 438 by 2%, so that's good. Also, quarterly sales of $5 billion, 5.18, beating 5.14, so that seems like a beat as well. It must be the guide. We'll wait to see what's going on with the guide there as well. Alta's out, 808 for 753. This looks like a beat on top and bottom as well for Alta Beauty. I would be buying this. I'd be buying this dip on Adobe, but you guys take it for what it's worth. Let's go this back to a 1-minute chart to see the exact destruction here on Adobe. I think I'd be buying this dip, man, on Adobe. What's going on with Alta Beauty right now? Again, all I have is top and bottom line beat. Look at Alta Beauty. Bang for that one as Alta Beauty going right up to the upside as well. Alta looks different than Adobe. Why does it look different, they say? Or I'm just asking myself this question. It broke this high right there on Alta, so it was primed to take out past highs. Alta Beauty, moonshot right now, only up 4%, but still climbing. Alta Beauty up near 6 bills, but it's Adobe. This one's getting hit, man, down 7%. Like I said, I'd be buying these levels without knowing too much. Here it is right now. The news is out on Adobe. Adobe sees, this is what we're looking for. It's going to be a guide story on this name. Adobe sees 525 to 530 versus 531. So they're guiding to the low side on that one. Breaking news, fail on Adobe. It looks like it's breaking adjusted EPS, lowering their expectations for Q2 revenue. So that's why, oh, but look at this. Bang, we like this. Oh man. Okay, Brendan, come here and sit down, take this over because I got to go buy some Adobe in the aftermarket. I like this trade. I just said I'd be buying 530s. So you guys take that for what it's worth. Adobe making some moves. You want to know what this looks like real time? Hey, what other show is going to do this? I'm looking at someone else right now. They're not even talking about this. Here's Adobe real time. Nice move, man. We talked about buying 530. Look what the level 2 looks like. If you're looking for odd lots, you can get them. But even lots right now, $2 spread. 537 to 539. Those are 100 share lots. Right now, Adobe, hey, we called the buy down there. It's $9 in the money. Trade it if you like. Adobe with the nice one. Alta Beauty, though. Wow. Alta Beauty. Fade up, fade down. Alta Beauty dancing around. Now, one thing that Danielle Shea has taught me was, what are the expected moves? Well, each one of these names had a 7% expected move today. Alta Beauty flat right now on the move. It does go up. It does come down. Adobe on the move. Back into 535. That one, as expected, 7% down there for Adobe. Okay, so what was up today? Let's do a little market recap. We'll still keep checking this. If there's any dramatic moves that are happening right now. Oh, roll call. You want to roll call again, Thomas? Nah, not yet. Alta crashing. Nothing else happening right now. Okay, if there's anything, I'll keep checking the chat if any other news is hitting on any other stock. Let's check out our friend NVIDIA. We had a great trade at the end of the day on this one, man. We were buying these 870s and got out up here at 875. Does go up to 880, just dancing around. You want to talk about a name that helped us lift the trophy today? It was AMD. AMD, we called this short basically all day. But we stopped trading it early. So the downside move happens all day, but our trading stopped at 197. We could save this for a little bit later, but guess what? It is going to be happening with Sticky Note Nation because we wrote down here on the Sticky Note, look, no, right here, what did we like? We liked AMD 197 short. So what did we have? We had this is Adobe. We had AMD Short, 197 off the jump today, but we covered it. This allowed us to take a lot of profit on this name. Okay, there's AMD. There it is right now, 197. Nice downside push all day. We covered this 193. I mean, come on, 350, we'll take it. Did I think that we would drop down $12 here on AMD? No, but we did reload the short, took some more money before eventually getting out. Look at this. This is what we did on NVIDIA to end the day. There it is. We had an 870 top bottom right there on NVIDIA. Took a piece out at 873. We talked about that. Then the last piece out at 876. So that, again, $6 winner at the end of the day for NVIDIA, taking that in. Good trading there. Tesla short. We had that all day as well. And that's going to continue to go down in the aftermarket, I thought. No, actually, nice move up into the end of the day, up to 163. A great bounce spot there for Tesla to end the day. Real estate downside. Oh, we did have some notes today. So oil was hitting a downside push there at the end of the day. Why was that? Let's just call up USO again. Upside, sorry, on USO today, up 1.6%. Oil prices again increase. International EIA again, tighter oil market for 2024. And again, you know, if the demand is still going to be there, where's the supply? So that's what they're talking about today. And again, the EIA now expects oil demand to increase by 1.3 million barrels per day, which is an upward revision. So they upward revised the demand for oil today. Thanks to Dara for that note. As USO, again, taking out new high, not new highs, but taking out a nice little level there. We'll flip it over on the daily for the XLE. This is a name that we really like, man. We've really been buying the XLE. And if you look out on this one, some of these bottoms here, $80 up to 90, but it's getting frothy again. I remember when we were up here last time, we sold a little bit. I feel like we should do that again. Let's raise some capital in the energy space. I like XLE here for energy. I really like energy names, man. Randy and I have been talking about XOM for a while. We missed this one. This shirt actually looks pretty nice. I actually like this color shirt. Oh, thanks. Okay. But anyways, nice move. That was from Fabian, by the way. Thanks, Fabian. 1150, trying to go up to the upside here. We definitely missed that bottom on XOM, but hey, we talked about no more FOMO. Obi, by the way, read that tweet that I put out about that. So there it is right now, 1150 XOM. Could be running into some resistance levels there on ExxonMobil. All right, we are going to go to Daniel Shea in just a couple seconds. Let's see what Ulta Beauty is doing, though, right now. So Ulta Beauty, this is my daily chart. So again, we were thinking that we could take out this top. Looked like it was primed to run here. Because we had such a big movement to the upside and took out past levels there on the daily chart, we did have a chance to go higher. But let's not forget that there's more time frames. Let's go over to a week and see what happened on Ulta Beauty. See what I'm saying? So it was taking out those highs. Adobe, what is that doing right now? Down 12. Yuck. Ugh. I guess that 530 buy was not that great. Look at it on the weekly, though. Pulling back into the 50-period moving average. I think this is a buy, but again, tough to make predictions sitting here on this bench, but it's always a buy, says Fabian. But I really like the technology here for Adobe. So let's go back here and go into a 1-minute chart. Again, I thought some of this AI talk would have been positive, but you can't guide that way and guide down on both metrics, both sales and EPS. So they guided a little bit lower, kicking this down the curve a little bit. Remember, we saw PanW get nailed on earnings as well, and we were able to buy that dip. PanW has come back in again on that, but we were able to put a bid in there and get a 262 long. It did go back up to the 50 period, now having some troubles, as some of the PEs on these names still are quite high. Like if you go over to Adobe right now, what is the short float on Adobe here, just really quick? It is short float for Adobe. I don't think it's very extensive. No, 1.2%. The reason why I did like this name was high institutional ownership. But I guess they're selling it off anyways there for Adobe, as you can see here, down now. Oh, no, did not battle back. Still down that 11%. Just quickly with the Benzinga, let me know when Miss Shay is ready. She's ready. She's been ready. Okay. I just want to check out the PE right here. So Adobe's PE is actually, right now, it was only listed as 32 here on Benzinga. So that's actually pretty aggressive. I'm fine with that kind of valuation. I don't know if that's real time or not, but definitely PE coming back in a little bit now for Benzinga because, hey, this move is a downside one. Let's go find out with Trader Talk and find out what Danielle thinks about Adobe. Hey, Danielle, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing great. I mean, we had a great day today. We hit some good shorts there, including a name that I want to talk to you about, Tesla, as well. And then we also hit AMD today. But wow, pretty aggressive moves in some of these chip names.
Nice, nice. Yeah, that's awesome. Great day today. Lots of price movement. Definitely had the semiconductors trading lower, but we also had several of the Magnificent Seven stocks, Microsoft, Amazon, Google. Those are all looking phenomenal to the upside. I also continue to like Netflix and Meta to the upside as well. So I think we have another good shot of us continuing to trade higher here.
A big congratulations to you, because last time you were on the show, you actually highlighted a trade for us on Microsoft getting to those all-time highs, and today we break them. So that was a fantastic trade. Are you looking at Adobe here? Because there's some people in the chat want to know maybe some key levels here. Is there anything that you're possibly looking at? This is getting that move that you taught me about. This is now almost double its expected move. So let's open up Miss Shay's charts and have a look at Adobe.
Definitely. So when you look at Adobe, I like the company, I like the stock long term, but kind of like what we talked about at the beginning of the week, the last few times Adobe has traded lower after earnings. So I had that in mind when it comes to Adobe. And for me at this point, it's all about the expected move. It had a 40-point expected move. And so at this point, now it's down to 515. So we're, like you said, almost 1.5 times that. So once you get past the expected move, that would have been around 530. That's the point where I say, it's getting pretty shaky here. And then I go to look at previous areas of support on the daily chart. Now, this chart right here, this is my daily chart. It doesn't have the after hours data. So we're going to be around down in here, which that's not looking good, right? Because you've broken through this critical support zone. That's the 200 simple. And we're going to try to cling to this low right here. If anyone's really brave and they want to try to buy this thing, like it has got to hold this previous low. That previous low is going to come in on October 27th. So if it can't hold there, the problem is that you really only have one more lower level at $500 a share. And if it breaks 500, that's when you're definitely shot, because those key psychological values are really important. So I would say with Adobe right now, with it being a much greater than expected move to the downside, I'm not going to look at buying it yet. In a Palo Alto situation, like you pointed out, it can happen, but it's gotta hit and hold one of these support zones. So 510, 500.
Danielle, you just highlighted just very roughly. I know your charts don't have post-market or post-market data. We just bounced off of 511. You just highlighted that the low is literally 5. Ray, come over to my charts. 512.12. We just now we're trying to break that again. Right now back down to the downside. Man, earnings seasons are fun, aren't they, Danielle?
Oh yeah, they're all kinds of fun. And I think there's been so much movement and so much opportunity, and I'm really looking forward to getting into the next season too, because we've just had so many companies that did really well over the course of the last quarter, and that tends to add a lot of positive excitement, especially going into April, which is typically a really strong and seasonal time.
Danielle, where the heck did you get that hoodie, man? Like now I have so much FOMO. I said there's no way that I'm going to have FOMO anymore. And now I see that sweater. Great hoodie. You're getting a lot of compliments in the chat.
Okay, Sean, I'm going to have to send you one. Just send me an email with your size, and it's our new swag we got here at Simpler Trading.
Oh, great.
Since you're my favorite, I can send you one.
Well, then you're going to get a Trader TV Live hat or hoodie as well. So we'll do a little exchange on that one. Thank you, Danielle, for that. Hey, ask and you get. I like that. Ulta Beauty right now makes down to 540. Nice little move to the downside right there of 540 for Ulta Beauty. I like this name. The short float's not really going to be too much of a concern. Market cap of just 27 billion, but really, really producing well on the daily chart, as this is what's happening right now. To give you an idea, Danielle, we are down at 545 right here, but it did make a nice move. It's taken out all-time highs heading into earnings report. And I know you're kind of cautious when that happens, when you run into such key levels, and then you don't really come out with the bang-up quarter. Maybe this name goes lower off those all-time highs.
Yeah, that can definitely happen because, if you look at last quarter, it had this really big breakaway gap. And this is a setup that I just love trading before earnings, right? So you have this breakaway gap and then you consolidate and then you just take off going into that report. Yeah, it did lose a little bit of momentum here. And, if I switch to my other chart that has the after hours data, like you said, you can see that it's going to be a little bit soft after hours, down to 545. So, what I would look at this is I would just say, you know what? It's a strong company. It's a strong stock. It's within the expected move. The expected move to the downside would be at 527. So you're definitely within range. And if it opens up around 540, what's great about that is that would be a critical support zone on the daily chart. So with these strong
I actually
stocks,
like that look right now.
yeah, so with these strong stocks, when they rally and then they pull back into the 21 EMA or the 34 EMA on the daily chart, those can be great spots to buy it after earnings for it to make another run higher, because ultimately it's still one of my favorite names within this space.
Before we get going, everyone in the chat loving all this talk, where can they find more of Danielle Shea?
Okay, so I want to show you guys my YouTube channel because I just started it in January and I've been working so hard on it. It's pink. Check it out. I just made another video for you guys yesterday about butterflies. I've been making all of these different videos about how my butterfly trades work and why. So you can kind of see the thought process of, why I'm putting them on, why I'm taking them off. Nice. And if you go here, Trader Danielle, you can check it out.
At Trader Danielle. You told me that there's often imitators on there, so make sure you get at Trader Danielle. Also, we can find you at Trader Danielle on X. Okay, so that's where to go. I'm also following her, so if you're following each other, we should be able to find each other like that. So NVIDIA today. Look, you and I have talked a lot about this on the show a couple times. I'll let Danielle go load that up. We had a nice run to 1,000. Now, I had Brian Shannon on here 2 days ago. Again, a great guy, CMT. He talks about VWAP all the time. And him and I kind of came up to the conclusion that 1,000 seemed to be like a magnet and that we were going to get there eventually. I don't know. I feel like we're getting a little bit heated in this name. We've seen definitely some pullbacks in other names like AMD that are really coming in, maybe back into the 50 period. And then SMH, which is a semiconductor holding for Van Eck here. I like this maybe as a safety net as opposed to some of the other things that we talk about, individual names, just so you don't have to pick an NVIDIA. You can sort of get long in the sector specifically. So my question to you is, do you ever trade any ETFs? If so, which ones are your favorite? Or do you prefer, and I think we talked about this before as well, but again, we always have new viewers, or do you prefer to trade the single names in a sector?
So, it just depends how I'm feeling. I am a more aggressive options trader, and so I will trade names like NVIDIA, but we have people in our trading room too who want the more conservative names. And so I'll give people the option of, hey, you can trade SMH. It's not going to move as much. I really like SMH. I don't trade it as often, but I do own it as a long-term investment. So I've been buying dollar cost averaging into that name for a couple of years now. It's one of the top 5 holdings in my long-term portfolio. And I mean, especially for something in a long-term portfolio, I think it's great. So, NVIDIA has had a lot of volatility. And when you look at the $1,000 price target, I mean, I think it makes sense. I was looking at 950 this week. We fell just shy of that, traded up into about 938. I think that NVIDIA still looks pretty good here. I think if it stays up above this 850 price point, we have a shot of trading back up into 950 and then 1,000. But the thing with these momentum names is that it's all about momentum, right? And so when the momentum dies, it's going to roll. So we have now 2 days where it's a little bit soft. There's still hope, but I don't want it to, I do not want to see it break through 850 and especially 840, because that would be a reversal.
Yeah, the day the music dies on NVIDIA is going to be a tragic one. That is for sure. Okay, so I've sort of been giving a couple names. Is there anything that you're looking at? Is there anything maybe you're working on for some of the viewers there at Simpler Trading or off of your website or anything like that that maybe you want to discuss with everybody before we let you go?
Yeah, sure. I'm going to give you a couple names real quick because these ones are pretty similar as far as the setup is concerned. But, Magnificent Seven stocks, this is what I love to trade. And right now they have great setups. You've got a really strong pattern in Netflix. You have some consolidation. It's pretty close to this previous high at 625. So I think that a return up into 625 would be the quote unquote easy target, but I would love to see Netflix trade up into 640. And then you know what happens is when it's up at 640, you know what? You're not that far away from the previous all-time high at 700. And so what I find, especially when you're looking at a move going into earnings, you can really see a big move when you have a previous breakaway gap. You have an earnings report that's coming up soon. It's going to be in April. These stocks can make some pretty big moves. So I like Netflix to the price targets I mentioned. You have the same setup in Meta right now. You have a previous breakaway gap. You have an earnings report coming up. You have a previous high at 523 that can be targeted. And then after that, an extension target at 550. And then with Amazon and Google, again, very similar. You've got a breakaway gap after earnings last quarter. You have an earnings report that's coming up in April. You're really close to that previous high. And if you go back in time and you look at the all-time high, you're only $10 off. So these setups are some of my favorite that I like to trade. Google's not exactly the same because it was soft last quarter, but it is breaking out after it recovered from the 200 simple. And Google also has a run into earnings as well. So these are the top 4 tickers that I'm going to be trading right now. I think that it's a little bit early for pre-earnings just because I generally start those at the end of this month. But these are the setups that I'm watching because of the way that they reacted to earnings last quarter and because of the technical setups that they have.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm trading these Mag 7 names every single day, obviously on a day trade, not a swing trade. But all right, I love all those names. You know what, Danielle, the thing is like, you mentioned, oh my God, and Netflix back to 700. Like some of these prices are just scaring me, like Meta 550, I remember when talking with you when Meta was down at 150 and 130 and then 200 and 230 and 400 and 500. And now it's like 550, my heart, like I can't take this anymore. How high can we go? I guess higher is the answer. All right, the Mag 7 name that we all want to know about. I've talked to you about this name numerous times. Whether or not it's Mag 7 or not, still to be discussed. Tesla. I mean, that name hit some key levels today, down into 160. I kind of want to buy this name because I'm like, hey man, AI, Tesla's supposed to be all about that. We've got Grok. He's making some nannies, apparently, some robots that are going to do all the work for people like me and you, Danielle, where we could just trade all day and have optimists just go around and make us like some nice Taco Tuesdays. They can, fold the laundry. It can take care of the kid. It can feed the goats. Oh yeah, by the way, did you make any decisions on what's going in the farm there?
So I didn't make any decisions on what kind of animals are going in the farm yet, but we keep debating back and forth. Should we get goats? Should we get a mini cow? Should we get pigs has been thrown out? We'll see, but haven't made any decisions just yet.
Get one of each. I mean, why not? Get one of each. Hey, but my Italian side says plant a fig tree. Figs are amazing. I think if you have planted one of those, you'd really like it. But okay, the question here for Tesla, and I do want to remind everybody that some of those earnings that you were mentioning, it's mid to late April. So we still got a little bit of time for that. And you've discussed time decay and everything with options. So stay tuned for that. But Tesla down here at 160. I'm not buying yet. What do you think?
So here's the thing with Tesla. I mean, I think definitely on a shorter term trading basis, I mean, we've been in a, downward trend as far as a swing trader is concerned for quite some time. We've had trouble with earnings. And this is one reason why I focus on earnings so much is because when you have a stock that continues to gap down after earnings, I mean, you're going to be in a bearish trend and there's not going to be excitement. So when you look at the fact that the stock gapped down, 8.7% last quarter, and now we're getting to the time where we have an earnings report coming up, I mean, more than likely in the short term, this is going to keep going lower. Yes, it has, already fallen quite a bit. So the question of how much lower could it fall is pretty important. I would go back and I'd look at these critical support zones that we have. I mean, right now, we're basically right at a major support zone at 160. If this can't hold, you do have 150, which is a key psychological value. But after that, I mean, I hate to say it, you have this low down here, which is going to be about 115. So
115?
Yeah, I hate to say that because, I do own Tesla in my long-term account and it has taken a little bit of a beating. Ultimately, I still want to own the name. I haven't bailed on the stock. I will admit the weekly chart, it really doesn't look great because you've had multiple different earnings reports again in a row that haven't been doing well. The monthly chart is starting to falter. I've been holding it because the monthly chart was still holding up. And if you look at where this kind of broke, just really within the last 2 months, that's where it started looking more negative to me on this monthly chart. But I'm going to see if it can stay at least within this trend line. With my long-term account, I'm really not getting in and out on a regular basis in shares. I'm going in, I'm dollar cost averaging. I'm working on building up larger share positions for, 5, 10, 15 years down the line. So not immediately good, but I'm not bailing on my shares just yet.
Yeah, you had Fabian over here saying that if it ever gets to 115, he's backing up the truck. So we'll sell all of our Bitcoin and buy all of the Tesla. Oh, no, he's not selling his Bitcoin, he's told me. Okay, what a run in Bitcoin, by the way. Are you a crypto girl or not really?
My husband is the one that does all the crypto around here. So I kind of let him manage that. But I mean, we do own some crypto, and they got me I had to do a crypto segment on CNBC the other week. So that was kind of fun. But
I've never heard of that station before.
But for this, I mean, I think Fibonacci target up at 83,600, and then after that, look at that target up here. You see 100,000 a coin.
Yeah, buddy, let's go. Yeah, we're happy for that one, man. We sold some Solana. We're in a couple different things. We've been crypto for a while. All right, thank you, Ms. Danielle Shea. I'm going to send you the size. I'm going to be wearing that as soon as it comes through. It'll be a lot of fun. Where can they find you again? You have the YouTube channel. We've got on X. Anywhere else, or is that are you on Instagram? Anything?
I have so many scammers, and they're always stealing my pictures on Instagram, so I haven't used it as much recently. I'm trying to get back into it. My handle on Instagram is Trader Danielle Shea 618. So
618.
I'm gonna start using it. But yeah, Trader Danielle without any underscore, just Trader Danielle. The pink one.
All right, with over 3,000 viewers watching us right now, I want to thank everybody for that. You know where we are now? We are live streaming on Instagram right now. We are live streaming on TikTok right now. We are live streaming here on YouTube right now. We are live streaming on Twitch right now. We are live streaming on X right now, because here at Trader TV Live, we do it all, and we have the best guests right there. So thank you so much, Danielle Shea. I will look up whatever you're talking about, CNBX, you said, or something like that. I'll look them up and see if we can stream there as well. Thank you, Ms. Danielle Shea, once again coming through. Have a fantastic evening, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thank you, everyone.
Good job. Man, we everywhere all the time, baby. This is what we're doing right now. Thank you so much to Danielle Shea for coming through one more time. Look, we're gonna have to wrap this thing up, right? Let's do it right now. It's roll call. All right. Again, a big thank you to Danielle for coming through. Hit her up, YouTube, all over that. She'll answer your questions, no doubt about that right now. Okay, look, I just want to say thank you to everybody for joining me one more time. As soon as we get this roll call going, there's like a 5-second delay. I'll start rolling through right now. Thank you to everybody for joining us. We'll go over the sticky note just real quick in a couple seconds. But there's Danielle right now. Thank you, Ms. Danielle Shea. What's up to Sebastian? He's here. What's up to I'm the Toughest? What's up to Odyssey Flights, Dr. Strange, Richard Fan? Everybody's right here. I've said Adara's been the best. I'm second best. I'll take that. Let's go. Second best. Right now, bang, bang. What's up to Daryl? He's been here for a while. Thank you so much, John. Hey, look, this wouldn't be a great show if I didn't have the viewers and we didn't have the guests that we do have. So I'm going to thank Danielle one more time. Thank you to Jay Haas. Thank you to Chump Change. Thank you to Paul Fisher. Everybody that's here right now. It really does mean a lot. Whether or not you're watching on TikTok, YouTube, or any of those other 5 or 6 things we talked about, it's very important that you continue to support the show. And one way you can do that is by following me over here on Instagram at Trader TV Sean, or on X at Trader TV Sean. I think there's still some fake TikToks around for me, so unfortunately, because it's Chinese, we can't get those guys to get canceled, but we will hopefully. As soon as Elon Musk buys TikTok, then maybe we can, I shouldn't start that rumor, then maybe we can. You think he should? I don't know if he should or not. I feel like he bought TikTok, he bought X. We'll find out. I mean, if he was buying TikTok, or at least the divested version of it, I mean, I don't think that would be good for stock of Tesla, because again, he's going to have to, he's cash poor. I mean, he's the one said that. He needs to sell his shares to do that. So we don't want that to happen yet. But we talked about Tesla downside. Yeah, I think it'll be a Mag 7 name probably. Tesla, Google long. Oh, the Google. Let's talk about this. We've already talked about Tesla and AMD short. Look, we wrote down here that we liked Google long. 5 days in a row to the upside. Strength is obvious. We'll try to buy dips if available. Literally as we wrote that down right here. Dip if available. So let's just go over before I let everybody go and look at what we did on Google today. Here's NVIDIA 877. That was a good trade at the end of the day. But look at this. We talked about buying Google if available into dips, right? All right, so let's just do like this, and let's do like this. Well, what did we do on Google today? Here's the chart, and then we'll let you go, okay? Here it is, Fabian, one more time. There's the dip buy right here. Google comes in, there's the dip buy at 141. We bought 141s, some outs here at 15, 16, not great. There's the last out there at 60s. So we put that out, and then bang, the last 20% all the way up here, 142.50. Okay, buy the dips, right, into the 200. Well, guess what happened again? It dipped again into the 200. So what did your boy do? We bought it again. I feel like we're a DJ. Bang, bang, hit that siren, let's go. Right there, bought it again, and there's the same out as we had before. But into the close, yeah, there it is, man. The club is about to close right now. Get your last couple drinks because the dance floor, hey, man, hey, Uber, pick me up. I need a ride home. All right, so we've been hitting a great day today. I want to thank everybody for watching. Such a great show one more time. Thank you to Danielle Shea. Thank you to everybody. It's now 4:30. You stayed late. Traders stay late. Hashtag it. Go like, subscribe, do all that. I'm Trader TV Sean. I thank my guy Fabian for staying with us here again. As traders truly stay late, me, Fabian, Obi, we're the only ones in this building right now. So I want to say, I shouldn't say that maybe, and a very, very big, mean security guard is also here as well. But thank you everybody for joining. I really appreciate it. I'm Trader TV Sean. We'll be back tomorrow, but we won't be doing this show tomorrow because guess what? I'm doing a podcast. So we'll join you tomorrow at 8:30 on the live stream. I'm Trader TV Sean, and this is Trader TV Live. Thank you to everybody. Ciao.